but they put them on other boats, and they could drop them. I'm not even sure they have any mines there, by the way. I'm not sure. I'm personally, they say there might be 8. I don't know. I think there might be none because they're very good bullshit artists. That's why for 47 years they've been bullshitting other presidents, and they haven't done the job. And people are living in hell. You live in that country, they're living in hell. No, I think that 47 years of this stuff is long enough. They're at the weakest point they've ever been. They have no Navy, they have no Air Force, they have no anti-aircraft weaponry, they have no radar, they have no communication. In fact, the biggest problem we have in our negotiation is that they can't communicate. I said to Steve, what are they saying? Sir, they can't communicate. They have no method of communication. So we're communicating like they used to communicate 2,000 years ago with children, bringing a note back and forth. They have no communication. But all I want to see is I want to have a safe world, and you're not going to have a safe world. Israel will be gone. The Middle East will be gone. And then they're coming for Europe. And I have to tell you, I'm very disappointed in NATO, very. I think that NATO, I think it's a mark on NATO that will never disappear in my mind. You know, they're coming to see me on Wednesday. They're going to say, oh, we'll do this, we'll do that. Now they all of a sudden want to send things, you know. But they said it loud and clear at the beginning. When I spoke to UK of all, I would have said they would have been the first because they're the oldest. And I say, yeah, I'd love to have a little help. He said, no, sir, we'd rather wait till you win. I said, I don't need help after we win. They have 2 old broken aircraft carriers, barely work. I said, I guess we can use them. Who the hell knows? I called the general. He didn't even want them. He said, we don't really need them. We got the SS Abraham Lincoln, sir. We don't need them. Do you know, we have, in terms of technology, we had one day 101 missiles going at 2,700 miles an hour, aimed at the Abraham Lincoln. 101 missiles. Out of 101 missiles, 101 missiles were shot down. Unbelievable technology. 10 years ago, 5 years ago, I don't know if that would have been possible, but 10 years ago, that wouldn't have been possible. 101 missiles heading to a ship that's not that far off the coast. And out of the 101 missiles, we shot down all 101. We have weaponry. The Patriots are unbelievable. We have weaponry that's unbelievable, yeah.
Just a clarification.
Go ahead, please. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. You said earlier today during the egg roll that you would like to take Iran's oil, but Americans want U.S. forces home.
Correct.
What's that trade-off?
If I had my choice, yeah, because I'm a businessman first. With Venezuela, as you know, the war was over in about 45 minutes. And we have great people running Venezuela, very good people. I mean, the relationship is good. And we are a partner with Venezuela. And we've taken hundreds of millions of barrels, hundreds of millions. Over 100 million barrels already is in Houston, refined and out. And paid for that war many, many times over, many times over. You know, the old days, to the victim, okay? You know that. To the winner belong the spoils, go the spoils. And I've said, why don't we use it? To the victor, go the spoils. And we don't have that. We haven't had that in this country probably in 100 years, because even the Second World War, you look at the Second World War, we didn't have it with the Second World. We helped rebuild all those countries. We rebuilt Germany. How about Germany telling us that, well, it's not their war. We had nothing to do with it. They wanted me to go and tell them everything I was doing. We didn't know anything about it. Well, if I would have told them, they would have leaked it, and we wouldn't have been nearly as successful, possibly, right? But to the victor belong the spoils. So we haven't heard that in, I think, maybe hundreds of years. Now with Venezuela, and we, just so you understand, the people of Venezuela, they say if I ran for president of Venezuela, I'm polling higher than anybody has ever polled in Venezuela. So after I'm finished with this, I can go to Venezuela. I will quickly learn Spanish. It won't take too long. I'm good at language. And I will go to Venezuela. I'm going to run for president. But we're very happy with the president-elect that we have right now. The people that are running it, If you remember Bush with Iraq, they fired the generals, they fired the police, they fired the people that worked in their equivalent of the White House. They fired everybody. And you know what they had? They had a mess. And you know what happened? ISIS formed. Those generals and those soldiers got together, the police got together, they all got together, they formed ISIS. Not going to happen with us. So Venezuela has been an incredible situation. We went in, we were very successful, military power like nobody's ever seen. The general, Venezuelan general said, I was on that site. I said, I've never seen ferocity like that. I've been doing this for 40 years. He said, I've never seen it. They hit us from 17 different, they were all set. They saw that big, beautiful aircraft carrier, the Ford in that case, and planes were pouring off it at 1 o'clock in the morning. So typically when you see that late at night, you know you could be in trouble, right? And we were all ready. They had their equipment, it was Russian, and they had Chinese equipment. It was all set. They were going to give us a fight. He said, and then they came, and they came at speeds like we've never seen. And they came at 17 different angles. The general and his people, that was a lot of angles. They hit him from every angle. He said, we knew it was over in 3 minutes. We were waiting for them. Their equipment didn't work, and there's a reason it didn't work. Someday we'll explain that to people. They pressed the button, nothing happened. They pressed it again and again, nothing happened. And he said, we knew this whole thing was over in 3 minutes. We've never seen any, he used the word ferocity. The ferocity of these planes from 17 different angles, and it was over. They went inside, and remember, that was on a military base with thousands of soldiers. And those soldiers looked and they said, get the hell out of here. Thousands, we didn't have thousands, we had like 200 people. So we have a great military. And I'll tell you what, somehow this rescue captured the world's attention, more so than normally. You're talking about 2 people. But this rescue captured the world's attention. But we did it in Venezuela. That was amazing. And now we have a very bad man in prison and going to trial. I mean, he released, aside from the drugs, which he was terrible, Maduro released hundreds of thousands of people from jails into our country. Drug dealers, murderers, the worst people in the world were released into our country because we had a stupid president who probably didn't know, and we had a border czar who never went to the border and never once called our great Border Patrol agents, right? Not once, Kamala. She never called the Border Patrol. She never said, how are we doing? I used to call the Border Patrol guys every day. You can ask them, Paul, ask any one of them. Brandon, ask them all the time. How are we doing? How are we doing? And we now, I'm proud to say, have a totally sealed border. 9 months, nobody is coming through our border. And nobody even tries because they know they're not going to get through. So we don't have caravans anymore. Right. So maybe 1 or 2 more and we'll be done.
Mr. President, are you allowed to, or are you willing to end this conflict with Iran charging tolls for passage through the strait?
Us charging tolls?
Iran.
What about us charging tolls?
Is that something you're considering?
I'd rather do that than let them have them, right? Why shouldn't we? We're the winner. We won, okay? They are militarily defeated. The only thing they have is the psychology of, oh, we're going to drop a couple of mines in the water, all right? No, I mean, we have a concept where we'll charge tolls, okay? I thought you meant us. Your question would have been more accurate if you said us. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. So just to clarify, in order for Iran to successfully meet your deadline tomorrow, do they have to make a deal, open the strait, or both?
We have to have a deal that's acceptable to me. And part of that deal is going to be, we want free traffic of oil and everything else.
Mr. President, thank you very much. You've said glory be to God in this conflict. Do you believe that God supports the United States' actions in this
I do,
war?
because
And have you
God
sought
is
his direction?
good. Because God is good, and God wants to see people taken care of. God doesn't like what's happening. I don't like what's happening. Everyone says, I don't enjoy this. I don't enjoy it. These 2 guys don't enjoy it. You know, people say, oh boy, they're so tough. I don't like seeing people killed. I've ended 8 wars. Nobody's ever done it. The person who won the Nobel Prize came to me and said, "You deserve the Nobel Prize." She announced that. When they announced, they said, "Goes to Maria. She's a great person, really a good person." She said, "No, no, no. This is ridiculous. They gave me the Nobel Prize. President Trump ended 8 wars. I could go over every one of them, including India and Pakistan, where the Prime Minister of Pakistan said President Trump saved from 30 to 50 million lives." That makes me much happier than what we're doing right now. That makes me much happier. We have one more to end, by the way.
President, you called yesterday in your Truth Social, you called the Iranians crazy bastards.
True.
What is your response to critics who say that
I don't care about critics.
What is your response to critics who say that it is your mental health that should perhaps be examined as this war continues?
I haven't heard that. But if that's the case, you're going to have more people like me, because our country was being ripped off on trade, on everything, for many years until I came along. So if that's the case, you're going to have more people. Dasha, go ahead. Dasha, go.
You said that very little is off limits in Iran as far as targeting,
Yeah.
including power plants, bridges, you've mentioned those.
Very little is off limits.
Are there certain kinds of civilian targets, though? I'm thinking schools
I don't want to
or
tell you
hospitals
that.
you
I don't want to
say is
tell you
off-
that. We have a plan, because of the power of our military, where every bridge in Iran will be decimated by 12 o'clock tomorrow night, where every power plant in Iran will be out of business, burning, exploding, and never to be used again. I mean, complete demolition by 12 o'clock. And it'll happen over a period of 4 hours if we wanted to. We don't want that to happen. We may even get involved with helping them rebuild their nation. And you know what? If that's the case, the last thing we want to do is start with power plants, which are among the most expensive things, and bridges. You saw the bridge. The bridge went. We were very close to a deal. And then I got a call from Mr. Witkoff, Mr. Kushner, and JD saying, "I think they're breaking the deal." I said, "Tell them that's okay. Don't worry about it. But tell them to look out their window and watch." And within 45 minutes, I gave the order to knock out the biggest bridge. I gave the order, knock out the biggest bridge in, I believe, the Middle East, but the biggest bridge in Iran. And within 10 minutes after I gave that order, that bridge was over. So do I want to do that? No. Do I want to destroy their infrastructure? No. It will take them 100 years to rebuild. Right now, if we left today, it would take them 20 years to rebuild their country, and it would never be as good as it was. And the only way they're going to be able to rebuild their country is to utilize the genius of the United States of America.
You voiced your displeasure with NATO in the past. Is there a danger to the U.S. not being the de facto of the leader of the alliance, and then other powers within the alliance then getting the decision making when it comes to wars and nuclear weapons?
No, it's not a danger. Look, we went to NATO. I didn't ask very strongly. I just said, "Hey, if you want to help, great." "No, no, no, we will not help." I said, "That's all right. You don't want to help?" Because I've always said NATO's a paper tiger. See, NATO's a paper tiger. Putin's not afraid of NATO. Putin's afraid of us, very afraid of us. And he's explained it to me a lot of times. I got to know him very well. I know him very well. NATO's a paper tiger. NATO is us. And when we needed them, we didn't need them, by the way. We didn't need them, obviously, because they haven't helped at all. Just the opposite. They've actually gone out of their way not to help. They didn't even want to give us landing strips. Think of it. And it's not just NATO. You know who else didn't help us? South Korea didn't help us. You know who else didn't help us? Australia didn't help us. You know who else didn't help us? Japan. We've got 50,000 soldiers in Japan to protect them from North Korea. We have 45,000 soldiers in South Korea to protect us from Kim Jong-un, who I get along with very well, as you know. Do you notice he said very nice things about me? He used to call Joe Biden a mentally retarded person, okay? So don't tell me about your stuff. Joe Biden, he said he's a mentally retarded person. He was so nasty to Joe Biden. It was terrible. But to me, he likes Trump. And do you notice how nice things are with North Korea? It's very nice. But we have 45,000 people, soldiers, in harm's way, and right next to Kim Jong-un with a lot of nuclear weapons. 45, which should have never happened if a certain president, I'm not going to mention this president because I happen to like him, believe it or not, but if a certain president did his job, Kim Jong-un would not have nuclear weapons right now. But they were all afraid to do their job properly. But just to conclude and just to finish, Japan didn't help us, Australia didn't help us, South Korea didn't help us, and then you get to NATO, NATO didn't help us. There were some countries that did. Now, countries that have been good, now you could also say they're got to be a little bit more involved because they're in the territory, but Saudi Arabia has been excellent, Qatar has been excellent, UAE has been excellent, Bahrain, Kuwait. I mean, Kuwait did shoot down 3 of our planes. The only planes, really, that we lost with friendly fire, they call it. I call it unfriendly fire. They unfortunately didn't know how to use our great Patriots. The pilot said, what kind of a missile's coming at us? Patriot. Boom, they got out. Because they know a Patriot never misses. So they had beautiful Patriots. There were planes heading in their direction. Unfortunately, they decided to shoot those planes. They were our planes. So, NATO is a paper tiger. Now, he's coming to see me on Wednesday, as you know. He's a wonderful guy. Secretary General is great. And Mark Rutte, he's a great person, but he's got... And it all began with, if you want to know the truth, Greenland. We want Greenland. They don't want to give it to us, and I said, bye-bye.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट अब बताओ स्वाद आया
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
असली रिफ्रेशिंग असली स्वाद असली मजा
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरी डे
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Bartimus 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up. Actually, there is always a redundant.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello viewers, a very good morning to you. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV. I'm Khatam Amrita and we will get you all the details on US President Donald Trump's threats issued against Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz and also to reach a deal that prefers the US. In fact, he has made a long statement just a few hours ago and said that within 4 hours Iran has to come to a deal. We will get you all the details, but first let's take a look at the headlines. The Supreme Court has formally notified the constitution of a 9-judge constitution bench, which will commence hearing on April 7 in the long-pending Sabarimala review matter. Amid unrest in Manipur, a bomb launched by Kuki groups resulted in a critical injury of a minor child at Thronglaubi in Bishnupur district in the early morning of April 7. Armed Kuki members were seen evacuating Kuki civilians to safer places as tensions escalate in Manipur's clashes. Air India CEO Campbell Wilson steps down amidst losses and operational setbacks. PM Modi hails India's defining step in civil nuclear journey as Kalpakam fast breeder reactor attains criticality. NASA's Artemis 2 astronauts are officially farther from Earth than any human has ever gone before.
The entire country can be taken out in one night, and that night might be tomorrow night.
Trump says Iran could be taken out in one night as Tuesday deadline looms.
We have a plan, because of the power of our military, where every bridge in Iran will be decimated by 12 o'clock tomorrow night.
Trump threatens to destroy all Iran bridges, power plants in 4 hours if there is no deal. Spokesperson of Khatam Al-Anbiya Brigade reportedly countered Trump's threats, saying reckless threats will not affect offensive operations nor erase humiliation of us. All right, viewers, let's shift our focus to Manipur as unrest builds in the northeastern state with clashes escalating. An emergency shutdown has been imposed in Moirang area in Bishnupur district after a child was injured in a bomb blast that was allegedly thrown by the Kuki groups in Manipur as the clashes between in the region escalate, and there are allegedly a child who was sleeping in the house was in fact hurt when a bomb was hurled in the civilian area, and reportedly by Kuki armed groups. And there has been a new hostile environment again in the Bishnupur district in Moirang area. You can see there visuals of the house where the child was hurt, and reportedly 2 children, minor children, was in fact hurt in this, very small children, minor, and a bomb was blasted in Moirang area in Bishnupur district. And now we are now joined by our reporter from Manipur, Lintoy. Lintoy, do tell us, this is the latest escalation coming in as Kuki armed groups have in fact thrown a bomb and blasted and hurt a child in Moirang area. Tell us the latest.
Yeah, Amrita, actually we are heading towards Thronglaubi right now, so we are going to cover the incident that is developing in the area right now. And as of now, the public of that area has stormed at that district police outpost over there, and also 2 minors are dead due to the incident. So they have been injured on their head, and also we all, according to the video footage that went viral on social media, we found this thing, rocket launcher over there. So in the Chonglao side, yeah. As of now, we got this much of update, and yeah, we are heading towards Chonglao right now, and we'll get more updates from there.
Yes, definitely, Lintoy, you do get us more details when you reach. But we also want to know that there are reports saying that this is not just a bomb, but a long-range missile. And also, if you remember, just a few years ago, in September 2024, there was a similar incident when armed Kuki groups also launched a long-range missile carrying a bomb in Moirang, again, in fact. So is there a connection between these two, according to you?
Yeah, I think there is a connection between these two, because this is not just an ordinary weapon. It's a very advanced weapon, and it's a very sophisticated weapon. So we cannot take it as a normal weapon. Back to you, Amrita.
Yes, definitely, Lintoy. We will definitely get back to you for more latest details. But also, as of now, we want to know the status of the child that was in fact hurt in the bomb blast. The child was in fact rushed to the nearest district hospital. In fact, what is the status and the latest report of the child that was hurt in this incident?
They are succumbed to their injuries, Amrita.
Okay, definitely. We will certainly get back to you. Thank you for joining us on this broadcast. We will get back to you for more details. All right, viewers, we move on to another big development story coming up. Now, regarding the Anil Ambani case, the bank fraud case in Supreme Court, the CBI has told the court yesterday that it is probing bank fraud of around 73,000 crores linked to the Anil Ambani group. And that's not all, viewers. There are 7 separate cases under investigation as well. A probe now includes the role of the bank officials and possible collusion between them as well. Enforcement Directorate now is flagging irregularities in insolvency process, and the ED is also reportedly claiming loans routed through multiple cases as well. And this is a big development in the case over the Anil Ambani bank fraud case, 73,000 crore rupees, and now collusion with bank officials as well. And these are in fact 7 separate cases here under investigation as well. And now we are joined by our reporter Sarthak from the ground. Sarthak, this is a big revelation coming in. There could be collusion of bank officials even, and there are 7 separate cases being filed with regards to this. Do tell us the latest on this story.
Yes, it is a big development. The investigation is ongoing. CBI and ED, both investigating agencies, are investigating the case. Supreme Court, on the previous date of hearing as well, had asked for a continuous status report to be submitted in the court. This case was heard yesterday in the court of Chief Justice Suryakant and Justice N. Koteswara Singh, and where CBI filed a report where CBI told the court that it is probing bank fraud of around 73,000 crores linked to Anil Ambani group. And CBI further said that they have filed 7 separate cases, and the investigation is ongoing. The probe includes role of bank officials and their possible collusion with the entire matter. On the other hand, ED as well has flagged irregularities in the IBC process. The claim that they have made is that the loans were routed through multiple entities. Insolvency has triggered through questionable lenders, and the claim amount is nearly 2,983 crores, and it was just settled for 26 crores. So that's a big development that we are having, that such a big loan amount, nearly 3,000 crores loan amount, was just settled for 26 crores. And the Supreme Court has further said that CBI and ED must continue the investigation. They must conduct a fair and a time-bound investigation, and they must work together and share findings. Some time ago, ED had also summoned Anil Ambani. CBI also filed another FIR. So at this point, what we know of, CBI has filed total 7 cases against Anil Ambani, and the investigation is ongoing. And at this moment, the case is not just the case is much bigger now. Previously, what we know of was the case, the loan amount was nearly 40,000 crores, and now it has exceeded 70,000
All right,
crores.
Sarthak, also we would like to know, as you mentioned, that about 2,983 crores have been settled for just 26 crores. This raises a huge gap as well. So could this reflect, how would this reflect on Anil Ambani as the proceedings are going on, the next proceeding? The hearing is on April 30, as we have heard. So how could it reflect on Anil Ambani with this big revelation coming in?
Yes, absolutely. It seems the documents that have been placed on record by ED in the court, it suggests that such a big loan amount, nearly 3,000 crores, was settled for just 26 crores. And if ED is claiming the possibility of such a settlement, then it seems like Anil Ambani may have to take some legal route to avoid the entire issue, because it doesn't seem like he would be having any counter document to prove that such a thing did not take place. And at this point, ED is investigating the matter. The loan amount could be bigger. What they have concluded at this point is the loan amount is nearly 3,000 crores. And it's a big difference, a 3,000 crore loan amount getting settled in 26 crores. It does seem like there are some pertinent and questionable triggers that one needs to look into, and ED is still investigating the matter. This actually flags there are some major irregularities in the insolvency process. So we are still fetching more details into this, and ED is investigating the matter. In fact, the Supreme Court has also directed to work in collaboration. So they may continue investigating collectively and try to find more details on this.
Yes, definitely. Thank you so much for all of your inputs. We will get back to you for more latest developments. Thank you for joining us, Sarthak. And now, viewers, let's move on to another story as India strengthens its nuclear capabilities as the prototype fast-breather reactor at Kalpakkam attains criticality. Prime Minister Narendra Modi called it a major milestone in the second stage of the nation's nuclear program. It's capable of now producing more fuel than it consumes. The reactor now paves the way for using India's vast thorium reserves and reinforces energy self-reliance. Let's take a look at this detailed report.
India strengthens its nuclear capabilities as the prototype fast-breeder reactor at Kalpakkam attains criticality, a defining step in its civil nuclear journey. PM Modi called it as a milestone in the second stage of India's three-stage nuclear program, aimed at multiplying domestic fissile resources using uranium and plutonium. The first stage uses natural uranium in pressurized heavy water reactors, while the second stage, now represented by the PFBR, uses plutonium from spent fuel to generate more energy. Capable of producing more fuel than it consumes, the reactor showcases India's scientific and engineering strength. The third stage envisions large-scale use of thorium using uranium-233 bred in the fast-breeder reactors as a virtually inexhaustible energy source. Experts say that PFBR milestone enhances India's nuclear potential, energy security and position among countries with advanced reactor technologies. PM Modi calls it as a defining moment reflecting India's technological progress and long-term strategic vision for sustainable energy.
Now, viewers, we bring to you a Republic exclusive outside the White House in light of the United States President Donald Trump's address on the ongoing West Asia war. Let's listen in.
President Trump had a major briefing today. Obviously, the entire White House press corps
here, I was there inside the briefing. Clearly, three big takeaways that he had. One, obviously, the U.S. mounted this daring operation by the U.S. armed forces, aided by the CIA, to bring back 2 American pilots from the hostile territory in Iran. That was a major operation. He gave details about that. He also mentioned the fact that opening the Strait of Hormuz is very, very critical for the global energy supplies, and he's determined about that. And he put Iran on notice, saying that by 8 p.m. Eastern time, if Iran does not change tack, that's Tuesday's deadline, he will make sure that there is hell which is rained on Iran by destroying their infrastructure, by destroying their power stations and also bridges. So clearly he's put Iran on notice, but also letting opening the window of diplomatic negotiations a bit. He did not mention about it, but clearly while the diplomatic talks are happening, he did mention about some of the countries in the Middle East who were really supportive of the US's campaign against Iran. And he also spoke about the fact that if he wouldn't have mounted this operation, Iran would have got a nuclear weapon that would have threatened not only Europe but a lot of countries in the region as well. He did not say anything about the deadline on the war ending, but I get a sense that a lot will be clearer after this deadline of 8 p.m. tomorrow. That's Tuesday, Washington, D.C. time, the US ET time.
All right, viewers, we have another major story coming in at this moment. An advisor to Iran's parliament speaker, Mohammad Bakr Ghalibaf, said the President Donald Trump has about 20 hours to submit to Iran. Now, this is a big breaking and also retaliatory statements coming in from Iran. And they are saying Donald Trump has 20 hours to submit to Iran or face devastating consequences for U.S. allies. The threat said if U.S. did not comply, Iran would be forced to have U.S. return to the Stone Age. Mehdi Mohammadi wrote on X. He added that Iran has clearly won the war and will only accept an ending that stabilizes its achievements and creates a new security regime in the region. We will not back down. A stark contrast and a war of words going on between U.S. President and Iran's administration too. Now, Ghalibaf. Now, he has also issued a similar threat back to the U.S. President's address after he made a strong address on the Iran war just a few days ago, just yesterday, saying that Iran will go back to the Stone Age, while reiterating the same statement and throwing it back to the U.S. again and saying that if U.S. does not back down, then they will start to attack U.S. allies, key infrastructure of the U.S. allies. So this is coming in, and also saying that Donald Trump has 20 hours to submit to Iran. So this now, as United States President has in fact started a countdown of about now just 20 hours remaining, in fact, to open the Strait of Hormuz, to come to a deal between the two nations. And now the Iranian administration has now said that Donald Trump has also 20 hours left to submit to Iran. There's another there's war of words exchange between these two countries. And as Donald Trump has said that they could even blow up bridges and power plants in Iran if a deal is not reached. Iran has also countered that and said that U.S. allies will be attacked heavily if the U.S. does not submit to Iran. So Iran is now fully positioned to even restore a new regime even in the region. This is a big incoming between the two countries as war escalates and war of words even escalate and intensifies between the two nations. All right, viewers, let's move on to another story. U.S. President Donald Trump has alleged a major information leak during a sensitive rescue operation, calling it a threat to national security. He says the administration is hunting for the mole and wands of jail time for those responsible. This is in connection with the rescue operation that took out two crew members of the downed F-15 fighter jet. Let's take a listen in at the full report.
Donald Trump claimed that somebody had leaked the information about the missing pilots.
But these two extraordinary rescues, because it was two, and as you probably know, we didn't talk about the first one for an hour. Then somebody leaked something, which we'll hopefully find that leaker.
He also claimed that the administration is working very hard to find the mole.
We're looking very hard to find that leaker, and talked about there's somebody missing. They basically said that we have one and there's somebody missing. Well, they didn't know there was somebody missing until this leaker gave the information.
Donald Trump claimed that once the mole was found, they would be sent to jail.
So whoever it was, we think we'll be able to find it out, because we're going to go to the media company that released it, and we're going to say, national security, give it up or go to jail.
He also claimed that the leaker to be a sick person and that they did not understand the gravity of the situation.
But we have to find that leaker, because that's a sick person. Probably didn't realize the extent of how bad it was. I can't imagine that the person did.
But Trump says that he is determined to find the mole, as it is a matter of national security.
But we're going to find out. It's national security, and the person that did the story will go to jail if he doesn't say, and that doesn't last long, and I think everybody would understand it. They put this mission at great risk.
As the clock is ticking for Iran, this fresh claim from the US adds a new angle to the entire search ops.
Now, viewers, Donald Trump has also made a series of explosive claims on Iran, saying there has been a regime change in the country, even as he insists that was never the objective. From hinting at a secret military plan to claiming Iranians are urging continued strikes, Donald Trump's remarks have raised serious questions about the ground reality and what comes next in the conflict. Let's take a look at the full report.
In the latest briefing from the White House, Trump claims that there has been a regime change in Iran.
We have regime change, but we didn't do this for regime change. We did it for the fact, and my view was very simple. I saw somebody said, oh, he doesn't have a plan. I have the best plan of all, but I'm not going to tell you what my plan is.
He also laid down the plan he has in store for Iran.
We're going to attack at 9:47 in the morning, and then we're going to do this, and then we're going to... And if you don't do that, they say, I have a plan. These people know what the plan is. Everybody here knows what the plan is. But it's very unfair to say, because I don't mind being insulted. I've been insulted for many years by the fake news. But you can't. It's so bad for people that are so you just saw two great, and John Ratcliffe, three unbelievable people. They have a plan. Every single thing has been thought out by all of us.
He also claimed that the people of Iran are asking to be bombed.
They would be willing to suffer that in order to have freedom. The Iranians have, and we've had numerous intercepts. Please keep bombing. Bombs that are dropping near their homes. Please keep bombing. Do it. And these are people that are living where the bombs are exploding. And when we leave and we're not hitting those areas, they're saying, please come back, come back, come back.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
Three, two, one. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation. And also, in case if the main chain of the excretion system doesn't respond, there is always a way of redundant chain and the methodology for excretion. And I don't think it is a major issue, but I'm sure it will get sorted out. And of course, there is a redundant chain which can be conveniently operated.
Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis 2. Let's go.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines lit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
First time it was canceled in February 8th. After that March, we make all the plans, we have all the hype, and it was canceled again. And finally it's happening today. So we are gonna celebrate a new milestone for everybody, not only for USA, for the whole planet, for the whole humanity.
Good roll pitch.
Roger, roll pitch.
Houston, now controlling the flight of integrity. 50 seconds of mission elapsed time. Standing by for main engine throttle up. Guidance converged.
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Director, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Good morning, viewers. You're watching Republic TV with me, Hina Sharma. Now, the clock is ticking for Donald Trump's deadline of 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Donald Trump has threatened that all the bridges in Iran will be destroyed and all the power plants will be out of business. We get to this and all the latest, but first, let's start with the headlines. The Supreme Court has formally notified the constitution of a 9-judge constitution bench, which will commence hearing on 7th of April in the long-pending Sabarimala review matter. Amid unrest in Manipur, a bomb was launched by Kuki groups, resulted in a critical injury of a minor child in Throngloi in Bishnupur district in the early morning of 7th of April. Armed Kuki members were seen evacuating Kuki civilians to safer places as tensions escalate in Manipur's clashes. Air India CEO Campbell Wilson steps down amidst losses and operational setbacks. PM Modi hails India's defining step in civil nuclear journey as Kalapakam fast breeder reactor attains criticality. NASA's Artemis 2 astronauts are officially farther from Earth than any human being has ever gone before.
The entire country can be taken out in one night, and that night might be tomorrow night.
Donald Trump says Iran could be taken out in one night as Tuesday deadline looms.
We have a plan, because of the power of our military, where every bridge in Iran will be decimated by 12 o'clock tomorrow night.
Donald Trump threatens to destroy all Iran bridges, power plants in 4 hours if there is no deal. A spokesperson of Khatam Al-Anbiya Brigade reportedly countered Donald Trump's threats, saying reckless threats will not affect offensive operations nor erase humiliation for United States. And now, viewers, we're getting a big breaking news. The Supreme Court has formally notified the constitution of a 9-judge constitution bench, which will commence its hearing on 7th of April. That's today in the long-pending Sabarimala review matter. Now, the Chief Justice of India, Surya Kant, will hear the reference arising out of review petitions filed against its September 2018 judgment permitting entry of women of all ages into the Lord Ayyappa temple in Sabarimala, along with connected issues that raise significant questions on religious freedoms. This is the latest. We have a big day today as this verdict will be pronounced. This case belongs to 2018 verdict. In fact, where a 5-judge bench earlier of the Supreme Court by 5-1 majority allowed entry of women, but after that several review and writ petitions were filed. I have my colleague Shambhavi joining us to get us more details on this. Shambhavi, a big day as Supreme Court is due to hear all of these petitions and in fact pronounce its verdict as well into the matter. It is going to set a precedent for the future cases as well.
Well, definitely a very important hearing is set to begin today. And for the help of our viewers, just a quick review about the entire Sabarimala matter. This Sabarimala is a very important shrine of Lord Ayyappa in Kerala, where women from 10 years to 50 years of age, they were not allowed inside the temple. Basically, the menstruating age, they were not allowed inside the temple, given that there is a belief that Lord Ayyappa is a celibate deity. Now, in 2018, there was a landmark judgment given by Supreme Court where by a majority of 4:1, they said that women will be allowed in the Sabarimala temple because this practice goes against a right to equality, right against discrimination and freedom of religion for women. These were the main things. After this verdict, there was a huge chaos in Kerala. There were protests carried out. There were review petitions filed. And in 2019, the Supreme Court, although did not stay the 2018 judgment, they did not put a hold on it, but they did put a larger question in front of a larger bench. a larger constitutional question. Now, a 9-judge bench has been set up to hear this matter. Now, this hearing will not be particularly related just with Sabarimala, but to larger questions which involve the line between faith and religious freedom. The line between can a court question or a court interfere with religious practices. So these were some important larger questions which has been put before the Constitution bench, and from today itself the hearing is set to begin. We will see if the 2018 judgment is upheld by this bench or this entire hearing takes a different route. Back to you.
Absolutely, Shambhavi. And yesterday, Supreme Court, in fact, notified the constitution of this 9-judge bench. And today, the hearing will kick off. Shambhavi, this is also a constitutional bench that we're talking about, which will set a precedent for all the future legal cases. We have a 35-year timeline. In fact, in 2006, plea in Supreme Court was filed by Indian young lawyers. In 2018, 5-judge Supreme Court bench declared restrictions as unconstitutional, allowed women entry into the temple. In 2019, a case referred to a larger 7-judge bench to examine religious freedoms. And after that, we have, in fact, on 7th of April 2026, that's today, a 9-judge bench beginning its hearing in the review pleas to address legal questions. So, Shambhavi, essentially, we are talking about a balance between the freedom of religion, freedom of practicing religion, and freedom of equality as well.
Absolutely, absolutely. And this is where they're trying to figure out the line between faith and fundamental rights. They are going to see if the court can interfere in religious practices. They are going to see what is an essential religious practices. If the fact that women cannot enter a religious place comes under an essential religious practice. So these are some larger questions which does not involve Sabarimala alone. Because this decision, once it's out, this verdict, once it's out, it is going to influence multiple topics, multiple such practices which are practiced throughout India. So this is going to be a landmark judgment whenever this verdict comes. But the hearing starts today. We'll see what kind of contentions are put forward by each side, what kind of facts are put forward by each side, and what direction does this hearing take from day one itself.
Absolutely, Shambi. Continue to track this for us. We'll get back to you later during the day. But viewers, now shifting our focus to more news from the poll-bound state of West Bengal. Now we're ahead of West Bengal Assembly elections. Nearly 90 lakh names have been removed from the voter list following a major revision exercise, with only cases cleared by judicial officers retained. Now, pending cases with the appellate tribunal will not feature in this election. Meanwhile, the chief electoral officer is now touring sensitive districts to review security and law and order situation and arrangements, aiming to ensure that a smooth and credible polling process can take place in the state of West Bengal. We have a full report. Take a look.
Nearly 90 lakh names have been deleted from West Bengal's electoral rolls ahead of the assembly polls, with 63 lakh removed from the final list and 27 lakh struck off after adjudication. Only cases cleared by judicial officers after verification have been retained or re-included. Pending cases before the appellate tribunal will not appear in the election cycle. About 45% of names were removed during the revision, while 55% of the adjudicated case were successfully incorporated into the revised voter list. The tribunal has heard 3 to 4 urgent cases, including some referred to the Supreme Court, but full-scale hearings are yet to start due to the pending software for proceedings. The tribunal will prioritize cases with unverified documents and may examine existing records or request additional documents, though no clear timeline has been announced. The Chief Electoral Officer will visit sensitive, violence-prone districts to review the security and law and order measures, meeting local officials to strengthen the public confidence in the electoral process ahead of the polls.
And viewers, now let's get you some news from Tamil Nadu, where TVK leader, actor turned politician Vijay cancels his rally and campaign for the second day in Chennai. While Vijay has asked for permission for 3 hours in Siadapat constituency, the Chennai Police Commissioner granted only 1 hour, cause of which TVK leaders cancelled his plan on campaign. Now, Party General Secretary Adhav Arjun accused the City Commissioner of being favourable to DMK and also requested the ECI to transfer the City Commissioner. So, essentially, in a second day in a row, TVK cancelling rallies scheduled to take place in Tamil Nadu, this time around in Siadipat constituency, accusing the City Commissioner of a favourable behaviour towards the DMK party, MK Stalin party, and cancelling the rally, and also asking Election Commission of India to transfer the City Police Commissioner. A big breaking that we are tracking. All right, I have my colleague Sharda to get us more details on this. Sharda, a second rally cancelled by TVK and essentially asking the election body to transfer the City Commissioner, something that we've seen happening in West Bengal as well, where allegations and counter-allegations are taking place.
Is cancelling his rally and a campaign as per schedule. Yesterday he cancelled it in the constituency Villivakam and today in the constituency Saidapet. While all 234 constituencies that the TVK leader Vijay is planning to go to, there's some of the other disturbances that he's facing is what the party general secretaries are complaining about. Yesterday in the press meet address, they said the meeting was cancelled yesterday because of the time given to the TVK leader Vijay was just 1 hour when the permission sought was for almost 3 hours. Today the same thing has happened for the permission sought in Saidapet. The campaign was expected to happen between 12 to 3, but whereas the City Commissioner has given the permission only for 12 p.m. to 1 p.m, whereas stating that it is only 1 hour permission given to the TVK leader Vijay, it was not acceptable. And the TVK leaders now take it to the Election Commissioner of India, asking the City Commissioner to be changed, also asking him to transfer of positions and claiming that the City Commissioner is favourable towards the DMK and not the TVK leader, and that all these constant changes in postponements are happening because the permission given to the leaders are in a very stipulated time.
Sharda, absolutely. And what is the latest that you have from other political parties speaking about the issue?
Well, yesterday the AIADMK also mentioned that the permissions given to the DMK leaders compared to the other parties have been different, and also saying while all other leaders have been in the DMK have been given permission to conduct road rallies, multiple NDA leaders have been stopped from doing road rallies. Only campaigns have been road rallies are very restricted to the time and the place, especially the locations that they have been choosing. So it's collectively, the TVK leaders collectively say that it is the ruling DMK taking possession of the power in hand.
All right, thank you so much, Sharda, for getting us all the latest in this. Now, viewers, shifting our focus to some more national news, where India And now, viewers, shifting our focus to some more national news, India strengthens its nuclear capabilities as a prototype fast breeder reactor at Kalpakam attains criticality. Now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi called it a milestone in the second stage of the nation's nuclear program, capable of producing more fuel than it consumes. The reactor paves the way for using India's vast thorium reserves and reinforces energy self-reliance. Take a look at this detailed report.
India strengthens its nuclear capabilities as the prototype fast breeder reactor at Kalpakam attains criticality, a defining step in its civil nuclear journey. PM Modi called it as a milestone in the second stage of India's three-stage nuclear program, aimed at multiplying domestic fissile resources using uranium and plutonium. The first stage uses natural uranium in pressurized heavy water reactors, while the second stage, now represented by the PFBR, uses plutonium from spent fuel to generate more energy. Capable of producing more fuel than it consumes, the reactor showcases India's scientific and engineering strength. The third stage envisions large-scale use of thorium using uranium-233 within the fast breeder reactors as a virtually inexhaustible energy source. Experts say that PFPR milestone enhances India's nuclear potential, energy security and position among countries with advanced reactor technologies. PM Modi calls it as a defining moment reflecting India's technological progress and long-term strategic vision for sustainable energy.
And now viewers, Indian markets are down about 0.5%. Nifty is trading below 23,000, Sensex below 74,000. Asian markets also down because of uncertainty looming due to Donald Trump's signals on ending the war. Now global markets rose yesterday on hopes of the war to end soon. Oil and Brent up about 2% as Strait of Hormuz remains closed. US markets remain flat overnight after disappointment over Donald Trump's address. These are the latest figures that we're getting you. Joining me is Pranav, our business editor, to get us more details on this. Pranav, what is the latest as far as markets are concerned?
Well, the Indian markets are in fact trading lower. Yesterday there was a hope that the war could end soon, as a result of which the Indian markets rose about 1.5%. Nifty as well as Sensex ended higher because there was hope that Donald Trump may announce a ceasefire in his late night address yesterday. However, he spoke about a military closure of Hormuz as well as the ending of Iran war continues. Asian markets are trading lower and Indian markets as well are lower by about 0.5% as we speak.
Pranav, since morning we are also seeing multiple attacks taking place on oil facilities. Earlier, Iran's South Pars gas field was also attacked. So oil and Brent also reacting to these developments.
Well, absolutely. In fact, if you remember, oil had touched about $119 per barrel in the middle of the war, and we are once again seeing oil prices nearing those levels. As we speak, oil is right now trading at about $116, and Brent is trading at about $111 per barrel. That's a rise of about 2%. And we are seeing the impact of rising oil prices getting reflected across the global market. So as we speak, today is the deadline. All eyes are on what the U.S. does, because he had said clearly that today would be installations and bridges and infrastructure day. So we are there is some sort of action, military action expected from the U.S. So all eyes on that, and the markets will continue to react to what happens in the Middle East.
Absolutely, Pranav, and we have another breaking news. In fact, which says that rupee has fallen 17 paise to 93.07 against US dollar in early trade. This is the latest figures that we're getting. Pranav.
Absolutely, because there are 2 or 3 factors that are affecting the rupee. One is the FII inflow. The foreign institutional investors have been pulling money out of Indian markets in light of the uncertainty. And the second is the strengthening of the dollar. What we're seeing right now is that as oil prices go up, all the countries' reserve banks and central banks are rushing to buy more dollar in order to import oil, as a result of which we are seeing a two-way phenomenon. One is that the dollar is strengthening, and the second is the rupee is weakening because of FIIs, the foreign institutional investors pulling money out of Indian markets. So a dual impact is what we are seeing. Uncertainty in the Indian rupee will continue till the war is on, is what experts tell us.
All right, thank you so much, Pranav, for getting us all the latest as far as market figures are concerned. Thank you once again. Now, viewers, we're getting another breaking news where a House Democrat has announced on Monday that she will introduce articles of impeachment against Secretary of Defense Pete Hexit over his handling of U.S. operations in Iran. Now, Hexit is emerging as Democrats' top target in the Trump cabinet following the ousters of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem and Attorney General Pam Bondi. Now, Representative Yasamin Ansari said in a statement that she will introduce articles of impeachment against Pete Hexit next week for repeatedly violating his oath of office and his duty to the Constitution. Hexit's reckless endangerment of U.S. service members and repeated war crimes are grounds for impeachment and removal from office, is what the House Democrat has said. Now, the House Democrats' freshman class president is in fact releasing this statement that we are flashing at this point in time, where the Democrat essentially using a very strong language against Pete Hexit, saying that these are war crimes that are being committed in Iran, and increasingly US military personnel are being pushed in the line of fire. A reckless, endangered US serviceman is what the Democrat has termed Pete Hexit, Secretary of War of United States. So essentially, an impeachment introduced against Secretary of War. In fact, it will be introduced next week, is what the Democrat has said. Now remember, viewers, Pete Hexit has been speaking about this war in very, very strong language, and now we have Democrat talking about the introduction of impeachment against him. And viewers, US Defense Secretary Pete Hexit has issued a strong warning to Iran, claiming that American forces executed deep strikes with precision and dominance. He says that Iran's military has been left embarrassed and warns Tehran to choose wisely as US operations will intensify. Take a look at this detailed report.
Pete Hexit claimed that Iran's military is embarrassed and humiliated, and that Donald Trump did not hesitate.
When American airmen were down behind enemy lines, our forces and our president did not hesitate. Special operators supported by elite air crews and intelligence professionals moved swiftly and decisively into treacherous mountain terrain under the constant threat of Iranian forces closing in. Ultimately, it was an impotent Iranian threat. And today, as the CIA director mentioned, Iran's military, and we know this, is embarrassed and humiliated, and they should be.
He also claimed that Iranians are still in awe about the operation.
This was not just barely into Iran, this was deep into Iran, involving coordinated strikes to suppress threats, deception tactics to protect our teams, and full synchronization across air, ground, and special operations. The Iranians are still asking themselves right now, how did the Americans do this?
He also asked Iran to choose wisely, as President Trump does not bluff.
Under his command, America projects power with confidence and brings our people home with victory. And that continues today, by the way. Per the president's direction, today will be the largest volume of strikes since day one of this operation. Tomorrow, even more than today. And then Iran has a choice. Choose wisely, because this president does not play around. You can ask Soleimani, you can ask Maduro, you can ask Khomeini.
Pete Hexit also said that this operation should be a clear message to Tehran.
To our adversaries watching from Tehran, let this be a clear message. The United States military will go anywhere, at any time, to protect our own and complete the mission. We execute with precision. We control the sky.
He also claimed that US flew for over 7 hours and Iran did nothing about it.
We flew for 7 hours in daylight over Iran to get the first pilot. And we flew 7 hours in the middle of the night to get the second. And Iran did nothing about it. We fight with honor, and under President Trump's leadership, we win.
With now US openly threatening Iran, will the war escalate even further, or will Iran sign a deal with the US?
Taking a short break, coming up, Air India CEO Campbell Wilson steps down amidst losses and operational setbacks.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Three, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching the Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and the top focus in this bulletin will definitely be on the West Asian conflict. We'll get you the latest minute-to-minute updates on what exactly happening in the West Asian conflict, because Donald Trump has given a final warning. He has given a 48 hours warning to Iran that he will be conducting strikes on key bridges, and he will not leave any key bridge, and also he will be bombarding the power plants inside Tehran, deep in Iran. Now, this is is the final warning of Donald Trump. We'll get you all the updates of this and also the top national and international breaking news stories. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour. The Supreme Court has formally notified the constitution of a 9-judge constitution bench, which will commence hearing on April 7 in the long-pending Sabarimala review matter. Amid unrest in Manipur, a bomb launched by Kuki groups resulted in a critical injury of a minor child at Tronglaubi in Bishnupur district in the early morning of April 7th. Armed Kuki members were seen evacuating Kuki civilians to safer places as tensions escalate in Manipur's clashes. Air India CEO Campbell Wilson steps down amidst losses and operational setbacks. PM Modi hails India's defining step in civil nuclear journey as Kalpakkam fast breeder reactor attains criticality. NASA's Artemis 2 astronauts are officially farther from Earth than any human has gone before.
Tomorrow night.
Trump says Iran could be taken out in one night as Tuesday deadline looms.
We have a plan, because of the power of our military, where every bridge in Iran will be decimated by 12 o'clock tomorrow night.
Donald Trump threatens to destroy all Iranian bridges, power plants in 4 hours if there is no deal. Spokesperson of Khatam Al-Anbiya Brigade reportedly countered Trump's threats, saying reckless threats will not affect offensive operations nor ease humiliation of United States. All right, viewers, now let's begin this bulletin with the big breaking news development and our focus story. We have a big breaking news coming in. Air India CEO, that is Campbell Wilson, has resigned amidst operational issues with the airline. Big development coming in as we speak now. His tenure ends in 2027 and is serving his notice period at the moment. As we speak now, Air India CEO and Managing Director Campbell Wilson has reportedly resigned from his positions now, as per the reports that we have fetched. A person familiar with the development told that Wilson had expressed his intention to step down and formally conveyed his decision to the airline's board. The airline is yet to issue an official statement, so we are waiting for an official statement, but this is a very big development amid many setbacks that Air India, the airline, is facing right now. Also, the mention of the crash that occurred almost a year ago. Now, Campbell has resigned before his tenure ends. There was still time for his tenure, and before that he has resigned. Now, as per reports, he has cited many reasons, but many among them. Now, these are the graphics to explain you better what exactly happened. Now, Wilson was appointed in 2022. Now, this is the same time it was a takeover by the Tata Group. Now, he was appointed on a 5-year contract, which means 2027 was the deadline of the tenure to end. The Wilson's tenure should have been ended by July 2027. So there is a lot of time that was left. Now, as per the reports that we are getting, his resignation has been formally accepted also. This is also what we are getting. And he is currently serving a notice period. All right, we have Harsha for more details on the story. Harsha, this is a very big development and there must have been multiple reasons for that, and definitely the losses that are being faced by Air India and the performance pressure, or also the way the perception has been about the service of Air India, and the crash also must have played a very important role, a crucial role in the build-up to the resignation. What is the latest that you are fetching? Why did he resign?
So, Shivam, there was not one. There were multiple reasons for Campbell Wilson to resign as the CEO of Air India. We can't forget the number one being the AI 171 crash, how it happened, and after how it was dealt by the CEO, Campbell Wilson, how the entire fuck-ups were coming outside this entire fiasco which happened in the Air India. Not only that, Shivam, how can you forget the show cause notices? Not one, two, but 29 show cause notices were served to the Air India CEO and the entire Air India for the mishaps and the maintenance and the repair issue which was caused by Air India, and how passengers were suffering because of that. Third being, Shivam, they were asking 4,000 crore compensation from the government and for the airspace closure of Pakistan. That is also being one of the major reason, and continuously there was pressure which was being floated on the Ministry of Civil Aviation by Campbell Wilson majorly, and the kind of the relation and the building which has to be done as an advisor between government and Air India. Campbell Wilson failed to achieve that. Campbell Wilson failed to do that after AI 171 crash. We can't forget, Shivam, how Chandrasekharan, the chairman of the group, had flew down to Delhi to ensure there's a damage control, and he himself made each and every one. From the government, from the advisors to the ministers, he met each and every one himself, not relying on the forces of the Campbell Wilson anymore. And it was a speculation which was going around in the aviation industry since long regarding Campbell Wilson's resignation. And Shivam, for all our viewers to understand that last Monday, which was 30th March, there was a board meeting which was called by Air India. In that board meeting only of the Tatas, Campbell Wilson first time had put out the formal resignation. Till the time there were news of his orally informing the board members, orally informing Chandrasekharan about the resignation that he's going to step down as the CEO of Air India. But on 30th March, formally the resignation was put out by him in writing in front of the board members. And also, I would like that the tickers should be corrected right now, Shivam, because the Air India CEO Campbell Wilson's resignation has not been accepted. The Air India top sources have clearly, the Air India CEO, the Air India sources have clearly told us that next Monday, there's again a board meeting. And in that board meeting, the resignation will be formally accepted by all the board members and the new CEO will be appointed. There could be an interim CEO also which will be appointed by Air India, which will be next Monday. Every Monday there's a Tata board meeting which is called. So right now Campbell Wilson isn't very much in the office. He is serving his period. There has been no reward from the side of Chandrasekharan and the board members that whether the resignation has been accepted or not. But largely we know that he's going to step down. He's not going to be in the position of CEO now because of all the issues, mishaps, and the pertainance of the continuous maintenance repair and the Boeing issue and the Air India and the government clashes which has been happening since long after AI 171 crash. Shiva.
Definitely. So, Harsha, the primary reason, as you're mentioning, one of the most important reasons is the Air India crash that occurred. And also we are getting reports, and if you can correct us on that, is the airspace closure trouble also one of the reasons, the airspace closure trouble and also the West Asian conflict, the rising prices? Did all of this add up to this exact moment when he decided to resign? Or there are other factors also involved? Or primarily the crash was one of the most, one of the biggest reasons of his resignation?
So, Shivam, crash was one of the biggest reasons, and after that, how the victims were being dead. Shivam, we can't forget how the lawyers from Air India were continuously putting pressure on the families of the victims. They were continuously putting pressure to sign the MOUs, the understanding NOCs between Air India and between victim families, and they were ready to give them compensation above 25 lakh, which was already announced, to keep their mouths shut. That's the kind of system which was going inside Air India. And when the entire news came out, Air India was in fiasco. It had to give a given written explanation to Ministry of Civil Aviation and others as well.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for all the information. We'll come back to you as unfolding. Another big news that is coming in right now as we speak. Breaking news development. These are the visuals of protest. I'm being told that these are the visuals which are coming from Manipur. On the screens, ladies and gentlemen, unrest builds up in Manipur with clashes escalating. Emergency shutdown has been imposed in Moirang area and the Bishnupur district. Now, these are the visuals and our correspondent seems to be at the location. All right, we have Lintoy with us. Lintoy, you at the location. People are protesting, jamming the road, the highway. Give us more details.
Yeah, so the incident over here is protest. We have clearly seen that they are
protesting on the roads, taking the roads and burning the tire in the middle of the road, blocking all the vehicles over here. So this is not some kind of a normal act over here. The civilians over here are condemning the brutal attack to civilians. So the situation here on the ground is very tense and continues to escalate with its passing hour. What we are learning is that early this morning in Thonglaubi village of Bisnupur district, suspected Kuki militants carried out a bomb attack targeting civilians and that target tragically 2 children, a 5-year-old boy and a 5-month-old infant lost their lives. And as per sources, the attack happened while the child was asleep with his mother, which has triggered massive outrage among locals. So these are the visuals here. Protests have erupted in Bisnupur district, where angry locals have blocked the police station and burning materials right in the middle of the road, demanding immediate and strict action. And also they call the action carried out by the Kuki militants as a very heinous act and a barbaric act. So what is also extremely concerning is that it's the recovery of rocket launcher from Thonglaubi. So the long-range missile. So this clearly indicates the kind of heavy weaponry being used and raise serious questions about how such arms are being accessed. So adding the tension, at least 3 oil tankers have been set on fire in Moirang area, further deteriorating the law and order situation in Manipur. And this is not an isolated flare-up. Attacks have also been reported from Ukhrul and Kamsong district. In fact, today marks the 3rd consecutive day of violence, which is a coordinated escalation. So security forces are also on high alert, and even in Ukhrul and Kamsong district, they are continuing firing in these districts also. Back to studio.
Yeah, definitely. But the story is quite sad, very unfortunate that little children were killed in this incident on the attack by the Kuki groups, which was conducted in Manipur. If you can exactly run us through the sequence of events which unfolded, how the attack might have been planned, and it was during the night time, and little children died as a result of that. They hurled bombs. They hurled grenades. What is the latest you're fetching? Were they using automatic weapons in this case also?
So, yeah, they are using all that kind of advanced weapons like long-range missile and all. So, for this incident, former Chief Minister N. Biren has also condemned the act. Meanwhile, the current Chief Minister, Yunam Kemchan, and the 3 deputy CMs, Nemsa Kipgen, belonging from the Kuki community, Lozi Diko, belonging from the Tangkol community, and one deputy CM belonging from the Meitei community, Govindas Pontalzam, has not yet reacted anything on this incident right now.
All right, what are the statements by the local leaders out there? I'm getting a statement from Thongam Shanti Singh, who has strongly condemned the brutal attack. He has given at the time of the attack also at 1:05 a.m. when the mother and the 2 children were asleep together in their bedroom. And he calls it a heinous act of violence, nothing less than an act of terrorism.
Yeah, he called it an act of terrorism, and it's a heinous violence towards an innocent life, because the 2 children, along with their mother, are sleeping, and in the middle of the night, it's at around 1:05 a.m. So they are targeting the house. So this is an heinous act, which is a kind of a very dangerous violence which is going on in Manipur right now. Back to the studio.
Yeah, definitely.
We'll get more update when I reach the spot again.
All right. These are the live visuals coming in from that location. People have blocked the highway. Situation is pretty tense as we speak right now. How sensitive is the situation out there? If you can put this into perspective.
Yeah, the situation over the ground is very sensitive right now. The security are on high alert, and the public aggressive public right now coming on the streets and blocking the roads right now. Back to studio.
All right. Has there been additional deployment of security forces in that location? How's the local police? Have everybody reached that location? Have the area been cordoned off for the public?
Yeah, the district has been completely shut down, and meanwhile, the state authority has also said that Manipur has been shut down. So, so now, Manipur is under shutdown right now. Back to studio.
All right. Thanks a lot. Stay with us. We are just describing what's exactly happening there. This is from Manipur. Now, this highway has been blocked. People are protesting over the brutal killing of innocent children. 2 little children aged just 5 years and 5 months have been killed in this brutal attack. Now, we are also getting reports that this was not a bomb, but could have been a possible small missile or something of that sort, which might have been used in this case. Some sort of sophisticated weaponry which was used for the attack in that village. And very unfortunate story where little children had to die as a result of an attack by the Kuki groups in that village. Now, all right. We have another big breaking news development. Now, breaking news developments are coming in as a reaction on what exactly unfolded there. Former Manipur CM N. Biren Singh, ex-Manipur CM N. Biren Singh reacts to fresh violence and to the incident and has said, deeply pained by the tragic attack in Moirang, Tronglaubi, that took the lives of 2 innocent children. Such a horrific act against civilians, especially young lives, is beyond condemnable. Now, this is the reaction, definitely beyond condemnable. While efforts may be ongoing, such occurrences underline the need for more effective ground-level vigilance and timely intervention. And he also adds, and he says that, I believe that the authorities are at the job to bring the perpetrators to justice and reinforce measures to safeguard civilians while we navigate through these tragic times. Always remember who provoked when the entire state was working towards peace. So while everybody is trying for peace in Manipur, such incidents adds fuel to the fire, and such kind of violence should be condemned in the strongest of words. These are beyond words, the kind of heinous act where little children were killed, small children were killed, nearly 5-year-old and 5-month-old who were killed while they were sleeping with their mother. Very, very sad case, very sad story. All right, we have Linthoy with us for more updates. Linthoy, the reactions are pouring. The local MLA had reacted. Now the ex-CM has also reacted. Over to you.
So yeah, ex-CM has reacted to the incident. He said that it's a tragic attack, and he also termed it as a very horrific act against civilians, especially the young lives. And he also termed it as a very the incident is beyond condemnable. So this incident should be taken seriously because they are taking the life of 2 children, 1 5-year-old and 1 5-month infant. So this kind of attack is not a normal attack. It's not against some between terrorists or between insurgent groups. They are targeting the civilians. They are targeting the life of civilians who are sleeping peacefully with their mother. So this is not just a normal kind of act. It's an act of terrorism against the civilians. Back to studio.
Yeah, definitely. People must be furious. And if you can exactly describe the location, was it a buffer zone? Was there no security deployment in place? Was there no intelligence inputs in place before the attack took place? Where was the failure actually happening? What was the beginning of the failure in intel, especially? Because there is intel in such cases. What exactly led to the sequence of events which unfolded there?
Yeah. So this is not a this kind of red zone area or something buffer zone area. This is a sensitive area which has a neighboring village with the Kuki village. So actually this area has in earlier also they have a record of targeting a missile, long range missile. So in that target also one old man was who is performing for a Shraddha ceremony was dead in that incident. So this is the second time which reported from Moirang. Back to studio.
A very, very vital fact here that explains us that a missile was really a missile used in this attack.
Yeah, according to our reports, according to the reports that we received from the ground, they are using a long-range missile. So this is the report that we receive as of now, and we have also recovered a photo of the long-range missile, and also this is the one report that we have received as of now.
All right, so it was a long-range missile that was also found. Stay with us, Lintoy. We are getting another breaking news development from Manipur. We need your comment on that. And in Manipur, all schools shut. National Highway 2, Imphal Churachandpur Road along with the Tidim line has been blocked. NH2, Imphal Churachandpur Road has been blocked in Manipur as a reaction. The people are protesting, people are blockading highways. Schools across Manipur have been shut. We hope the tensions do not escalate further. And this is the latest you're getting. NH2 Imphal Churachandpur Road has been blocked. All right, I have a correspondent on field, on the location. Lintoy, schools have been shut. National Highway has been blocked. More details.
Yeah, school has been shut down and national highways have been blocked. Because of the incident, all the agri locals are coming on the streets, taking the streets, and they are blocking the roads. So they are burning all kind of stuff like tires and all, protesting and condemning the heinous act. Because of the law and order situation, the state authority has announced shutdown across Manipur.
All right, Lintoy, keep tracking the latest developments. We'll come back to you as more details unfold. Thanks a lot. So this was Manipur. Ladies and gentlemen, let's now move on to another big breaking news development. Now, this story is from Goa, where a woman has been killed, a colleague injured after a luxury car, a Mini Cooper, crashes into bike. Now, businessman's son has been held in this case. A 23-year-old woman employee of a 5-star hotel was killed. And her male colleague is seriously injured after a speeding luxury car allegedly driven by a businessman's son rammed into their motorcycle in North Goa. Now, as per the police, on Monday arrested Darius Dias, 22-year-old, in connection with the accident which took place in the Donapaula locality near here on Sunday night. An official said Dias, who was allegedly driving a Mini Cooper, a luxury car, rammed the vehicle into the motorcycle. Now, he said that, adding that the car bore a temporary number plate installed before a vehicle is registered with the Regional Transport Office. Now, the number plate was not there because it must have been a new car. There was a temporary registration. Now, these are the visuals of the vehicle. The vehicle, this is the Mini Cooper which was involved in the accident. Oh, okay, I'm being told that I have Sorali with us for more details in this story. Sorali, what is the latest that you're fetching? We are getting to know that it is a Mini Cooper that was involved in an accident and one has died as a result of the accident.
Yes, that's true. Let me tell you, on Sunday night, this tragic incident unfolded wherein one woman was killed and her colleague is seriously injured right now. And according to the latest update we have on this entire story we have been tracking, is that police has said that by Tuesday, the accused was arrested. Dias is with police right now. And let me tell you, he's the son of big businessman in Goa. He's the son of owner of Miles hotel chain in Goa. And as we can see, the kind of visuals on our screens, that the bike is the Mini Cooper which he was driving. He rammed into this bike, and this tragic incident has unfolded in the Donapaula vicinity, to be very precise, in Goa. So these are the updates we have right now. Back to you.
All right. Has there been any reports, have you fetched any reports about whether he was under an influence of some alcohol or something? Was he under the influence of drugs or something? He was not a minor in this case. Was he overspeeding beyond the limit? That must have been one of the reasons of this accident.
These details are yet to be out. Police is being questioned constantly, but details are not being put out by the police department. On the other hand, let me tell you, there is also one very important point in this case, that there's a very newly registered number plate on the car which he was driving, which is a very suspicious point, and all these questions are being analyzed and investigated right now. That was he under the influence of alcohol? On the other hand, was he over speeding on road? Because the kind of visuals we can see on screen are clearly telling that he must be over speeding, and that's the reason the bike was hit. It was the car rammed into the bike, and one of the women colleagues died on the spot. On the other hand, other one is seriously injured, but all the other details are awaited yet.
All right, thanks a lot, Surali, for all the updates in the story. Keep tracking for more developments. Now, viewers, these are the visuals which are coming from Goa, where an accident took place. Now it's time to slip into a short commercial break. Don't go anywhere, because coming up next, Donald Trump threatens to destroy all Iran bridges, power plants in 4 hours if there is no deal. Coming up next. Don't go anywhere.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Character, the taste of success.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
The Supreme Court has formally notified the constitution of a 9-judge constitution bench, which will commence hearing on April 7th in the long-pending Sabarimala review matter. Amid unrest in Manipur, a bomb launched by Kuki groups resulted in the killing of 2 minor children at Thronglawi in Bishnupur district in the early morning of April 7th. Armed Kuki members were seen evacuating Kuki civilians to safer places as tensions escalated in Manipur's clashes. Air India CEO Campbell Wilson steps down amidst losses and operational setbacks. PM Modi hails India's defining step in civil nuclear journey as Kalapakkam fast breeder reactor attains criticality. NASA's Artemis 2 astronauts are officially farther from Earth than any human has ever gone before.
The entire country could be taken out in one night, and that night might be tomorrow night.
And US President Donald Trump says Iran could be taken out in one night as Tuesday deadline looms.
We have a plan, because of the power of our military, where every bridge in Iran will be decimated by 12 o'clock tomorrow night.
And Donald Trump threatens to destroy all Iranian bridges, power plants in 4 hours if there is no deal happening. And also Iran hits back at US. Iran reacts. A spokesperson of Khatam Al-Anbiya brigade reportedly countered Trump's threats, saying reckless threats will not affect offensive operations nor ease humiliation of United States. All right, viewers, we are getting a big breaking news development. Now, this pertains to a West Asian conflict, a very big development here. Now, reports suggest that Iran's Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khamenei is unconscious and is receiving treatment in Qom. Now, reports cited an intelligence assessment, and if this intel is true, then it's a very big development that he is under severe medical condition, is being treated. Iran's new Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khamenei is receiving medical treatment in Qom city of Iran. The diplomatic memo is understood to be based on a US-Israel intelligence shared with Gulf allies, which suggests that Khamenei is unconscious and being treated for a severe medical condition. Now, reports said that it had seen the memo, which reveals the location of the Supreme Leader for the first time. So this is Iran's new Supreme Leader, Mojtaba Khamenei. Now, we remember Donald Trump used to make claims that he is injured, he is not well. There were earlier claims that we have killed him, and now this is the latest which is coming, and this is coming from the intelligence, US-Israeli intelligence, and this is one of the biggest stories for today, where there are reports that Iran's Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khamenei is unconscious, he's not well, he's receiving treatment, and that too in Qom. Now, reports cited an intelligence assessment. Reports say Iran's new Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khamenei is receiving medical treatment in Qom city of Iran. The diplomatic memo is understood to be based on US-Israel intelligence shared with Gulf allies, which suggests that Khamenei is unconscious and being treated for a severe medical condition. A report said that it had seen the memo, which reveals the location of the Supreme Leader for the very first time. Mojtaba Khamenei unconscious and being treatment. It is a very big development that we are getting Mojtaba Khamenei, the Supreme Leader of Iran. Now, he is one of the primary targets. He was one of the primary targets of Iran, inside Iran, from US and Israel's perspective. Now, he's Mojtaba Khamenei unconscious as the war rages on. He's reportedly unconscious, receiving urgent medical treatment in Qom, raising serious doubts over who is actually running the country amid this escalating war with the United States and Israel. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another big breaking news development that we are getting. US media citing a US official has said that US President Donald Trump may delay the attack on Iran if he sees real signs of a deal on the horizon, and he alone holds the decision to begin destroying Iran's infrastructure at 8 p.m. EST on Tuesday. Now, Trump may delay attack on Iran. This is the latest that we are fetching. Is it another U-turn by Donald Trump? He says something, does something, never holds true to his words. Is this that, or this is a final, after the final warning, this is something else? He holds decision on destroying, as per the authorities, that he is the one who will be holding the final decision. He will be deciding that whether we go forward, move ahead with the strikes or not. This is being said as per reports by US official. US media is citing a US official who has said that US President Donald Trump may delay the attack on Iran if Donald Trump sees real signs of a deal on the horizon, and he alone holds the decision to begin destroying Iran's infrastructure very soon at 8 p.m. EST. Or not more than 20 hours are left for the 48-hour ultimatum that was given by President of the United States, POTUS, that is Donald Trump, and less than the 48-hour deadline will be over in the next 19 to 20 hours, and then will he conduct strikes? Will he be bombing the bridges as he spoke? Will he be bombing the plants, the power plants? This is a very big question. And now this is the latest that we are getting. And he might delay the attack. That he might delay, that means he won't attack in this case, because IRGC is not backing down. The spokesperson of Khatam Al-Anbiya has strongly responded to Donald Trump's statement, and they have warned that our attacks will continue no matter what. Now, this is again another big development, because Donald Trump this time had given a very big warning to Iran, and Iran even went on to ask its citizens to form human shield to prevent the bombing, and that could have proved to be more fatal and more disaster. All right, viewers, we're getting another big breaking news. King Fahad Causeway, a key bridge linking Saudi Arabia to the island of Bahrain, has been closed over threats from Iranian attack. Big breaking news that we are getting. One of the big bridges, a key bridge linking Saudi Arabia to Bahrain, has been closed. Now, there is continuous threats. These are threats that we are getting. The King Fahad Causeway, which has been closed as a precautionary measure. It's a precautionary measure to prevent any untoward incident in case. A key bridge linking Saudi Arabia to the island of Bahrain, closed over threats from Iranian attack. Now, King Fahad Causeway, a key bridge linking Saudi Arabia to island Bahrain, closed over threats from Iranian attack. This is the latest and developing story. We'll get you more details on this. Well, viewers, we have lots of breaking news lined up for you. We have another breaking news development from the Middle East now. Saudi Arabia acknowledges that debris falls near energy infrastructure. Another big breaking news development that we are fetching. Saudi Arabia has said early Tuesday that seven ballistic missiles from Iran targeted the kingdom's oil infrastructure, oil-rich eastern province, with debris from the missiles crashing into the ground near energy facilities. Now, the brief statement from Major General Turki Al-Malki, a spokesman for the Saudi military, did not elaborate on the extent of the damage on the ground, though he said an assessment is underway. It wasn't clear what energy facilities had been impacted in this case, but this is Saudi Arabia acknowledging debris falls. Now, assessment underway of any potential damage. So the entire Middle East is engulfed in the conflict. It is engulfed in the West Asian conflict. They are intercepting missiles. They are giving shelter to US soldiers, and that's why IRGC continues to strike locations, especially bases in the entire Middle East and even beyond. They are trying to hit US bases and US targets, and the complete Middle Eastern region, in the West Asian region, conflict is escalating, and now this is the reaction and confirmation by Saudi Arabia, which has acknowledged debris falling near energy infrastructure. Now, Saudi Arabia has said early Tuesday that 7 ballistic missiles from Iran targeted the kingdom's oil-rich eastern province, with debris from the missiles crashing into the ground near energy facilities. Big breaking news development. Saudi Arabia said early Tuesday that 7 ballistic missiles from Iran were going over the sky, and they tried to intercept, and now we have debris falling, assessment underway of any potential damage that might have taken place. This is Saudi Arabia acknowledging debris falls near energy infra. All right, viewers, we have another big breaking news development that we are fetching. Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has said that we are working with our international partners to keep fuel flowing for Australians. Another big breaking news development. It is the big oil crisis that the entire world is facing, the rising prices of oil and the pressure because there is no supply, there is no replenishment. This is the reason everybody is worried. All the countries, especially European countries also, China also, the neighboring countries of India also. Now, this is the reaction which is coming from Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, who has said that we are working with our international partners to keep fuel flowing for the Australians. Now, he's trying to mention that they are making efforts. Now, this must have been an address, a statement for the citizens of Australia, to comfort them that no matter how difficult the situation is, that the government is at least trying to do something. And also, the way the prices have risen, the governments have tried to take the pressure on themselves and given a cushion for the public. And this is Australia. Australia said will shield Australians from war impact, will not let the the rise in price pass on to the citizens, Australia will shield Australians from the war impact. This is Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, who has said that we are working with our international partners to keep the fuel flowing for the Australians. This is the statement that has come from Anthony Albanese over the problem of the fuel crisis. We have the entire bite, the reaction of Anthony Albanese. Let's listen in.
My government will continue to take every action we can to shield Australians from the impact of this war. This includes continuing to shore up our fuel supply. This week, on Thursday, I will head to Singapore. Australia is facing a more uncertain world, and therefore the certainty of those clear, close relationships is more important than ever. Engaging with our international partners is an important part of keeping our fuel supply flowing. My government will continue to take every action we can to shield Australians from the impact of this war. This includes continuing to shore up our fuel supply. This week, on Thursday, I will head to Singapore. Australia is facing a more uncertain world, and therefore the certainty of those clear, close relationships is more important than ever. Engaging with our international partners is an important part of keeping our fuel supply flowing.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, CIA Director John Ratcliffe has revealed details of a high-risk rescue operation that brought back a downed US airman from inside Iran, now describing it as a no-fail mission. Now, Ratcliffe said the agency relied on highly classified cutting-edge technology along with human intelligence. Now, assets to locate the pilot, calling the effort comparable to finding a grain of sand in the desert. Watch this report. CIA Director John Ratcliffe has detailed what he calls a high-stakes, no-fail rescue mission deep inside Iran.
Because it is the unique tradition of the U.S. Armed Forces that we leave no man or woman behind, this was a no-fail mission. That was the spirit in which the President put us to work, and we were determined not to let him down.
According to Ratcliffe, the operation was launched after a US F-15 airman was downed in hostile territory. He said locating the pilot was like finding a single grain of sand in the middle of a desert.
At the President's direction, we deployed both human assets and exquisite technologies that no other intelligence service in the world possesses to a daunting challenge, comparable to hunting for a single grain of sand in the middle of a desert. This was also a race against the clock, as it was critical that we locate the downed aviator as quickly as possible, while at the same time keeping our enemies misdirected. For that reason, in addition to the human and technical assets deployed by the President to find our airman, CIA executed a deception campaign to confuse the Iranians who were desperately hunting for our airmen. On Saturday morning, we achieved our primary objective by finding and providing confirmation that one of America's best and bravest was alive and concealed in a mountain crevice, still invisible to the enemy, but not to the CIA. That confirmation was relayed by Secretary Hexit to the President, and the operation quickly moved to the execution phase. Following the successful exfiltration on Saturday night, our intelligence reflects that the Iranians were embarrassed and ultimately humiliated by the success of this audacious rescue mission.
CIA did not reveal the exact nature of the technology used. But the key details of the operation are still shrouded in secrecy, with many unanswered questions surrounding covert operations in some of the world's most sensitive regions. All right, viewers, now we have another very big breaking news that we are getting right now. Now, this is Iran. An Iran official calls for youths to form human chains around power plants ahead of the threatened Trump strikes. Now, remember, Donald Trump had warned He had given a 48 hours ultimatum to open the Strait of Hormuz. Otherwise, he will be bombing the power plants, the key bridges. Now, this is Iran. Big statement, very big statement by Iran. Iran asks the citizens to form human chains around power plants. And just imagine if people do that, what would happen? The kind of collateral damage that it might be for the US forces also. The human toll. An Iranian official on early Tuesday issued a video message calling on youths of the Islamic Republic to form human chains around power plants in the country ahead of threatened strikes by US President Donald. Now, Ali Reza Rahimi, identified by Iranian state television as the secretary of the Supreme Council of Youth and Adolescents, issued the video call in a newscast. Now, he said, I invite all young people, athletes, artists, students and university students and their professors. Now, what kind of statement this is? This is very risky, and they are encouraging their citizens to form human chain around the power plants now, and this can prove to be very fatal. Now, remember, we are already showing you the timeline. It's already just 18 hours left, 18 hours, 43 minutes and 50 seconds left for the big strike, which will be done by Donald Trump. The clock is ticking. Donald Trump threatens Iran, and the ultimatum is going to end soon. Let's listen into what exactly has been conveyed by the Iranian official to the Iranian youth.
من از همه جوانان، ورزشکاران، هنرمندان، بچه‌های دانشجو و دانشگاهی و اساتیدمون دعوت می‌کنم.
All right, so this is the reaction that we are getting, the kind of messaging and the kind of statements, a very dangerous statement, I would like to say. He is, as you know, Ali Reza Rahimi, and he has given this statement, and he has requested the citizens and especially the youth in Iran to form human chains around the power plants. All right, viewers, we have another big news that we need to follow. This is Donald Trump, who has alleged a major information leak during a sensitive rescue operation, calling it a threat to national security. Now, he says that the administration is hunting for the mole and warns of jail time for those responsible. Watch this report.
Donald Trump claimed that somebody had leaked the information about the missing pilots.
But these two extraordinary rescues, because it was two, and as you probably know, we didn't talk about the first one for an hour, and then somebody leaked something, which we'll hopefully find that leaker.
He also claimed that the administration is working very hard to find the mole.
We're looking very hard to find that leaker, and talked about there's somebody missing. They basically said that we have one and there's somebody missing. Well, they didn't know there was somebody missing until this leaker gave the information.
Donald Trump claimed that once the mole was found, they would be sent to jail.
So whoever it was, we think we'll be able to find it out, because we're going to go to the media company that released it, and we're going to say, national security, give it up or go to jail.
He also claimed that the leaker to be a sick person and that they did not understand the gravity of the situation.
But we have to find that leaker, because that's a sick person. Probably didn't realize the extent of how bad it was. I can't imagine that the person did.
But Trump says that he is determined to find the mole, as it is a matter of national security.
But we're going to find out. It's national security, and the person that did the story will go to jail if he doesn't say, and that doesn't last long, and I think everybody would understand it. They put this mission at great risk.
As the clock is ticking for Iran, this fresh claim from the US adds a new angle to the entire search ops.
All right, viewers, now we have another big breaking news development, and this is that the IDF soldiers have eliminated the terrorists, as they call it, from Hezbollah's anti-tank missile unit in a mosque, and located dozens of weapons now over the last few weeks. Now, IDF troops from the 91st Division have been operating in southern Lebanon and have continued the targeted ground operation with the aim of defending the residents of northern Israel. This is the IDF speaking. The soldiers identified Hezbollah anti-tank terrorists who had positioned themselves inside a mosque in the area. Now, following the identification, the soldiers eliminated the terrorists and dismantled the compound in order to remove the threat to IDF soldiers and Israeli civilians. Now, this is the latest that we are fetching. Israeli forces, the IDF, have eliminated terrorists from the Hezbollah unit. Now, they were a threat to the soldiers of the IDF. Now, they were anti-tank operations group that was there. Now, they were inside a mosque. This was an anti-tank missile unit inside a mosque. And the IDF soldiers have eliminated them, the anti-tank missile unit, in a mosque and located dozens of weapons. Now, over the last few weeks, IDF troops from the 91st Division have been operating in southern Lebanon and have continued the targeted ground operation with the aim of defending the residents of northern Israel. The soldiers identified Hezbollah anti-tank terrorists who had positioned themselves inside a mosque in the area. Following the identification, the soldiers eliminated the terrorists and dismantled the compound in order to remove the threat to IDF soldiers and Israeli civilians. Now, we are also getting the visuals of the attack on your screens, the various attacks which took place, the various operations that are ongoing. IDF is known to release the footages, the graphics, and the maps of the strikes it conducts as a proof that we are not targeting civilians, and these were our legitimate targets, and that's why we are striking them. And these are one of the visuals, as you can see, the plumes of smoke after, and the debris that can be seen after they have struck the building which they allege was a shelter for the anti-tank missile unit, which was a very big threat to the Israeli soldiers and also to Israeli civilians. Now, this is the continued attack on Hezbollah by Israel, by the IDF inside Lebanon, in southern Lebanon. The action is happening as we speak. Hezbollah's organization's assets are being attacked by the IDF. Now, these are the terrorists who took shelter inside a building, inside a mosque, as they say, and this has been eliminated. The targets have been eliminated by the IDF soldiers. This is the latest visual that we are getting on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. Latest visuals of the strike which has been conducted by the IDF, by the Israeli Defense Forces. The terrorists have been eliminated. Now, this is an aerial footage, most probably a drone footage of the strike which took place, and the strike must also have been taken place using a drone in this case, and you can clearly see the devastation, the aftermath, the before and after of the strike. There's debris there are plumes of smoke, there's dust everywhere after the strike, and IDF claims the terrorists have been eliminated. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, US Defense Secretary Pete Hexit has issued a strong warning to Iran, claiming American forces executed deep strikes with precision and dominance. Now, he says Iran's military has been left embarrassed and warns Tehran to choose wisely as US operations intensify. Watch this report.
Pete Hexit claimed that Iran's military is embarrassed and humiliated, and that Donald Trump did not hesitate.
When American airmen were down behind enemy lines, our forces and our president did not hesitate. Special operators supported by elite air crews and intelligence professionals moved swiftly and decisively into treacherous mountain terrain under the constant threat of Iranian forces closing in. Ultimately, it was an impotent Iranian threat. And today, as the CIA director mentioned, Iran's military, and we know this, is embarrassed and humiliated, and they should be.
He also claimed that Iranians are still in awe about the operation.
This was not just barely into Iran, this was deep into Iran, involving coordinated strikes to suppress threats, deception tactics to protect our teams, and full synchronization across air, ground, and special operations. The Iranians are still asking themselves right now, how did the Americans do this?
He also asked Iran to choose wisely, as President Trump does not bluff.
Under his command, America projects power with confidence and brings our people home with victory. And that continues
Today, by the way, per the president's direction, today will be the largest volume of strikes since day one of this operation. Tomorrow, even more than today. And then Iran has a choice. Choose wisely, because this president does not play around. You can ask Soleimani, you can ask Maduro, you can ask Khomeini.
Pete Hexit also said that this operation should be a clear message to Tehran.
To our adversaries watching from Tehran, let this be a clear message. The United States military will go anywhere, at any time, to protect our own and complete the mission. We execute with precision. We control the sky.
He also claimed that US flew for over 7 hours and Iran did nothing about it.
We flew for 7 hours in daylight over Iran to get the first pilot. And we flew 7 hours in the middle of the night to get the second. And Iran did nothing about it. We fight with honor, and under President Trump's leadership, we win.
With now US openly threatening Iran, will the war escalate even further, or will Iran sign a deal with the US?
All right, viewers, time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up next, Donald Trump says Iran could be taken out in one night as Tuesday deadline looms.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do.
ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
Director, the taste of success.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained
to handle such type of situation, and also in case if the main change.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good morning, viewers. You're watching Republic TV with me, Hina Sharma. Now, even as deadline looms, Iran is in no mood to bow down. An Iranian official has in fact asked all the youth to form human chains around key civilian infrastructure in Iran. This is the latest that we have from the war investigation. We'll get to this and all the latest, but first, let's take a look at the headlines. The Supreme Court has formally notified the constitution of a 9-judge Constitution bench, which will commence hearing on 7th of April in the long-pending Sabarimala review matter. Amid unrest in Manipur, a bomb launched by Kuki groups resulted in the killing of 2 minor children at Bishnupur district in the early morning of 7th of April. Armed Kuki members were seen evacuating Kuki civilians to safer places as tensions escalate in Manipur's clashes. Air India CEO Campbell Wilson steps down amid losses and operational setbacks for the company. PM Modi hails India's defining step in civil nuclear journey at the fast breeder reactor attains criticality. NASA's Artemis 2 astronauts are officially farther from Earth than any human being has ever gone before.
The entire country can be taken out in one night, and that night might be tomorrow night.
Donald Trump says Iran could be taken out in one night as Tuesday deadline looms large.
We have a plan, because of the power of our military, where every bridge in Iran will be decimated by 12 o'clock tomorrow night.
Donald Trump threatens to destroy all Iran bridges, power plants in 4 hours if there is no deal. The spokesperson of Khatam Al-Anbiya Brigade reportedly countered Donald Trump's threats, says reckless threats will not affect offensive operations, will not erase humiliation for United States. Alright viewers, we have a big breaking news where Supreme Court has officially commenced the review of 2018 Sabarimala ruling. The 9-judge bench constituted by the Supreme Court has begun the hearing on the petitions seeking to review the 2018 Apex Court order that bans the restriction of all women entry to Sabarimala temple. Now, as per the restrictions, which is now currently in place, the women of age 10 to 50 or menstruating age are not supposed to enter the temple, but the court had termed it discriminatory, unconstitutional and against the constitutional guarantees in the verdict. Now, before the verdict was pronounced in 2019, the court had asked the Kerala state government about its stance on the issue. The government had favoured permitting all women to enter Sabarimala. However, there was a massive protest following the 2018 order, and the people in large numbers went to streets as a protest measure. Now we have Supreme Court commencing the review petition hearing of that 2018 verdict. There was a massive protest after the 2018 verdict, and people in large numbers went to streets to protest the measure. The state also offered support and police protection to several women to enter Sabarimala, ignoring the protest, but the state had to witness unprecedented resistance from the devotees, and the women could not enter the temple. It provided a major setback to the CPM-led LDF government, as it definitely failed drastically in the 2019 Lok Sabha elections. And this is the breaking that we have visuals live from Supreme Court, where the review petition is now being heard. A 9-judge bench hearing the review petition and going to decide on the verdict, in fact, that was given by the Apex Court in 2018. The order banned the restriction on all women entry to Sabarimala. And now we have, all right, we have our two correspondents. In fact, first I would like to go to Shambhavi, who is live with us from New Delhi, covering this very important case. Shambhavi, the Supreme Court is officially hearing the review petition today. What is the latest that you're getting?
Well, definitely a very important day in this case, where the review petition is set to be heard. The hearing has started, although they are deciding on the logistics at the moment as to how to proceed with the hearing. And very, very important day, because this will continue for a few days, where the Supreme Court will be deciding on its 2018 judgment. Just for a quick review for our viewers, Sabarimala is a very famous shrine of Lord Ayyappa, and Lord Ayyappa is considered to be a celibate deity, so women of menstruating age, that is from 10 to 50 years, they're not allowed to enter the temple. But in 2018, the Supreme Court gave a decision that women will be allowed, in fact, inside the temple, because this goes against right to equality, right against discrimination, and freedom of religion for women. All these three things were being violated by this religious practice. That is what the court believed in. After this, there were massive protests in Kerala, and there were several review petitions filed challenging this, after which it was again, the question was raised and deferred to a larger bench. The Supreme Court did not put a stay on its decision, but it did refer this to a larger bench, and now a 9-judge constitution bench is set up to hear this review petition. There will be contentions made from both ends, citing the positivities and the negativities of the order, pointing out why should the court or the constitution bench uphold its decision of 2018, as it goes against right to equality, and also what goes against it, that it's an essential religious practice. Now, what they will be deciding on is not just Sabarimala alone. They'll be discussing, they'll be talking about the larger constitutional questions will be put before the bench, where it means that what are essential religious practices? Does faith override fundamental rights? So such questions will be considered by the bench, and a very, very crucial hearing day for this Sabarimala verdict. Back to you.
Absolutely, Shambhavi. And we are also, viewers, now being joined by Shankar from Kerala. Shankar, of course, we cannot expect the verdict to come anytime soon, because we also have hearings taking place from April 14th, in fact, of those petitioners who are going to oppose the petitioners who are being heard currently in Supreme Court, so essentially in favor of the 2018 verdict. So those petitions will also be heard later on during this week. In fact, what is the latest that you have?
Yes, the million-dollar question now is the response of the state government on this issue. Like the government was supporting the entry of all aged women to Sabarimala in 2018, and it was on the basis of the affidavit filed by the state government in 2018. The Supreme Court made a landmark ruling in which the restriction on the entry of old-age women to Sabarimala was banned. The restriction was banned by the Supreme Court by an order in 2018. But later, following the order, several social activists and other women from Kerala and even from outside the state of Kerala showed the support of the state government in entering the shrine. But due to the opposition and the resistance and the massive protest from devotees, they could not do. But the state government provided them police protection to help them enter the temple, and it created a huge agitation in the state of in Kerala against the state government. And the result was the CPM-led LDF government faced a major setback in the upcoming Lok Sabha elections. Out of the 20 Lok Sabha constituencies, the CPM-led LDF government lost all the 19 with just a victory in one seat. That taught a lesson to the CPM-led LDF government, and they had a rethink on the stance which was taken on the Sabarimala issue. And in 2019, around 50 petitions, the Supreme Court received around 50 petitions demanding to rethink or reconsider the order of the 2018 order. Due to COVID, the court could not consider the matter for several years, and in 2023, the court considered it again and asked recently in January this year, the Supreme Court asked the state government to file an affidavit on the current status of the state government. This time, the CPM-led LDF government took a U-turn and filed a new affidavit in which it supports the rethinking or reconsideration of the 2018 order, as they clearly state that they are not supporting the entry of women in Kerala, but also the state government told the Supreme Court in the affidavit that the opinion of all the religious scholars and the social reformers of the state Kerala must be considered before delivering an order in this regard. This clearly indicates that the state government has taken a U-turn in the order, in the stance which the LDF government had taken in 2018. Now they do not want to make any issue ahead of the assembly polls, which is to be held on April 9. 2 days later, the state is gearing up for the assembly elections, and the state government wants to avoid any kind of public agitation against the government due to this issue. So they wisely and tactically told the Supreme Court that they are not in favor of women entering Sabarimala, but they want the Supreme Court to reconsider the 2018 order. It was done with an intention to suppress or to reduce the anchor, the public agitation against.
All right,
thank
you so much, Shankar. Thank you so much for getting us the latest in this. And viewers, this is a 35-year timeline. We are talking about 1991. Kerala High Court upheld restriction of women's entry into the temple. In 2006, there was a plea which was filed in Supreme Court by Indian Young Lawyers Association challenging the ban. And in 2018, 5-judge Supreme Court bench declared restrictions as unconstitutional. And in 2019, in fact, the case was referred to a larger bench of 7-judge to examine the religious freedoms. And today, 9-judge bench begins its hearing into the review petitions to address legal questions. And viewers, shifting our focus to some more national news. In a major political flashpoint, the Rajya Sabha chairman has rejected the opposition's move to remove Chief Election Commissioner Gyanesh Kumar. The decision comes after a high-voltage push by opposition MPs, but the motion has now been ruled out at the very first stage. Take a look at this detailed report.
A big setback for the opposition in Parliament. The Rajya Sabha chairman has rejected the notice seeking removal of Chief Election Commissioner Gyanesh Kumar. The motion, backed by several opposition MPs, was not admitted after the review. This effectively stops the process at the very first stage. The opposition had accused the CEC of partisan conduct and irregularities in electoral processes. In fact, this was a rare and unprecedented move, with notices submitted in both houses of Parliament. But after a detailed examination, the chairman ruled that the motion did not meet the required criteria. The Lok Sabha Speaker too has rejected a similar notice. The decision now shifts the political battle outside Parliament, with the opposition likely to continue its attack and the government holding its ground. The bigger question now, is this the end of the road or just the beginning of a larger political showdown?
viewers, getting you some news from Assam, where Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma in Sonitpur, Assam, has threatened a legal action against Congress leader Pawan Khera following allegations leveled by him regarding his wife's foreign assets. Now, Himanta Sarma termed the claims malicious, vowing that Pawan Khera will face consequences and that the BJP will win over 100 seats in the upcoming elections. And viewers, we have a big breaking news coming in where Bangladesh Foreign Minister Khalilur Rahman will begin a 3-day visit to India on Tuesday, that's today, the first by a senior Bangladeshi minister since Prime Minister Tariq Rahman assumed office. Now, Tariq Rahman's schedule in Delhi signals an early push by both sides to stabilize and deepen ties. So the foreign minister is all set to visit India today. He is slated to hold back-to-back meetings with External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar and National Security Advisor Ajit Doval, Commerce and Industry Minister Piyush Goyal and Petroleum Minister Hardeep Singh Puri, reflecting the breadth of engagement spanning security, trade and energy. So very crucial visit by Bangladeshi Foreign Minister Khalilur Rahman, who is all set to arrive in India today. In fact, you are getting the visuals of his arrival in India. In fact, we'll get you the latest in this. These are the visuals that we're getting you of Khalilur Rahman. He's all set to arrive in India today. And viewers, CIA Director John Ratcliffe has revealed details of a high-risk rescue operation that brought back down US airmen from inside Iran. Describing it as a no-fail mission, Ratcliffe said that the agency relied on highly classified cutting-edge technology along with human intelligence assets to locate the pilot, calling the effort comparable to finding a grain of sand in the desert. Let's listen in to that.
CIA Director John Ratcliffe has detailed what he calls a high-stakes, no-fail rescue mission deep inside Iran.
Because it is the unique tradition of the U.S. Armed Forces that we leave no man or woman behind, this was a no-fail mission. That was the spirit in which the President put us to work, and we were determined not to let him down.
According to Ratcliffe, the operation was launched after a US F-15 airman was downed in hostile territory. He said locating the pilot was like finding a single grain of sand in the middle of a desert.
At the President's direction, we deployed both human assets and exquisite technologies that no other intelligence service in the world possesses to a daunting challenge, comparable to hunting for a single grain of sand in the middle of a desert. This was also a race against the clock, as it was critical that we locate the downed aviator as quickly as possible, while at the same time keeping our enemies misdirected. For that reason, in addition to the human and technical assets deployed by the President to find our airman, CIA executed a deception campaign to confuse the Iranians who were desperately hunting for our airmen. On Saturday morning, we achieved our primary objective by finding and providing confirmation that one of America's best and bravest was alive and concealed in a mountain crevice, still invisible to the enemy, but not to the CIA. That confirmation was relayed by Secretary Hexit to the President, and the operation quickly moved to the execution phase. Following the successful exfiltration on Saturday night, our intelligence reflects that the Iranians were embarrassed and ultimately humiliated by the success of this audacious rescue mission.
CIA did not reveal the exact nature of the technology used. But the key details of the operation are still shrouded in secrecy, with many unanswered questions surrounding covert operations in some of the world's most sensitive regions.
And viewers, we are getting another breaking news where Malaysia's foreign ministry said Tuesday that one of 7 Malaysian commercial vessels stranded in the Strait of Hormuz has been allowed to pass and is now heading to its destination. Now, the ministry said that this followed diplomatic talks with Iranian officials led by Malaysian Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim. It did not give any further details about this but confirms the development post talks with Iran. Now, Malaysia reaffirmed its support for safe and open sea routes under international law. The Foreign Ministry has said this in a statement. It also called for continued dialogue to maintain peace and stability in the region. So, one of 7 Malaysian vessels to pass through Hormuz. A big breaking that we are covering, where there were 7 ships, in fact, that were vying to pass to transit the Strait of Hormuz, but one of it has now been allowed to pass and is now heading towards its destination. This development we are getting you after a statement was released by the Malaysian authorities. And viewers, shifting our focus to South Korea now. South Korea's intelligence agency now believes that Kim Jong-un's daughter, Kim Joo-ae, is being groomed as his successor. Now, the assessment comes after her increasing public appearances, including a recent display where she was seen driving a tank. Now, while there is no official confirmation from North Korea, her growing prominence is being viewed as a strong signal of a planned leadership transition. More in this report.
South Korea's spy agency now believes that North Korean leader Kim Jong-un's teenage daughter Kim Joo-ae has been designated as a successor. The comments came after a recent public display of Kim Jong-un's daughter driving a tank that was likely intended to quell any doubts about her status.
구체적인 표현을 사용을 했습니다. 이렇게 단계적으로 국정원장이 김조의 지위에 대해서 설명을 했습니다만, 오늘은 정확하게 의원들의 2사람의 질의가 있었고, 거기에 대해서 김조혜는 후계자로 보는 게 맞느냐라는 질의에 대해서 국정원장은 후계자로 봐도 될 것 같다라는 표현을 하셨고, 거기에 대해서
The assessment by South Korea's intelligence service marked yet another outside recognition of the girl's rising political standing. Though there has been no confirmation that she's been formally anointed as her father's successor.
의원들의 질문 중에서 김여정의 불만이라든지 문제제기가 내부적으로 있을 수 있지 않느냐라는 유사한 질문이 있었습니다. 거기에 대해서 김여정은 실질적인 권력이 없다는 것을 이번에 인사를 통해서 확인된 것이다 라고 표현을 했고, 과연 신빙성 있는 분석이냐라는 의원의 질문에 대해서 이것은 단순하게 정황 정도의 판단이 아니고 신빙성 있는 첩보를 바탕으로 해서 판단한 것이라는 게 이전 국정원의 보고에 있어서의 김주에 대한 지위에 대한 판단과 상당히 달라진 점이다 라고 말씀을 드릴 수 있습니다.
In a closed-door briefing, South Korea's intelligence agency chief also said that there have been no reports of any protest from Kim's sister and senior official Kim Yo-jong. Kim Yo-jong has been long regarded as North Korea's number 2 figure. Kim Joo-ae came into limelight since she's increasingly accompanied her father through numerous high-profile events such as weapons tests, military parades, and her father's trip to Beijing since late 2022.
नॉर्थ ईस्ट में 19 समझौते किए, अकेले आसाम से 10,000 युवाओं ने हथियार डालकर मेन स्ट्रीम किया। मैं आखिरी भूमि वालों को पूछना चाहता हूं, अब बम धमाके होते हैं भाई क्या? जोर से बोलो, होते हैं? गोलीबारी होती है? घुसपैठिया परेशान करता है क्या? नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार, हमने असम में शांति लाने का काम किया भाइयों बहनों, और आगे चलकर हम असम को देश के बाकी प्रदेशों जैसा विकसित प्रदेश बनाने का है। लाखों करोड़ का इन्वेस्टमेंट आ रहा है। बोगी बिल जैसे 6 ब्रिज बने हैं, हजारों किलोमीटर नेशनल हाईवे बने हैं। और बराबरी वालों, मेरी बात ध्यान से सुनना, अगले 5 साल में हम आसाम को बाढ़ फ्री आसाम बनाने जा रहे हैं। क्षेत्र है बिहार, बंगाल, उड़ीसा, मध्य प्रदेश और पूरे नॉर्थ ईस्ट से चाय बागान के श्रमिक आए हैं, अपना पसीना बहाकर मेहनत से चाय उद्योग को खड़ा किया। 2014 के पहले कांग्रेस के शासन में चाय बागान में श्रमिकों का वेतन 94, हमने बराक घाटी में 94 से बढ़ाकर 258 किया है और अगले 5 साल में इसको 500 रुपया तक ले जाने का काम चाय बागान के 1000 युवाओं को नौकरी दिए। एटीकली दूसरी पार्ट योजना में 5000 रुपए की सहायता 6 लाख श्रमिकों को दी गई। 120 मॉडल स्कूल चाय बागान में आजादी के बाद पहली बार बने और 707 चाय बागानों के 3.5 लाख श्रमिकों को भूमि पट्टा देने की शुरुआत की। श्री भूमि और पाथरकंडी में 675 करोड़ से श्री भूमि
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Character, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
Three, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it is a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation. And also, in case if the main chain of the excretion system doesn't respond, there is always a way of redundant chain and the methodology for excretion. And I don't think it is a major issue, but I'm sure it will get sorted out. And of course, there is a redundant chain which can be conveniently operated.
Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis 2. Let's go.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7.
The Supreme Court has formally notified the constitution of a 9-judge constitution bench, which has now commenced hearing of the long-pending Sabarimala review matter. Amid unrest in Manipur, 2 children have lost their lives. Armed Kuki members were seen evacuating Kuki civilians to safer places as tensions escalate in Manipur's clashes. Air India CEO Campbell Wilson steps down amid losses and operational setbacks. Prime Minister Narendra Modi hails India's defining step in civil nuclear journey as fast breeder reactor attains criticality. NASA's Artemis 2 astronauts are officially farther from Earth than any human being has ever gone before.
It can be taken out in one night, and that night might be tomorrow night.
Donald Trump says Iran could be taken out in one night as Tuesday deadline looms large.
We have a plan, because of the power of our military, where every bridge in Iran will be decimated by 12 o'clock tomorrow night.
Trump threatens to destroy all Iran bridges, power plants in 4 hours if there is no deal. A spokesperson of Khatam Al-Anbiya Brigade reportedly countered Donald Trump's threats, saying reckless threats will not affect offensive operations nor erase humiliation of the United States.
All right, viewers, we have a big breaking news that is coming in. Shifting our focus to the West Asian conflict, the US President Donald Trump has said on Monday that he demanded that the journalist who first reported that an airman in Iran had been rescued reveal how they got that information and threatened to jail them if they refused. Now, Trump's remarks at a White House press conference represented a significant escalation of the administration's attacks on the press. The president has privately complained to the aides in recent weeks that the media coverage of the US-Israeli war on Iran has been too negative, and Trump and his allies have publicly criticized some news organizations' coverage after a US fighter jet was shot down over Iran on Friday. Several outlets, media outlets, reported that one of the 2 airmen on board had been successfully recovered by US rescue forces. So this is the latest which we're getting. Trump said that the disclosure had threatened the security of the ongoing operation to rescue the 2nd airman, though that airman was eventually successfully recovered. So he's threatening the reporter that how come you got the information. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, Donald Trump has made a series of explosive claims on Iran, saying there has been a regime change, even as he insists that this was never the objective. From hinting at a secret military plan to claiming Iranians are urging continued strikes, Trump's remarks have raised serious questions about the ground reality and what comes next in the conflict. Watch this report.
In the latest briefing from the White House, Trump claims that there has been a regime change in Iran.
We have regime change, but we didn't do this for regime change. We did it for the fact, and my view was very simple. I saw somebody who said, oh, he doesn't have a plan. I have the best plan of all, but I'm not going to tell you what my plan is.
He also laid down the plan he has in store for Iran.
We're going to attack at 9:47 in the morning, and then we're going to do this, and then we're going to... And if you don't do that, they say, I have a plan. These people know what the plan is. Everybody here knows what the plan is. But it's very unfair to say, because I don't mind being insulted. I've been insulted for many years by the fake news, but you can't. It's so bad for people that are so you just saw two great and John Ratcliffe, three unbelievable people. They have a plan. Every single thing has been thought out by all of us.
He also claimed that the people of Iran are asking to be bombed.
They would be willing to suffer that in order to have freedom. The Iranians have, and we've had numerous intercepts. Please keep bombing. Bombs that are dropping near their homes. Please keep bombing. Do it. And these are people that are living where the bombs are exploding. And when we leave and we're not hitting those areas, they're saying, please come back, come back, come back.
He also claims that the people of Iran are demanding freedom.
These are the people. I don't know what they do. All I can tell you is they want freedom. They have lived in a world that you know nothing about. It's a violent, horrible world where if you protest, you are shot.
Trump also claims that it is very difficult to protest in Iran.
They don't tell you the real facts. Women, men, gays. How about gays for Iran? They kill the gays. They throw them off buildings. So I wonder what's going on. I can only say this. They want us to keep bombing, even if it jeopardizes, because their life is in much greater danger. They want freedom for Iran, but it's very hard for them to protest. I actually tell them, I said, don't go out. I fully understand. Nobody in this room would go out. I don't think there's any, because frankly, it's not a question of bravery. We're all brave, right? You're brave, I'm brave, we're all brave. But we're also intelligent. If you have people shooting at you, expert shots with the best rifles you can get, and hitting you right between the eyes every single time, and you're looking here and you're seeing and you're looking here, you're out of there. I don't care who it is.
He also claimed that not everyone was on board with the military operations.
No, there was military people, very professional, that preferred not doing it. These two were totally on board, which was very important. They weren't, it would have had a little difficulty. But no, there were military people that said, you just don't do this. You don't go into the heart of a very powerful military. You know, this is, hey, you have countries and countries. You have some countries where military is not their strong suit.
With Trump now claiming that Iran has had a regime change, it has left people wondering what comes next for Iran.
All right, we have another big breaking news that we are getting right now. We have an update from the Ministry of Defense of Saudi Arabia, wherein the claim, interception and destruction of 18 drones during the past hours have been made. So very big development there. This is a claim by the Ministry of Defense, the MOD of Saudi Arabia, wherein the claim has been made that they have intercepted, and also not just intercepted, but successfully destroyed the 18 drones during the past hours. So the entire Middle Eastern region continues to be a conflict zone where the war is escalating to unprecedented levels. And this is the update that we are getting from the Ministry of Defense of Saudi Arabia. Their claim of destroying, and not just destroying, intercepting and destroying 18 drones during the past hours. This is among the many attacks by the Iranian regime over the assets of United States, over United States military assets located in the Middle Eastern region. And also there are strikes on infrastructure, which is very critical to Saudi Arabia and the Middle Eastern nations, which is exactly why everybody is so concerned. And the missiles are being intercepted. Hundreds and thousands of missiles have been intercepted since the war began. And this is the latest, where 18 drones, ladies and gentlemen, 18 Iranian drones have been intercepted by the Ministry of Defense. As per the claims of Saudi Arabia, their military has intercepted 18 drones during the past hours. All right, viewers, we are getting another big breaking news development, and this is the IDF, which has claimed that they have eliminated the terrorists from Hezbollah, the terrorists of Hezbollah, of the anti-tank missile unit, the terrorists that have been taken out, which is the claim by the IDF. Now, they were inside a mosque, allegedly inside a mosque, anti-tank missile unit in a mosque, and IDF had located dozens of weapons over the last few weeks. Now, IDF troops from the 91st Division have been operating in southern Lebanon and have continued the targeted ground operation with the aim of defending the residents of northern Israel. The soldiers identified Hezbollah anti-tank terrorists who had positioned themselves inside a mosque in that area. Now, following the identification, the soldiers eliminated the terrorists and dismantled the compound in order to remove the threat to IDF soldiers and Israeli civilians. All right, for more details, we have our colleague Nayan joining us live from the newsroom for more details on what exactly unfolded in that location, because it is a very big claim that now they have struck a mosque, which what we are getting to know, the terrorists were inside a mosque. This was Hezbollah's anti-tank terrorist unit, the mobile unit that is present there. What details do you have, Nayan?
I have some additional details for you. The troops identified as a terrorist observing them from a structure. The coordination with the ground troops, the Israel forces carried out a rapid targeting cycle and eliminated the terrorists. In fact, additionally, the IDF troops have eliminated terrorist cells and located many weapons used by the organization's terrorists to advance terror attacks. Now, these are among the weapons located were the explosive devices, various types of arm fires, magazines, and much more. Over to you.
All right, Nayan. Thanks a lot for the details. It's a very big development. Now Israel claims striking the terrorists. Thanks a lot, Nayan, for the latest updates. We'll come back to you as more details unfold. Now let's move on to another big breaking development. Now let's move on to Manipur. We have a fresh visual surfacing amidst the unrest in Manipur. New visuals amid unrest and clashes in Manipur. The unexploded long-range missile rocket. Now remember, we were the first to break this news. The long-range missile rocket is ready to be defused by the bomb squad team. Just imagine, this was a rocket that was used inside Indian territory, and this was used to attack homes where two little children were killed. Two little children, just 5 years old, one 5 years old and another one, the nearly 5-month-old child. Both of them succumbed to their injuries. Now, rocket launcher Lathore bomb fitted at GI pipe pointing towards the house of the Meitei villager. This is the new visual amid the unrest and clashes in Manipur. This is the visual of the launcher, the rocket, which we are getting to know. Now, this was used, just imagine the kind of destruction such weapons can possess. Now, these are not weapons for ordinary use. These are military-grade weapons in this case, and they can cause a lot of destruction to civilian infrastructure, to be particular, especially houses now, and this is one of the reasons. All right, we have Johnson with us for more details in this story. Johnson is joining us live from Manipur, Trong Laubi. Johnson, it's very sad that the little children died in this case. One was merely just 5-year-old. The other one was a 5-month-old child. But we're getting to know that advanced weaponry was used in this case. Now, what kind of weapon? If you can put this into perspective and explain what exactly was the kind of weapon that was used. Was it a rocket launcher or some sort of a short missile? What was it, Johnson? Yeah, please unmute your audio, Johnson. I would request you.
Okay, this is one of the one of the most inhuman these armed conflict groups targeting types of the civilians. Yes, as seen in the visual, I have shared. This is not only an RPG rocket launcher, long-range missile, but the thing is, it is fitted with a GI pipe, and also the GI pipe is made as an IED, and which make this rocket launcher, which make this RPG more, more strong and more, more dangerous. So right now, this at 11:35 approx, the bomb diffuser squad, bomb diffuser squad have diffused have defused this, RC IED that has been, recovered from just the courtyard of the deceased family itself. And in my hand, this, I show you, this is the splinter. This is a splinter of the defused RC IED, and in the background, many, the public of the Strong Lobby area and also from various locations, they have gathered here. They have even seized the Moran police station. And, the thing is, the area is still tense. And right now, the mother of the two child has completed his operation and still is in the ICU, and her condition is not exactly known. It can be any time, unwanted news might come up at any time because her health condition is too serious. So regarding this weapon, this weapon is RPG, which is also known as lead bomb, used mainly by this armed cookie group. And this is the exact spot defused RCID with safety, concerning the safety of the public. And yes, this RCID, the GI pipe that has been used by this armed cookie group. Inside the GI pipe, many harmful materials, harmful, iron rods and small, IED-like materials have been fitted inside this same GI pipe, which makes this RCID the strongest and the more dangerous that can cause thousands of lives at a time of explosion.
Locals, they are saying that it was fired from a very long distance. Now, if you can explain how this might have been utilized, how it might have been fired from a very far location, the kind of weaponry, and how it was pointed towards the Meitei house. Now, this is the question that we would like you to reflect upon and give us the answers, the details of it. And then later, how was it diffused?
Yes, this was as per the report from the public, from the local villagers. Let me show you some of the background here. In this hillside, there are many Central Security Forces camps, but it is reported by the public that this unexploded RCID might be planned by those armed cookie miscreants, armed cookie groups, by coming down from the hill range and by passing through this paddy field. And the house of the deceased family is just by the side of this National Highway 2 Imphal Road. And also, luckily, during the time of fitting this RCID, as per the report, it doesn't explode, but the bomb diffuser squad rushed to the spot, direct spot where this bomb diffuser squad directly rushed to the spot, the exact spot where this RCID is planted. And, with full safety measures, they first, unpin, like they cut the wire, and then they took out to some safer flash in the field area, and then they diffused, concerning the public safety only.
Yeah. Thanks a lot for the details, Johnson. We'll just listen to the nats of how it was diffused, the bomb that was diffused, the explosive that was diffused. All right, so these were the visuals from Manipur. Now they were defusing the bomb, and it was the unexploded bomb, an explosive that was diffused. It was fired from a rocket launcher fitted at GI pipe pointing towards the Meitei houses. All right, visuals, as you can see, this is the exact moment the bomb was diffused. The projectile was diffused. It was fired from a rocket launcher, Lathor bomb, fitted at GI pipe pointing towards the Meitei house. So, All right, viewers, we are getting another big breaking news right now at this moment on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. Assam police reaches Pawan Khera's house. Latest development coming in from Assam police reaches Pawan Khera's residence. This latest development over the allegation, over the charges which were made by Pawan Khera. Now, there was an FIR also that was lodged by Himanta Biswa Sarma. Has said that his wife has filed an FIR against Pawan Khera over allegations that she holds multiple foreign passports, asserting the claims are based on fabricated documents. Now, Assam police reaches Pawan Khera's residence. This is a very big development. Assam Chief Minister's wife had filed an FIR against Pawan Khera. Now, she had, over the allegations that she holds multiple foreign passports, she asserted that the claims are based on fabricated documents. Now, this was confirmed earlier by Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma. All right, we have our correspondent Anirudh on a phone line for more details on the story. Anirudh, if you can share the latest details, we are getting to know that the Assam police have reached Pawan Khera's residence.
Against Pawan Khera, Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma's wife, Rinki Bhuya Sarma, has filed a police complaint, and also FIR was lodged in this regard. And Pawan Khera has, it has been alleged that by the Chief Minister and his wife that Pawan Khera has made baseless allegation, and the entire documents which he had put in front of the media, those were false, those were AI generated, and also the passports, the original passports were also produced by the Chief Minister yesterday when he briefed the media in the morning yesterday, stating that those documents are clearly faced, and it was taken out from a Pakistani Facebook group. Pakistani in Anjam, this was a Facebook group from where this passport was picked up. It was a lost passport from where the golden visa of Rinki Bhuya Sarma was photoshopped by the Congress, and they tried to portray it as it belonged to Rinki Bhuya Sarma. Acting on the police complaint, Assam police team has went to Pawan Khera's residence. Yesterday, Pawan Khera went back from Guwahati, and it is being said by police that Pawan Khera's arrest is imminent in this matter. Studio.
All right, so yes, definitely a very big development. Assam police reaches Pawan Khera's residence. Now, Himanta Biswa Sarma had already alleged that there is Pakistani links behind the allegations which are being leveled by the Congress party. Now, Himanta has already alleged that Pawan Khera yesterday and Gaurav Gogoi did two press conferences, one in Delhi and one in Guwahati. And we did our research. We found that the entire material of press conference came from. All right, viewers, time to slip into a short commercial break now. Don't go anywhere. We have a lot more lined up coming up next. Air India CEO Campbell Wilson steps down amidst losses and operational setbacks. We'll get you all the details of this coming up next.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे
3, 2, 1 booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
Director, the taste of success.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation. And also, in case if the main chain of the excretion system doesn't respond, there is always a way of redundant chain and the methodology for excretion. And I don't think it is a major issue, but I'm sure it will get sorted out. And of course, there is a redundant chain which can be conveniently operated.
Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis 2. Let's go.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines lit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट
क्या बात है स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा और मसाला
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation. And also, in case if the main chain of the execution system doesn't respond, there is always a way of redundant chain and the methodology for execution. And I don't think it is a major issue, but I'm sure it will get sorted out. And of course, there is a redundant chain which can be conveniently operated.
Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis 2. Let's go.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines lit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
First time.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Trump says Iran could be taken out in one night as Tuesday deadline looms. Trump threatens to destroy all Iran bridges, power plants in 4 hours if there is no deal. Violence breaks out in Moirang and Bishnupur areas of Manipur. Kuki groups open fire, 2 children killed in attack. Imphal-Churachandpur highway blocked after violence. Tires, oil tankers burnt. Schools to remain closed along the Imphal-Churachandpur highway. Prime Minister Modi hails a defining step in civil nuclear journey as Kalpakkam fast breeder reactor attains criticality. Air India CEO Campbell Wilson steps down before tenure end in 2027. Wilson resigns amid losses and operational setbacks. And welcome, you're watching Live Report with me, Shavan Sen, the show that sets the agenda for the day. We're starting with some breaking news now coming in from the national capital, where Assam police has reached the residence of Congress leader Pawan Khera. This after allegations were levelled by Pawan Khera against Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma's wife of holding multiple passports. A strong response came in from the Assam Chief Minister saying that these are fake. In fact, Assam Chief Minister's wife, Riniki, also spoke on this entire matter, saying that these were AI-generated passports, and the fact that they are going to file a criminal defamation case against Pawan Khera. It now turns out that Assam police has also filed an FIR based on a complaint that has been filed by Assam Chief Minister's wife, Riniki. In fact, this has only intensified as polling has is coming close, and now charges and counter charges coming in on this entire matter. Assam police team has reached the residence of Pawan Khera. In fact, along with Assam police, Delhi police is also present. We are given to understand that they are essentially trying to assist the Assam police for further interrogation of Congress leader Pawan Khera. This after several allegations have been leveled. We are also getting in live visuals coming in from Pawan Khera's residence, our sister network, Republic Bharat, getting us the latest details. And the first set of visuals coming in from Pawan Khera's residence. We'll go live right now to those visuals. Can we cut to those images coming in from our sister network, Republic Bharat, as my colleague Manav getting us those first visuals of Assam police reaching the spot, in fact, at Pawan Khera's residence where the questioning is taking place. This, in fact, is not the first time that Pawan Khera is actually being questioned by the Assam police. In the past too, a similar case was also filed by the Assam police. There too, relief actually came in from the court. But this time, Pawan Khera making some allegations against Himanta Biswa Sarma's wife, and he went on to maintain that there is further evidence. In fact, as a response coming in from Assam Chief Minister's wife, Riniki, she has categorically pointed out that these are fake charges. In fact, we'd also try and get the first response that came in from Riniki late last evening. In fact, Riniki, Assam Chief Minister's wife, spoke to ANI last evening. We'll pull up that bite and present that in a short while from now. In fact, we'll also try and go across to those latest images coming in from Pawan Khera's residence, outside Pawan Khera's residence, where we are given to understand the police has also reached. My colleague
असम पुलिस पहुंची हुई है, लेकिन यहाँ पर दिल्ली पुलिस के पुख्ता इंतजामात हैं। मीडिया को पहले ही यहाँ पर रोक दिया गया है क्योंकि असम पुलिस की रेड अभी पवन खेड़ा के घर पर लगातार जारी है। तो दिल्ली पुलिस की तरफ से ये कहा जा रहा है कि आगे मीडिया की एंट्री नहीं है, मीडिया को नहीं जाने दिया जाएगा। लेकिन यहाँ पर सवाल ये भी खड़े होते हैं कि क्या असम पुलिस घर के अंदर रेड कर रही है, क्या पवन खेड़ा से पूछताछ कर रही है, क्योंकि लगातार इस तरीके की खबरें भी वहां से आ रही है। लेकिन हमारी कोशिश ये है कि हम यहाँ से थोड़ा आगे बढ़े और आगे बढ़ के कोशिश करें अपने दर्शकों को वो तस्वीरें दिखा पाए जहां पर इस समय असम पुलिस मौजूद है और असम पुलिस जहां पर रेड कर रही है। आप हाथ मत लगाइए मुझे, हाँ मैं आपके अधिकारी से बात कर लेता हूं, मैं बात कर लेता हूं। तो देखिए हमारी कोशिश ये है कि हम वो तस्वीरें दिखा पाए क्योंकि ये कहा जा रहा है कि जो दावा किया गया, ये देखिए किस तरीके से यहाँ पर पुख्ता इंतजामात है सिक्योरिटी के, और मीडिया के साथ भी अब धक्का मुक्की काफी हो रही है। दिल्ली पुलिस से धक्का मुक्की कर रही है। इनके साथ ये कहा गया है, बिल्कुल देखिए, और यहाँ पर जो दिल्ली पुलिस है वो यहाँ पर मीडिया को रोक रही है क्योंकि कोशिश यहाँ पर ये की जा रही है कि किसी भी तरीके से जो असम पुलिस मौजूद है D12 जो मकान नंबर है पवन खेड़ा का, वहां पर मीडिया को ना जाने दिया जाए। तो इस तरीके से मीडिया को यहाँ पर फिलहाल रोका जा रहा है। लेकिन जो खबर इस वक्त सबसे बड़ी रिपब्लिक भारत के दर्शक देख रहे हैं वो खबर यह है कि पवन खेड़ा के घर पर असम पुलिस की रेड हो रही है। 2 से 3 दिन पहले पवन खेड़ा ने एक बहुत बड़ी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस की थी। कई दावे उन्होंने हेमंत बिस्वा शर्मा असम सीएम और उनकी पत्नी रिंकी भुइया शर्मा को लेकर किए थे और उन दावों को लेकर असम पुलिस पहुंची है अब पवन खेड़ा के आवास पर जो निजामुद्दीन ईस्ट में है। और अगर आप देखें तो इस गली में भारी एक तरीके देखिए मीडिया की घेराबंदी यहां पर की गई है। दिल्ली पुलिस के यहां पर जवान है, मैं सहयोगी मेरे उज्जवल दिखाएंगे कि ये जो आगे की तरफ आप देख रहे हैं यहां पर जो पुलिस की गाड़ी खड़ी हुई है वहां पर पवन खेड़ा का घर है। उज्जवल तस्वीरें दिखाते रहिए और ये तस्वीरें भी दिखाइए कि किस तरीके से दिल्ली पुलिस ने इस पूरी गली को जाम कर दिया गया है। और ये जाम इसलिए कि मीडिया यहां से आगे ना बढ़ पाए। मीडिया के साथ भी यहां पर काफी बदसलूकी यहां पर की गई है दिल्ली पुलिस की तरफ से। तो ये तस्वीरें हैं पवन खेड़ा के घर के बाहर की जहां पर इस समय पवन ये बिल्कुल देखिए जो आरोप पवन खेड़ा ने लगाए थे वो आरोप अपने आप में गंभीर थे। 3 पासपोर्ट बाकायदा उन्होंने तस्वीर।
Well, in fact, these are the live images coming in from the national capital outside Pawan Khera's residence, where Delhi police is now assisting Assam police. The team questioning Pawan Khera following an FIR that has been registered by Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma's wife Riniki, following some allegations that were leveled by Pawan Khera in a press conference that was done in Guwahati. Let me also bring in my colleague Anirudh, who's joining us on this broadcast. Anirudh, what is it that Pawan Khera had to say? What are the allegations that were basically leveled and the response that came in from the Chief Minister?
Pawan Khera has alleged that Rinki Bhuiya Sarma, the Chief Minister's wife, has got... joining us.
Anirudh, I'll just request you to stay on with us. I believe Sardar R.P. Singh of the BJP is joining us on this broadcast. Mr. R.P. Singh, charges that have been leveled here by Pawan Khera against Himanta Biswa Sarma's wife, Riniki. In fact, it now turns out that his wife has said that these are AI-generated images. Congress says that yet again this is an attempt that is being made to muzzle their voice, and the fact that without even any investigation, you have the police reaching Pavan Khera's residence.
Well, it is for investigation that police has reached his residence. He has brought some document in public clear. So police would like to inquire into it, that what documents are they, and because as per Mrs. Mr. Sharma's wife, they are fabricated and they are all false documents. So they'll need to investigate that if he has the original documents or is he just playing the game on the basis of the false document.
Mr. R.P. Singh, elections are round the corner and there are charges and counter charges. First, you had Himanta Biswa Sarma leveling charges against Gaurav Gogoi. Gaurav Gogoi had the same response. Gaurav Gogoi said that if at all there is evidence, why don't you arrest me?
Well, already the case is with the central agencies now, and it will take a due course. I mean, the investigation has been done at the state level. Now the points need to be joined. All the loose points, whether the connection of with Pakistan or other agencies, need to be joined together, and that's why the case is with the central agencies now. They are investigating it. I mean, and if Mr. Gogoi has anything against it, he can go to court or he can file a complaint against Mr. Himanta Biswa Sarma. But here, Mr. Pavan Khera has produced false, fabricated, AI-generated documents, probably from Pakistan. And on that basis, the police is investigating now, and let him face investigation. Why is he running away? I've been told he is going to some safe haven. I mean, probably in Himachal or probably in Telangana.
Sardar R.P. Singh, one final question before I let you go. Was the time really appropriate? Because it seems it's all about politics right now in Assam. This is not about whether at all Gaurav Gogoi's wife has actually gone to Pakistan, or whether at all Himanta Biswa Sarma's wife holds multiple passports. It's all about politics right now.
I take strong objection to you saying that she holds 3 passports. Again, I reiterate, all are fabricated, AI generated, and that's why she has filed FIR. Mr. Gogoi had all the chance in last 1 year to go and file FIR, to go to Supreme Court, to stop the investigation which was being held by the state government and which has been forwarded to the central agencies now. So he had all the chances to revert that, but he didn't. It means that all those charges are true. Here, since they are on a fabricated documents, all the charges are on basis of the fabricated document, AI-generated document. That's why Himanta Biswa Sarma's wife has moved to the police and filed a FIR, and that's why police has come to him to investigate the matter. He should cooperate with the police and present the documents if he has the original documents.
Thank you very much, Sardar R.P. Singh, for joining us on this broadcast. Let me go across to my colleague Anirudh as well as Manav in a short while from now from Pavan Khera's residence. Anirudh, the charges that were leveled by Pavan Khera, he says Riniki holds multiple passports. Did he provide any evidence? Because Riniki says that these are AI-generated images.
Yes, Pavan Khera has alleged that Riniki Bhuya Sarma has got 3 passports. However, Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma addressed the press conference yesterday morning, and he brought out all the documents and presented it before the media, alleging that all these documents which were showed by Pavan Khera during the press conference were fake, and those were AI generated. Those were Photoshop from a Pakistani group in Facebook. There is a Pakistanis in Anjam where one person reported a lost passport, and taking up that particular photograph, the Congress party allegedly photoshopped the image and morphed it to show it like it was a passport belonging to the chief minister's wife. And these allegations that were leveled by Pawan Khera were all refuted by the Chief Minister as well as his wife and the Bharatiya Janata Party, both in Delhi as well as in Assam. And a police complaint was also lodged by the Chief Minister's wife, Rinki Bhuiyan Sharma, against Pawan Khera and others. And taking cognizance of the FIR that has been lodged by the Chief Minister's wife, Assam Police have swung into action. In a press conference day before yesterday, which was addressed by Pawan Khera, both in Delhi as well as in Guwahati, he has made this allegation. He also alleged that the Chief Minister's wife, Rinki Bhuiyan Sharma, has got property worth in thousands of crores in investment in the United States and also in Dubai. But when all those documents were cross-checked, particularly even during Pawan Khera's press conference, also when it was pointed out that the company that he was talking about on 5th of April was registered in the state of Wyoming only on 3rd of April, that is 2 days ahead of the press conference that was addressed by the Congress party. When this was pointed out to Pawan Khera, he also couldn't give a reply, and he dodged that question and said that he will get back to the media the next day. But yesterday, Pawan Khera also went back from Assam after the Chief Minister's press conference. So looking at all these developments, it clearly seems that the Congress party, losing its ground, had tried to, probably tried to take a political mileage out of this press conference, but as their last resort, AI-generated images and photos of was exposed by the Bharatiya Janata Party yesterday. The Pawan Khera went back to Delhi and is been seen taking cover. Sawan.
Anirudh, I'll request you to stay on with us. In a short while from now, I'm going to play out the response that came in from Rinki Bhuiyan last evening, where she essentially said that she not only rubbished the charges that were leveled against her, she also made a larger point, saying that if someone as powerful as Pawan Khera within the Congress system can actually make such baseless allegations, then it can actually happen to anyone within the Assam society. Now, that was what the Chief Minister's wife had to say. And she also went on to say that she's going to take this matter further by filing a criminal defamation case against Pawan Khera, and an FIR will be registered. It does appear that late last evening, Assam Police has filed an FIR. We do not know the charges that have been leveled against Pawan Khera at this point in time, and whether at all he has now been made an accused in this case. But Pawan Khera, in a press conference that he did in Guwahati, he had made some allegations that Himanta Biswa Sarma's wife was holding multiple passports. In fact, he said 3 passports. You can see the pictures on your screens right now. First, I want to play the response that came in from Assam Chief Minister's wife, Rinki Bhuiyan Sharma.
The board of Gokoi have made some allegations against you. But what is the truth?
Mane, it seems that a mad dog has bitten them, and from the top rung of the Congress to the lowest rung, I believe that they don't have anything else to do except defaming people, and that too with AI generated and total photoshopping. And one more thing which they have done, where they have set up playbook. Today I am the Chief Minister's wife. I am being able to fight, but the playbook which they have set it as what you can say as an example, because now everybody has an AI, everybody has an WhatsApp, and everybody can do anything. But when they have seen such nonsense can be done in it is an example set to the entire Assamese society by a very veteran party, and which is very shameful. And I think they have gone berserk. And the BERSEC doesn't mean that they set very wrong examples to the society as a whole. Now, today I'm a CM's wife, as I told, but if it's done to some mother, if it's done to some daughter, how will they fight? Except crying and except sulking and having all the... For last 2 years, they have been doing every little thing to defame me, my daughter, my son, which we are nowhere related to the politics. But I don't know what kind of sadistic pleasure, and this time they have went a step ahead. And the kind of allegations they are making, like if we check with an Indian Passport Act, and that is itself says that what kind of foolish things they have done. India doesn't allow any dual citizenship, and they are talking about 3, and I'm supposed, according to them, I'm supposed to be an Egyptian national. And they are talking about the golden visa. Now they are climbing down and they are talking about some nonsense which I am being replying them in the Twitter. But it is really disheartening and really sad that the politics that they are taking to the level, and that too with such people with such authority, and where they are supposed to lead India, they are fighting for such petty reasons which are actually demeaning for the society, and they are pulling down the society to the lowest category. And that is what they are looking. It's like a mad dog running anywhere.
Yeah, ma'am.
Well, shifting focus now to Manipur, where there has been yet another escalation. This time, a Kuki group has fired a rocket launcher in a village in Manipur, resulting in the loss of 2 lives. In fact, it seems that the situation has gone out of control in Moirang district, where we're given to understand there has been complete unrest. I'm going to take you through some of the details emerging from the investigation that has been carried out so far. I'm told that the Chief Minister has also reached the spot taking stock of the situation. Now, this has been yet another escalation of hostilities in Manipur, where armed Kuki groups launched a long-range bomb at civilian areas. This was in Thronglaboy in Moirang at Bishnupur district, and the bomb basically exploded this morning. 2 children were critically injured and later succumbed to their injuries, as per the incident report that has now been filed. Now, it turns out that a long-range bomb drop that basically happened in Moirang, it is quite similar to what we had seen back in September 2024. Now, as tensions have basically escalated, Imphal-Churachandpur highway has also been blocked. Tires and even 3 oil tankers were basically burnt in Moirang. Kuki groups were seen evacuating Kuki civilians as hostilities have intensified in Manipur with the emergency shutdown that has been called in Moirang and Bishnupur. In fact, as we speak right now, Manipur Chief Minister has reached the hospital, where several people have also been injured. On your screens, these are images that came in a short while back from Bishnupur and Moirang district, where tires have been burnt. There has been growing hostilities in the area. Kuki groups, in fact, have used a rocket launcher. In fact, we're trying to also find out more details as to where exactly did they procure the weapon from, but it's quite similar to what we had seen back in September 2024, when there was yet another escalation of the violence between Kuki and Meitei groups. We'll try and see if we can go across to my colleague Linthoy as well as Johnson, who's joining us on this broadcast. Linthoy, what's the situation like on the ground? How did they get their hands on a rocket launcher?
Yeah, Sawan. That rocket launcher was actually very similar with the rocket launcher that were used allegedly by Kuki militants during the peak violence while in Manipur. So actually this Thronglaboy is located near Galmol, P Galmol, which is a Kuki dominated area. So between these, here is a paddy field, and it is divided by only one small canal. So according to the forensic and the bomb squads, the rocket launcher was fitted on RCIED, and also a CRPF camp was situated. They are situated over here in the nearby school in P Galmol. and the mother has undergone as operation in Rajmedi city, and she is now in ICU. And her name is Binita, and she has been working in as a nurse in Guwahati, and she came out for her daughter winning ceremony. So, and what happened is that. Their father, the father of the two deceased child, is a central security force working and posted in Bihar, and his name is Mangal. And she had come to Manipur for a religious ceremony for the younger one for a winning ceremony. But what happened is that tragically the two innocent child was killed yesterday. They lost their life, and here, the public of the public of Tronglaubi, the irate public of Tronglaubi, are now storming into this CRPF, and the CRPF are now firing blank rounds of blank fire over here. So here stopped it.
Question before I let you go, what really happened this morning? Because we are seeing a sudden spike in violence taking place in these areas. Have the Kuki groups been armed yet again, and the target has been the Meitei communities?
Yeah, so this is the first time after so long, like they have been halted there's a brief lull. So after a brief lull, this is the first violence reported in the valley area, and they to be very this is the first such incidents are reported in the valley area, while in the Ukrul and Kamjong districts consecutively for 3 days there have been Kuki militants have been firing towards the Naga villages over there. This is the report.
Request you to stay on with us. My colleague Johnson is also joining us on this broadcast. Johnson, you've visited those very places which have been attacked. What's the situation like on the ground right now? Have they been able to control the situation?
Yes, Sawan, right now, even the security forces is unable to control this, the public mob, I should say, the public mob is under control. It is not under control. And, after this, after the disposal, after the bomb, after this CID have been defused, the tense public, they have, they are storming right now at the Central Security Forces CRPF, CRPF post, which is just near the
problem with your audio line. Johnson, I'm sorry to interrupt you. We seem to be having some problem with your audio and video line. We'll try and fix that. It's a top story of the day. We'll be tracking this very closely. That's all that we could pack in this edition of Live Report. On the other side of this commercial break, we'll get you the latest coming in from the national capital, where Assam police has reached the residence of Congress leader Pawan Khera.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
Three, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the wall which is to operate for section of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation. And also, in case if the main chain of the excretion system doesn't respond, there is always a way of redundant chain and the methodology.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Character, the taste of success.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा.
MTH
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts.
Breaking up Shivangi Shukla, getting you the latest coming in here on India's #1 news network, Republic TV. Now, one more big warning coming in from US President Trump, saying that he can take Iran out in one night and completely demolish its infrastructure. All this and much more coming right up, but the headlines first. Let's get started. Top headlines that we are tracking right now. Manipur remains tense after protesters burn tires on highways following the killing of 2 children as fighting resumes. Assam police reaches Pawan Khera's residence to question him after Himanta's wife files FIR against a Congress leader. 90 lakh deletions in West Bengal electoral list, including 27 lakh deletions after adjudication. 9-judge top court bench begins hearing pleas seeking review of the 2018 top court judgment on the Sabarimala entry case. Air India's Campbell Wilson resigns as CEO, 1 year short of his tenure completion in 2027. Airline yet to issue an official statement. Reports suggest that new Supreme. Getting you these updates coming in. And reports coming in of new Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khomeini is unconscious and is receiving treatment in the Iranian city of Qom. And Trump says Iran could be taken out in one night as Tuesday deadline looms. Getting you some updates coming in here on Republic TV. Let's start with the top updates we're getting for our viewers. Assam police has just reached Pawan Khera's residence. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. We'll tell you a little bit more about this development, which we are tracking very, very closely. As for the latest, these are pictures coming in. The Assam cops, I repeat, the Assam cops will be now questioning Pawan Khera next. Pawan Khera next. So This is what we see right now, viewers on Republic TV. Let's tell you exactly what has been happening. Now, ahead of the upcoming state assembly elections, Assam CM Himanta Biswa Sarma has launched a scathing attack on the Congress, making a series of remarks. And this is coming in as we keep getting you more updates. Okay, let's go straight across to my colleague Harsh joining us. Harsh, what is the latest happening? What could be the line of questioning here? Harsh.
Right, Shivangi. In fact, this is a big political development 2 days prior to the elections that are bound in Assam. Now, we are standing right in front of Pawan Khera's house here in New Delhi. Now, joint teams of Delhi police as well as Assam police have reached at Pawan Khera's residence over his remarks during a press conference in Assam where he linked several passports with Hemant Biswa Sharma's wife, calling it out just ahead of elections. Now remember, Pawan Khera is a senior Congress leader, also a party spokesperson. Now Hemant Biswa Sharma, in fact, on the other hand, has countered these claims. He has called these use of fraudulent documents, and he has claimed that an FIR has been filed by both him as well as his wife, Riniki Sharma, and this is exactly why the teams of Assam police and Delhi police are here at the spot, here at the residence of Pawan Khera in New Delhi. Now, Hemant Biswa Sharma has also said that these details, these passports are available on social media and are originally posted by Pakistani social media groups, and these passports are downloaded by these social media posts, and Congress has in fact fabricated and photoshopped these passports to use it against Hemant Biswa Sharma and his wife. He has also claimed that this can be easily fact-checked by just Google reversing these images, and he has clearly called it out, a use of fraudulent documents just 2 days prior to the election that is scheduled in Assam.
Right. Okay. So, what we see is that there are sharp exchanges, legal actions which will be taken, serious claims, adding to the tensions ahead of the crucial polls. And we see that these claims have been made. However, from Hemanta Biswa Sarma's side, he is claiming that those passports which were shown in the press conference were AI generated, Harsha. So this is the big update coming in. Getting some more breaking news. Coming in on Republic TV. Let's go ahead. Okay, so Assam police begin questioning Pawan Khera. So just staying with Harsh. Harsh, yeah, so the Assam cops are going ahead recording Pawan Khera's statement, and like we were telling our viewers, this is a team of Assam police reaching the residence of Congress leader Pawan Khera in connection with his remarks against Hemanta Biswa Sarma. Our team has arrived. It's being assisted by Delhi police.
आपने तो खुद ही माहौल देखा, जीतने वाला नहीं है, इस बार नहीं जीत पाएगा।
सर, जो कांग्रेस ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करी पवन खेरा जी ने स्पेसिफिकली, उनको आप क्या?
वो भाग गया ना अभी। कल सुबह 6 बजे ही वो गुवाहाटी से भाग गया। अभी दिल्ली में हमारा लोग, मैं अखबार से मुझे पता चला है, दिल्ली में पुलिस गया है तो हैदराबाद तक भाग गया।
क्या किया सर ऐसा? आपने कहा मेरे पास सब प्लान है। क्या प्लान है? आपने कहा कि
प्लान का मतलब नहीं, कानून अपना हिसाब से काम करेगा ना।
सर, आपने स्पेसिफिकली यूज किया था कि मैं कौन खेरा,
वो तो सुनाओ का बात।
Okay, we're trying to get a reaction there, and this is a reaction we're trying to get first on Republic TV of Hemanta Biswa Sarma on this development that we are tracking. So as we keep getting you more updates, we see the Assam police recording the statement of Pawan Khera. So that is a simultaneous development which is coming in. Now, Hemanta Biswa Sarma and his wife have filed a police complaint over what they're calling false allegations. So already Hemanta Biswa Sarma has said that if FIR has been filed, and they're saying that the police will register the case in the appropriate section of law and take necessary action. He also alleged that material used in the recent Congress press conferences was sourced from Pakistani social media groups. So that is also what my colleague Harsh was saying. So Sarma had said that, that there's Pakistan's link to the press conference, and that has become very, very apparent. Let's go back to Harsh. Harsh, yes, go ahead. Go ahead. What's the latest coming in? The questioning has begun. Go ahead.
Yes, Shivangi, in fact, this is a fresh development from here in New Delhi that Assam police has in fact started questioning Pawan Khera, the senior Congress leader, who is also the party spokesperson, over his alleged charges of Hemant Biswa Sharma's wife holding multiple international passports despite holding an Indian citizenship. However, on a contrast, Hemant Biswa Sharma has maintained that all of these allegations are just use of fraudulent documents, and these pictures are AI generated and are originally fetched by some Pakistani social media groups, and this can be easily fact-checked by just Google reversing these images. Now, the line of questioning, in fact, here, as far as the official sources have confirmed, has in fact told us, if they are to be believed, the line of question is regarding that what more proofs can Pawan Khera present in this regard to prove his point that he put up earlier in the press conference that he held in Assam. Now this becomes very significant because Assam is bound for polls just 2 days later. Assam is bound for polls on April 9th, and this is a big political development happening here in Delhi, where teams of Assam police and the Delhi police are holding a joint operation at Pawan Khera's residence here in New Delhi.
Right. Okay. What has Pawan Khera said about this? You know, we also would like a reaction coming in from the Congress. What is the Congress saying about these developments?
Shivangi, as far as the information we have received so far, there is no official comment made by Pawan Khera in this regard. Assam police or Delhi police, the teams of Assam police or Delhi police reaching at his residence. There is no official response at this hour by Pawan Khera. However, this is a fresh development where we earlier got an input that the team of Assam police arrived at the Nizamuddin police station, where they joined an operation with the Delhi police, and now they have finally arrived here in Nizamuddin at the residence of Pawan Khera, and they have in fact begun questioning Pawan Khera in this regard.
All right, Harsh getting us all those updates coming in outside Khera's home. Yes, Harsh, coming back to you. So let's talk a little bit more about what's happening. If you could just show the visuals, behind you. We understand it's raining there. Just show the visuals. You're outside Pawan Khera's home. How many members of the Assam police who are being assisted by Delhi police are there?
Well, right, Shivangi. There is heavy police deployment here. Let me just walk our viewers through. We are just a few meters away from the residence of Pawan Khera. You could see there is heavy police deployment. Now, this is a joint operation that is being carried out by the teams of Delhi police and Assam police just ahead of elections in Assam. Now, this is a big joint operation because we earlier fetched that earlier this morning, Assam police reached Nizamuddin police station, where they joined an operation with the corps of Delhi police, and now they have in fact started questioning Pawan Khera in this regard, that what more proofs can he present regarding his claims, where he has earlier claimed that Hemant Biswa Sharma's wife, Riniki Sharma, is occupying multiple international passports. However, Hemant Biswa Sharma himself has completely quashed these allegations, calling it a use of fraudulent documents. He has also maintained that an FIR has been filed not just by him but also his wife, and this is exactly why the teams of Assam and Delhi police have now in fact arrived at Pawan Khera's Nizamuddin residence in the national capital city. Now, these are the fresh developments we are fetching from ground zero, where the joint teams of Delhi and Assam police are in fact questioning Pawan Khera in this regard, that what more proofs can he fetch in this regard.
All right, just sticking with these pictures which are coming in. So our colleague Harsh is getting us all these pictures. These are live pictures, just telling you what is happening. If you're watching us right now, this is a team of Assam police reaching the residence of Congress leader Pawan Khera in the national capital in connection with his remarks and the allegations that he has made. A team has arrived. That Assam police team is being assisted by Delhi police. We are seeing that these updates are coming in on Republic TV. And this is coming just one day, just days after Khera held a press conference raising questions about passports and foreign assets linked to the CM's wife. So the Assam police is questioning Khera in connection with those remarks. That is happening as we speak. I want to go back to my colleague who is getting us all those updates. Let's go back to you. Okay, so this is the timing of Khera's remarks and allegations have to be looked at very closely, Harsh, because Assam is going to polls in just 2 days. April 9th is the date, and we see the police action is underway. It's a big flashpoint coming ahead of the elections.
Now, in fact, Shivangi, we have fetched a big breaking news for our viewers that we're this is a big breaking news that we are fetching for our viewers that Congress sources have in fact said that Pawan Khera is currently not at his residence in Delhi. He is out of Delhi. However, what we see here outside his house in Nizamuddin, there is heavy deployment of police forces, not just by the Assam police, but this is a joint operation that is being carried out by the teams of Assam police and Delhi police. However, Congress sources have maintained that Pawan Khera is currently out of Delhi and he is not in Delhi at this hour. But this is a big joint operation that that is being carried out here at Pawan Khera's residence in Nizamuddin.
All right, we're getting these updates coming in. Let's tell you exactly what is happening. So joint Delhi and Assam police searches at Pawan Khera's residence. Searches are happening after FIR was filed against Pawan Khera over allegations. But sources are saying Pawan Khera is not at his residence. So this is the big breaking news. Pawan Khera not found at home during those searches. Okay, live pictures coming from outside Khera's home. Yes, Harsh, coming back to you, big breaking news that we are tracking for our viewers. Pawan Khera is not at his residence. This is source-based information coming in. Yes, Harsh, go ahead.
Well, right, Shivangi, this information is not yet confirmed. However, top Congress sources have maintained that Pawan Khera is not currently at his residence in Delhi and in fact he is out of Delhi. Now this press conference where Pawan Khera made the serious allegations on Hemant Biswa Sharma's wife of her holding multiple passports of different countries around the world was in fact made during a press conference that was held in Assam and not in Delhi. Now this is a big breaking news that we are fetching for our viewers that Congress sources have maintained if the information is to be believed that is fetched by these Congress sources, Pawan Khera is currently out of Delhi and he is in fact not here to join the operation that is now being carried out by the teams of Delhi and Assam police in Nizamuddin.
All right, staying on with these pictures which are coming in, let's stay with these pictures from Pawan Khera's residence. Now, the Congress has raised these questions in that press conference. A question how multiple passports could be held. That was some of the questions which the Congress had raised. Also, coming back to you, Harsh, because we have seen that CM's wife, Riniki Bhuyan Sarma, has now rejected the allegations, questioning the claims about multiple passports and foreign assets. She's saying that these allegations by Khera are fabricated and digitally altered material was being used for defamation.
Shivangi, it is important for our viewers to understand that out of all the passports that is being alleged by Pawan Khera that Riniki Sharma in fact holds with her, there are 2 passports belonging to Egyptian and UAE nationality. However, Hemant Biswa Sharma and his wife Riniki Sharma both have filed an FIR in this regard with the Assam police, where Hemant Biswa Sharma in fact also held a press conference earlier where he called these allegations are use of fraudulent documents. He in fact said that the Congress leader has fetched these pictures by Pakistani social media groups, and these were the pictures that were originally posted by these Pakistani social media handles, and in fact they have morphed these images, they have photoshopped these images, and they have now in fact presented it as to be the passports that are with Hemant Biswa Sharma's wife. And this is the big breaking news that we are fetching for our viewers, that there is a joint operation going on here in New Delhi with the teams of Delhi Police as well as Assam Police joining the operation here at Nizamuddin at Pawan Khera's residence. However, top Congress sources have maintained that Pawan Khera is currently not in Delhi. He is in fact out of Delhi. However, the big breaking news we have with us is that there is a big joint operation that is being carried out at Pawan Khera's Nizamuddin residence here in New Delhi.
Okay, left and right hand side. Left, live pictures from Khera's Delhi home. Right hand side, live pictures of Hemanta in Assam. Remember that just 2 days left for the Assam polls. Election Commission has announced that the silence period for Assam assembly elections will also has already begun. So that is also something to look out for. We are getting a statement of Hemanta Biswa Sarma. Let's go ahead and play out that statement.
इस तरह से उत्साह जो है कैसे देखते हैं आप?
हम आराम से 100 सीट जीतने वाला है।
सर, ये जो एरिया है जिस तरीके से अखिल गोगोई लगातार कमेंट कर रहे हैं, गौरव गोगोई एक तरफ अटैक हो रहा है, उसको कैसे आप
दोनों चुनाव हार जाएगा इस बार।
अच्छा,
आपने तो खुद ही माहौल देखा। हाँ। जीतने वाला नहीं है, इस बार नहीं जीत पाएगा।
सर, जो कांग्रेस ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करी पवन खेरा जी ने स्पेसिफिकली, उनको आप क्या?
वो भाग गया ना अभी। कल सुबह 6 बजे ही वो गुवाहाटी से भाग गया। अभी दिल्ली में हमारा लोग, मैं अखबार से मुझे पता चला है, दिल्ली में पुलिस गया है तो हैदराबाद तक भाग गया।
क्या किया सर ऐसा? आपने कहा मेरे पास सब प्लान है। क्या प्लान है? आपने कहा कि
प्लान का मतलब नहीं, कानून अपना हिसाब से काम करेगा ना।
सर, आपने स्पेसिफिकली यूज किया था कि मैं कौन खेरा,
वो तो चुनाव का बात।
Okay, so we heard a statement coming in there from Hemanta Biswa Sarma, and coming back to you, Harsh, on what Hemanta Biswa Sarma has said. He has filed a police complaint over what he calls these false allegations, and he has alleged that the material used in the recent Congress press conference was sourced from Pakistani social media groups. This is what he has said, that it was sourced from Pakistani social media groups. We were talking about this earlier. Just if you could expand that for our viewers.
Well, right, Shivangi, this in fact comes at a very crucial political hour when Assam is bound for polls on April 9. This is just 2 days ahead of Assam elections. Assam Vidhan Sabha elections are in fact just 2 days ahead from the time when this is happening. Now, this is a big political development. This is a high-profile investigation that is being carried out by the teams of Assam Police and Delhi Police, where multiple teams of both the forces are present at Pawan Khera's Delhi residence.
Yes, go ahead, Harsh.
Passports that belong to her. However, on the contrast, Chief Minister Hemant Biswa Sharma himself has held a press conference earlier where he called these allegations a fraudulent use of documents, where he said that these documents in fact are fetched by some Pakistani social media groups, and Congress has morphed these images. They have used some kind of AI tools, or they have photoshopped these images, and they have linked it to his wife Rinika Sharma. However, they have also filed, both Hemant Biswa Sharma and his wife have filed a first information report in this regard at Guwahati earlier. Now, this is exactly why the teams of Assam Police have in fact reached at the residence of Pawan Khera's Delhi home, where they are also joined by the teams of Delhi police. They earlier arrived at the Nizamuddin police station this morning where they joined an operation, and now both Delhi police and Assam police are carrying out an intensive raid at Pawan Khera's residence. However, top Congress sources have maintained that Pawan Khera is currently not in town. He is in fact out of the national capital city and he is not here at his Delhi residence.
Yes. Absolutely. Okay, Harsh is getting us all these live updates coming in. So joint Delhi and Assam police searches are underway as we speak, and also getting you all these updates coming in here from Republic TV. Now, just also telling you that according to sources, Pawan Khera is not at his Delhi residence. So Pawan Khera not found at home during the searches. So even though we see the police teams are at Pawan Khera's residence, according to sources, Pawan Khera is not at his residence right now as we speak. Just going back to Harsh on the Harsh, of course, this is source-based information coming in that Pawan Khera is not at his residence. However, do we know who is around his residence now? Have you seen any leaders come by? Or is there anybody else available at his residence? Have you seen any movement lately in the last few hours, perhaps?
Right, Shivangi. In fact, this is a very new development. This is a very fresh development that we are fetching for our viewers, and there is no official remark in this regard, and no senior Congress leaders have in fact commented on this matter, at least at this hour. However, top Congress sources have revealed, they have in fact told Republic that Pawan Khera is currently not in Delhi. He is not at his Delhi residence where these raids are being carried out by the joint teams of Assam and Delhi police. However, we can see what we see here on the ground is heavy police deployment where both the teams of Assam and Delhi police are present at the spot, but top Congress sources maintaining that Pawan Khera is out of the national capital city. He's in fact not at his...
Thank you. Yes, Harsh, thank you so much. Keep getting us live updates from outside Pawan Khera's residence. Joint Delhi and Assam police searches are underway. We'll be right back, viewers. Do not go anywhere. This is a breaking and a developing story we're tracking here. Stay tuned.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Three, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundancy.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा मसाला
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching the Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta. The top focus in this bulletin will definitely be the West Asian conflict, but we'll also bring you the top national and international breaking news developments. One of the top focus will also be the searches that are ongoing by Assam police at Congress leader Pawan Khera's residence. Now, this is a joint operation by Assam police and Delhi police. We'll get you all the latest updates of this and also other latest breaking news developments. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour. Manipur remains tense after protesters burn tires on highways following the killing of 2 little children as fighting resumes. Assam police reaches Pawan Khera's residence to question him after Himanta's wife files FIR against the Congress leader. 90 lakh deletions in West Bengal elector list, including 27 lakh deletions after adjudication. 9-judge top court bench begins hearing pleas seeking review of the 2018 top court judgment on the Sabarimala entry case. Air India's Campbell Wilson resigns as CEO 1 year short of his tenure completion in 2027. Airline is yet to issue an official statement on that. Reports suggest that new Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khamenei is unconscious and is receiving treatment in Iranian city of Qom. And also Donald Trump says Iran could be taken out in one night as Tuesday deadline looms. All right, viewers, let's begin with the first top story. Now, around 90 lakh deletions in West Bengal elector list, which includes 63 lakh deletions from the final rule, which was published on 28 February, and another approximately 27 lakh deletions after adjudication. Now, only the cases which have been cleared by judicial officials of adjudication and added in elector list will be included for voting list. Now, the one cases going in appellate tribunal will not be included in voter list in this election. They might be cleared for next election. Now, roughly 45% deletion and 55% included in electoral list from adjudication list. Tribunal till now has heard 3 to 4 cases who approached Supreme Court for urgent hearing. Now, one Congress candidate already cleared for nomination. Till now, software for tribunal hearing is not yet made. Now, as early as possible, tribunal will hear cases whose docs were not verified. It's the prerogative of tribunal whether to listen to this, whether to hear this. Around 90 lakh deletions in West Bengal voter list. Very big development in electoral list, which includes 63 lakh deletions from the final roll, which was published on 28th February, and another approximately 27 lakh deletions after adjudication. All right, my colleague Harsha is live with me for more details on this story. Harsha, around 90 lakh deletions in West Bengal electoral list. Give us more details.
Yes, you rightly pointed out, and the original figures of the final electoral list will be published soon only. But we very well know that the final list was already published on 28th of February after the SIR process got completed. In that list, what we saw was that 63 lakh were deleted in the final electoral roll, but 60 lakhs were under adjudication. Now, after adjudication, disposal of the electoral list, now what we have got to know is that 55% have been included in the final electoral roll and 45% has been deleted. If we count this 45% of the 60 lakh adjudication, it amounts to 27 lakh. So right now what we know so far from the Election Commission sources, there was an off-cam briefing yesterday with the CEO West Bengal, and he clearly stated that till now almost 91 lakh voters have been deleted from the voter list of the West Bengal. That means this is the percentage, and these are the electors who will not be voting in this election. We very well know that 63 lakh in any ways are not going to vote after this election as well, not in any panchayat, not in Lok Sabha election, because those 63 lakh are the ones who are dead, who have migrated from West Bengal, who were the illegal immigrants. They were deleted. The 63 lakh is that number. But now we are speaking about more 27 lakh. Now in this 27 lakh Shivam voters, in a layman language for all our viewers to understand, this 27 lakh are going towards appellate tribunal. Now, the Supreme Court has clearly stated that if their name is deleted, they can go to the tribunal for the case, for the hearing. It is the prerogative of the tribunal whether the tribunal wants the existing data and document or any addition document of these people will be needing, because their name have been deleted. But the cases which tribunal will hear, that will amount to addition of this voter if it happens for the next election. That means next West Bengal assembly election, not this election. And that is the reason, Shivam, why the formation of tribunal is taking a lot of time, why the software yet has not been made, why it is being stated that the major number of voters have been deleted from the Malda and Murshidabad, which are approximately more than 3 lakh and 4 lakh. If we talk about Cooch Behar, it is amounting to almost 4 lakh. If we talk about the central Calcutta and the other regions, they are approximately 2 lakh voters in the major areas. So what we know, we have the figures of the number of voters who have been deleted from the West Bengal elector list. Mamata Banerjee was already alleging that after the SIR process and when the final list will be out, almost 1.5 crore voters will be out of the process of the elector. But the reality right now here is these 90 to 91 lakh voters are those who don't have proper document. They are not the resident of West Bengal. They are either the illegal immigrants or were staying here without proper Aadhaar card and voter ID card. And also there are many who were dead, but still votes were being cast on their Aadhaar card. So all of them have been deleted after the final process, after the disposal from the adjudication process, for which the judicial officers were appointed. So right now the biggest news here is that in the 7 crore, which is the population of West Bengal, the elector list of West Bengal, almost 7 crore 4 lakh something were in the final list. More 90 lakhs have been deleted. The 90 lakh is the overall data. The 90 lakh will not be allowed to vote in this election in West Bengal. 90 lakh are the voters which have been completely deleted from the final list. Back to you.
Yeah, definitely. Around 90 lakh people. Now 90 lakh is a very big figure. Now, there was also a deadline set by the Supreme Court. If you can reflect upon that and share the details of that. Now, this time, the names of those who have been deleted or those who are under the process of education, they won't be able to vote this time. But for the next time, will there be any possibility?
Shivam, it all depends on the documents. If they go to the tribunal and tribunal is satisfied with the documents the deleted voters have presented, then they will be added to the list. However, they will not be allowed to vote this time, but they will be added to the list of the elector of West Bengal. But if any addition document is required, then the voter has to give addition document. It is highly unlikely, Shivam, that the people who will go towards tribunal, they are likely to be added, because almost 15 documents were asked to be submitted during the adjudication process also. The voters who have been added in the adjudication process, those are still be considered as the voters of West Bengal. But the ones who are going in tribunal, it's highly unlikely that how will they present themselves as the voter of West Bengal if they don't have the proper valid document, if they don't have voter ID card, if they don't have the name in the Vanshavali, if they don't have the birth certificate, if they are unable to showcase the data of their parents in West Bengal before 2016 also, how they are highly unlikely to be added in the voter list. But that tribunal will decide. It's a long process. It's a long and lengthy process. It's going to take some time.
Yeah. Stay with us, Harsha. We have another big breaking news development that we are fetching right now as we speak. CEC orders DGP and CP Kolkata to identify at least 10 troublemongers, rowdies in the areas and district and take them into custody to prevent any pre-poll and post-poll violence during elections. The top sources in West Bengal Commissionerate reveals the list of VIP rowdies can be more than 10 also, but police has started preparing list to prevent violence after the CEC order. So this is a CEC order. This is a CEC crackdown ahead of polls in West Bengal. All right, viewers, we are going to this breaking development. We'll show you live visuals.
Where he has been, मुझे अभी पता नहीं है वो कहाँ है, but I will trace him out. सर आप वापस जा रहे हैं आप लोग अभी रहेंगे आप लोगों ने ये आप कमल कमल कहना है कि कुछ फाइट हुई आपकी.
These are the police officers outside Pawan Khera's residence, and they went there to conduct searches. Not just Assam police, but also Delhi police. It was a joint operation by both of them. Searches were being conducted, but Pawan Khera was not there. All right, I have Harsh with me for more details. Harsh, if you can give us the latest on what's exactly happening outside the residence. Have searches concluded or they are still ongoing?
Well, right, Shivam, this is in fact a big operation that is being carried out. Well, right, Shivam, this is in fact a big operation that was carried out at the residence of Pawan Khera. Now, the teams have come out of his residence. However, let me tell our viewers that Congress sources have maintained that Pawan Khera is currently not in Delhi. The officials have denied to comment at this hour on this matter. However, this is a fresh development that is happening here in the national capital city, where this is also the last day of election campaigning in Assam. This comes as a big political development 2 days prior to the election that is scheduled in Assam on April 9th. Now this is a big development that we are fetching for our viewers, that the teams of Delhi and Assam police have come out of Pawan Khera's residence in Nizamuddin. However, there were no official comments made in this regard at this hour, but this is a big operation that is being carried out by the joint teams of Assam and Delhi police, where there is heavy police deployment outside Pawan Khera's Nizamuddin residence. This comes as a big political development also because of the fact that Assam is bound for Vidhan Sabha polls just 2 days later. This is the last day of election campaigning in Assam, and this comes as a big development where senior Congress leader, in fact the party spokesperson's house in New Delhi is being raided, is in fact being inspected by the joint teams of Assam and Delhi police. However, top Congress sources have continued to maintain that Pawan Khera is currently not in the national capital city and he's out of his Delhi residence. He is not present here. But this is the big breaking news that we are fetching for our viewers, that a big joint operation is being carried out at Pawan Khera's residence in Delhi.
Yeah, definitely. These are the live visuals. So this means that the searches are still ongoing. There was a reaction by the police. How long do you think the searches are going to continue?
Shivam, this is a developing story. A lot can be seen happening here. Outside Pawan Khera's residence, there is heavy police deployment where teams of both Assam and Delhi police are present here. Now this in fact is the very house of Pawan.
वापस जा रहे हैं आप लोग अभी रहेंगे बिल्कुल आप देख सकते हैं पुलिस के लोगों पर आए बात करने के बाद पूरी तरीके से क्या बोला कौन है क्या बोला
A question which was posed by a journalist, asked by a journalist, whether will you be staying or the work is complete, the work is done. There was no response to that. So the searches as we speak continues, and it's a developing story, ongoing story. We're getting you live visuals also and the details. Our correspondent Harsh is on the ground fetching us more details. But this after Pawan Khera leveled serious allegations against the wife of CM Himanta Biswa Sarma of holding 3 passports, multiple passports. All right, Harsh is live with us. Harsh, if you can get us the live details of what's unfolding and at that location, live visuals and what's happening right now.
Right, Shivam, this in fact right behind us is the residence of senior Congress leader Pawan Khera, who is also the party spokesperson. We earlier showed our viewers that there is heavy police deployment here outside Pawan Khera's Nizamuddin residence. However, top Congress sources have maintained that Pawan Khera is currently out of Delhi. He is not in the town. But this is a big political development also because of the fact that Assam is bound for elections 2 days later, and this is the last day of election campaigning in Assam, and this comes as a big political development here in the national capital city, where joint teams of Assam and Delhi police are carrying out raids, are carrying out inspections at Pawan Khera's official residence in Nizamuddin, where however, top Congress sources are continuing to maintain that he is not at his residence at this hour.
Yeah, there was also a reaction that has come from Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma. He said that yesterday he ran away from Guwahati, and now I'm coming to know from my sources that he has run away from his residence in Delhi, but he has run away to Hyderabad. Any reaction that has come, that you have fetched, any reaction from the political leaders, Congress party, apart from this?
Shivam, remember this is a very big development. However, this is a developing story at this hour.
Okay.
There is no big reaction coming from any senior Congress party leader at this hour. But what we are fetching is that Congress has said that Pawan Khera is currently out of Delhi. But Hemant Biswa Sharma have completely quashed the serious allegations that were put up on him and his wife, where he has said that all of these images are downloaded and are provided to Congress leader Pawan Khera by some Pakistani social media groups, and they have in fact fabricated and photoshopped these images to use it against him and his wife. And two separate FIRs were also filed in this regard, where Hemant Biswa Sharma as well as his wife went to the Guwahati police, and they have in fact filed an FIR in this regard. And now here in the national capital city, there is this joint operation going on with the teams of Delhi and Assam police joining hands to investigate in this matter, to in fact question Pawan Khera in this regard, that what more proofs can he present about his serious allegations that comes just days prior to the Vidhan Sabha elections, Vidhan Sabha polls that are bound in Assam on April 9.
Okay, definitely we'll keep focusing on that story. Stay with us, Harsh. We'll get another big breaking news development that we are fetching. The reaction of Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma on your screens, ladies and gentlemen, in a short while. A reaction by Assam Chief Minister, and he said that Pawan Khera, he ran away from Guwahati yesterday, and I have come to know through the media that the police have gone to his residence in Delhi, but he has run away to Hyderabad. Now the law will take its own course. There's a reaction, there's a bite of Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma also in this regard, and he has clearly mentioned that Pawan Khera yesterday ran away from Guwahati, now he has run away from Delhi to Hyderabad. Let's listen into what exactly Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma said.
तरह से उत्साह जो है कैसे देखते हैं आप?
हम आराम से 100 सीट जीतने वाला है।
सर ये जो एरिया है जिस तरीके से अखिल गोगोई लगातार कमेंट कर रहे हैं, गौरव गोगोई एक तरफ अटैक हो रहा है, उसको कैसे आप?
दोनों चुनाव हार जाएगा इस बार।
अच्छा,
आपने तो खुद ही माहौल देखा।
हाँ।
जीतने वाला नहीं है, इस बार नहीं जीत पाएगा।
सर जो कांग्रेस ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करी पवन खेड़ा जी ने स्पेसिफिकली, उनको आप क्या?
वो भाग गया ना अभी।
हाँ।
कल सुबह 6 बजे ही वो गुवाहाटी से भाग गया।
हाँ।
अभी दिल्ली में हमारा लोग, मैं अखबार से मुझे पता चला है, दिल्ली में पुलिस गया है तो हैदराबाद तक भाग गया।
क्या किया सर ऐसा? आपने कहा मेरे पास सब प्लान है, क्या प्लान है? आपने कहा कि
प्लान का मतलब नहीं, कानून अपना हिसाब से काम करेगा ना।
सर आपने यूज किया था कि मैं कौन खेड़ा,
वो तो सुनाओ कब आप।
All right, so this is Assam Chief Minister Hemant Biswa Sarma saying that the law will take its own course and that Pawan Khera ran from Guwahati, now he's running from Delhi and he has run to Hyderabad. Okay, I have Harsh with me, continues to be live with me. Harsh, the reaction that we have fetched from Assam Chief Minister Hemant Biswa Sarma, and also he highlighted the anomalies, the mistakes in the images which have been circulated. He clearly mentions that the image which has been used in the images which has been broadcasted by the social media platform of Pakistan, that's the source he alleges, the images used for the passport are publicly available images and not something like which you commonly seen, the biometric images which are used commonly.
Right, Shivam. In this regard, in fact, Hemant Biswa Sharma is being seen very confident. He has come up with his statement where he has called it a use of fraudulent documents by top Congress leader Pawan Khera, in fact, who is also the party spokesperson. He has said that these images are originally posted by some Pakistani social media groups. Pakistani social media groups are in fact the source of these images that Congress have gathered and is now fabricating these images. They have photoshopped these images, they have used some kind of AI tools and they have fabricated it in a way that they are now claiming it to be the passports that belong to Hemant Biswa Sharma's wife. However, Hemant Biswa Sharma has also maintained during his press conference that 2 separate FIRs have been filed by him as well as his wife in this regard with Guwahati police. Now let me also remind our viewers that this press conference of Pawan Khera, where he made these serious allegations on Hemant Biswa Sharma and his wife, was not conducted in Delhi, but this was the press conference that was held in Guwahati. This comes just 2 days ahead of elections that are coming next in Assam. Vidhan Sabha polls are up next in Assam. This is in fact the last day of election campaigning in Assam, and this comes as a fresh and big development where Hemant Biswa Sharma has now in fact also said, he has in fact alleged that he has fetched from some of his sources that Pawan Khera might have now left from Delhi and he might be in Hyderabad. This is the big breaking news that we are fetching for our viewers in this regard.
Definitely, Harsh, thanks a lot for the details in this story. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another big breaking news development that we are fetching right now. It is about Air India and about the airfare hike, the hike in the fuel prices that we are getting. Air India hikes fuel surcharge on domestic and international flights, shifts to distance-based pricing from April 8th. Now, Air India shifts to distance-based pricing system from April 8th. Domestic revised fuel surcharge now between rupees 300 to 1,000. So there will be a hike in the ticket charges also. The Air India hikes fuel surcharge on domestic and international flights and shifts to distance-based pricing from April 8th. So from tomorrow onwards, there will be definitely an increase in pricing. Air India shifting to distance-based pricing system from April 8th. A domestic revised fuel surcharge now between rupees 300 to 1,000. It's a very big development that is coming in. Will be a big jolt for the passengers, for the flyers, because the prices are already increasing. The ticket prices are already increasing. Air India CEO has reportedly resigned, and now we are getting another big development here of a fuel surcharge, of hikes in fuel surcharge. All right, I have Harsha with me for more details. Harsha, so After the resignation, the latest that we are getting is a hike in the fuel surcharge. Give us more details.
So Shivam, already the meeting and the developments and the kind of the mulling for the fuel surcharge is already taking place since last month. We can talk about it like since March, the aviation industry was going through the prices, going through the surge in the crude oil prices, and they were continuously requesting the government that something should be done in the ATF, which is the aviation tax fuel. And we got to know that there was a meeting on April 1st after it was decided that the cap.
झूठा आरोप लगाइएगा और पुलिस कार्रवाई करे तो भागते क्यों हैं आप? पेश करिए। हाँ? किसी को, क्योंकि इससे बड़ा, देखिए इस बात को समझिए, इसके इम्प्लीकेशंस क्या है। मैं पहली बार बोल रहा हूं तो ठीक, आपने सवाल किया तो मुझे जवाब देने दीजिए। पासपोर्ट कौन दे सकता है? भारत सरकार। पासपोर्ट के लिए क्या आवश्यकता है? आपको भारत का नागरिक होना चाहिए, और भारत का नागरिक दूसरे देश का नागरिक नहीं हो सकता, पासपोर्ट नहीं हो सकता। तो आप ये जो उठा रहे हैं, इसके पीछे आपकी सोच है कि भारत के नागरिक नहीं है, तो बहुत ही घटिया बात है। और जब कहा गया झूठ है तो जवाब नहीं दे रहे हैं, तो फेस द पुलिस ना।
Sir, just before the April 9 polling in Kerala, today a written letter has been submitted in the Supreme Court by the LDF government. They have made a U-turn in the Sabarimala case. Earlier they supported the 2018 Supreme Court order, but now they are aligned with the review petition.
What should I say? Are they growing wiser? Or the election is looming large, therefore that is the reason for change? I leave it to them. I can only tell you that there was a very wide spectrum of opinion which has serious doubts about the particular judgment. Now let the review be considered. वैसे भी एक बात समझना चाहिए, ये देश आस्थाओं का देश है, आस्थाओं का सम्मान होना चाहिए। हर आस्था को आप कानूनी परख पर नहीं जांच सकते। सबरीमला की पूजा हजारों वर्षों से हो रही है, और सम्मान तो होना चाहिए ना। एनीथिंग मोर?
सर, बंगाल से एक तस्वीर सामने आई थी, जब हमने वहाँ के लोगों से बातचीत की तो उन्होंने बताया कि जैसे गुंडागर्दी की बात हमेशा होती है कि बंगाल में गुंडागर्दी करती हैं ममता बनर्जी, तो उसके बाद उन लोगों ने ये कहा था कि अगर हम वोट डालने जाते हैं ईवीएम मशीन पर तो इत्र लगा दिया जाता है उस पर, उससे चेक होता है कि आपने किसको वोट डाला है। तो इस हिसाब से इलेक्शन कमीशन ऑफ इंडिया या फिर बीजेपी उनकी सुरक्षा का आश्वासन कौन देगा?
देखिए, पहली बात मैं आपसे कहना चाहता हूं, ममता जी जीती हैं 2 बार तो ईवीएम से ही जीती हैं ना। उनके लोग लोकसभा में एमपी बनते हैं, ईवीएम से बनते हैं ना। पूरा देश।
All right, viewers, we have another big breaking news development. Rajnath Singh responds to Pakistan minister's warning. Pakistan's defense minister should not have given such a provocative statement. 55 years ago, they suffered the consequences when Pakistan was divided into 2 parts if they tried to cast an eye on Bengal. Only God knows how many parts Pakistan will be divided into this time, says Defense Minister Rajnath Singh on Pak Defense Minister's response on his statement, Khwaja Asif's warning to strike Kolkata. So Khwaja Asif gave a warning of strikes against Kolkata, against Bengal, and this is a reaction, a very strong reply indeed by Defense Minister Rajnath Singh. Let's listen into what Rajnath Singh said.
इसके बारे में इतना ही कहना चाहूंगा कि उन्हें यह नहीं भूलना चाहिए कि आज 55 ईयर्स पहले 1971 में एक बार बंगाल की तरफ नजर उठाने की कोशिश पाकिस्तान ने की थी, तो पाकिस्तान के 2 टुकड़े हो गए, एक पाकिस्तान रह गया, दूसरा बांग्लादेश बन गया। इस बार यदि हरकत की गई हमारे बंगाल की तरफ नजर उठाने की, तो उसका क्या परिणाम होगा यह भविष्य के घर में ही लिखा हुआ है और इसका पता चल जाएगा।
Slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up next, Iranian missile has struck Ramat Hasharon in Tel Aviv metropolitan area. Attacks has resulted in severe damage to infra, and visuals show a car being overturned due to the attack. Coming up next.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
Three, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such.
Top headlines tracking right now. Assam police raids Pawan Khera's Delhi residence after FIR by Himanta Biswa Sarma's wife. Violence breaks out in Moirang and Bishnupur areas of Manipur. Kuki groups open fire. 2 children killed in the attack. Haifa Churachandpur highway blocked after violence. Tires, oil tankers burned. Schools to remain closed during the Imphal Churachandpur highway. The step and the Air India CEO Campbell Wilson steps down before tenure ends in 2027. Wilson resigns amidst losses and operational setbacks.
Our country can be taken out in one night, and that night might be tomorrow night.
And Trump says Iran could be taken out in one night as Tuesday deadline looms. Trump threatens to destroy all Iran bridges, power plants in 4 hours if there is no deal.
We have a plan, because of the power of our military, where every bridge in Iran will be decimated by 12 o'clock tomorrow night.
And Trump threatens to destroy all Iran bridges, power plants in 4 hours if there is no deal. And viewers are getting your top updates coming in here Republic TV. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. Saudi Arabia says they've intercepted multiple drones coming towards its airspace. So big breaking updates here on Republic TV. And Saudi Arabia intercepts 18 drones in airspace, 18 attack drones intercepted by Saudi Arabia. So back-to-back updates coming in here. Now escalation continues, viewers, and we see that in the midst of all this, in the midst of the West Asia conflict, we see that Donald Trump has once again issued some fresh warnings. So put our focus on what is happening in this situation, which is unfolding, continues to unfold. Just yesterday, Donald Trump has threatened complete demolition of Iranian infrastructure, warning the US could take out Iran in one night. And as the escalation continues, Gulf countries are also, using their air defense systems to intercept these multiple drones in the airspace. So back-to-back updates coming in. US and Israel have launched new attacks on Iran and Lebanon simultaneously. Tehran is also continuing its retaliation. Okay, let's move ahead. Getting to some updates coming in. Israeli forces strike Iran's defense system. Israeli forces strike Iran's defense systems and IDF releases videos of strikes. IDF said, we continue systematic efforts to further dismantle the Iranian terror regime's fire array and air defense systems across Iran. Attached, this is the footage that we also try to play out from a short while. And the footage that you see, this is a camera inside the actual missile dismantling air defense system in Iran. So Israeli force striking Iran's air defense system. This is the IDF released video. And they're saying we continue our systematic efforts to dismantle the Iranian terror regime's fire array and air defense systems across Iran. So this is a message which has come in from Israel on the latest here in the West Asia escalation. And viewers, while the deadline looms, Trump in his latest address reiterated the threat to power plants and bridges. Now, from the White House, Trump claimed that American forces could take out the entire nation of Iran in just a single night. He also sharpened his deadline for Iran, warning that by Tuesday night, every bridge and power plant in Iran would be decimated if no deal was reached between the two countries. He also said that he prefers the U.S. to be charging tolls in the Strait of Hormuz rather than letting Iran do it. So big updates coming in here on Republic TV. Iran will have no power plants if no deal is struck. This is what Trump has said, giving his latest ultimatum. And the deadline for that ultimatum is going to be ending very, very soon. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. Iran has been given a new ultimatum by President Trump. We're getting some more statements. Let's play them out.
Both members of the crew ejected from the aircraft and landed alive. On Iranian soil, I immediately was asked to make a decision. I ordered the U.S. Armed Forces to do whatever was necessary to bring our brave warriors back home. A risky decision, because we could have ended up with 100 dead as opposed to 1 or 2. It's a hard decision to make. But in the United States military, we leave no American behind. We don't do it. Within hours, our armed forces deployed 21 military aircraft into hostile airspace, many flying at very low altitude, being shot by bullets. You bring rifles into play when you're going that low, but there are also certain advantages. And in broad daylight over Iran for 7 hours, at times facing very, very heavy enemy fire. We have a helicopter that's got a lot of bullets in it. It's amazing. We just realized how good those weapons are. Our machines are. Nobody has the equipment that we have, and nobody has the military that we have. Not even close. We're the most powerful military anywhere in the world by far. The flight crews and warfighters aboard those aircraft took extraordinary risks to rescue their fellow service members. This first wave of search and rescue forces successfully located the pilot of the F-15, and he was extracted from enemy territory by an HH-60 Jolly Green II helicopter. The entire country can be taken out in one night, and that night might be tomorrow night.
All right, so Trump has set multiple deadlines for Iran, and the time is running out. Let's listen into this report from Washington, D.C.
President Trump had a major briefing today. Obviously, the entire White House press corps were here. I was there inside the briefing. Clearly, three big takeaways that he had. One, obviously, the U.S. mounted this daring operation by the U.S. armed forces, aided by the CIA, to bring back 2 American pilots from the hostile territory in Iran. That was a major operation. He gave details about that. He also mentioned the fact that opening the Strait of Hormuz is very, very critical for the global energy supplies, and he's determined about that. And he put Iran on notice, saying that by 8 p.m. Eastern time, if Iran does not change tack, that's Tuesday's deadline, he will make sure that there is hell which is rained on Iran by destroying their infrastructure, by destroying their power stations and also bridges. So clearly he's put Iran on notice, but also opening the window of diplomatic negotiations a bit. He did not mention about it, but clearly while the diplomatic talks are happening, he did mention about some of the countries in the Middle East who were really supportive of the US's campaign against Iran. And he also spoke about the fact that if he wouldn't have mounted this operation, Iran would have got a nuclear weapon that would have threatened not only Europe but a lot of countries in the region as well. He did not say anything about the deadline on the war ending, but I get a sense that a lot will be clearer after this deadline of 8 p.m. tomorrow. That's Tuesday, Washington, D.C. time, the US ET time.
And viewers, we're counting down. You can see the time on your screens there. 15 hours left for Trump's deadline to end. And in the midst of all this, Iran has put out a new statement. That is right, Iran has responded. Iranian president's warning ahead of Trump's deadline. And he says over 14 million Iranians ready to sacrifice life. Okay, so big updates coming in here, viewers. Like we were telling you, these are some of the pictures that we're getting for you. Okay, that's Amit Shah there. And remember that campaigning is already in its final phases, viewers. Campaigning is in its final phases. Amit Shah in Assam holding a public rally. Those are the pictures that we're getting for you, because not too much time is left for campaigning to end ahead of this very, very crucial assembly elections, which are just 2 days away. And as we count down to the elections, campaigning is right now in its final hours. So multiple leaders holding rallies. We're getting these updates coming here. Okay, let's go back to the other updates we're getting for you. And like we were telling you earlier, we put our focus back to the escalation. So as the countdown has begun for the deadline, Trump's deadline, which is given to Iran to end, we see that Iranian leaders are giving their own warning, and they're saying that over 14 million proud Iranians have, up to this moment, declared their readiness to sacrifice their lives in defense of Iran. I too have been and will be a sacrificer for Iran. So this is an update we're getting here for our viewers. Now, Donald Trump has set a number of deadlines for Iran. There are multiple deadlines which have been set. Latest deadline, there was a post that was peppered with a lot of expletives, and Trump reiterated his threat, saying that Tuesday will be power plant day and bridge day. And he had given the deadline Tuesday, 8 p.m. Eastern time. So that is the deadline that Trump had given. But Iran has also responded, viewers, and Iran is saying that 14 million Iranians are ready to sacrifice their life for Iran. So getting all these updates coming in here, viewers of Republic TV, and we're seeing that Iran has finally responded ahead of Trump's deadline, and they're saying that over 14 million Iranians are ready to sacrifice their lives. So this is an update coming in here on Republic TV, and the threat is looming. We're getting you all these updates coming on Republic TV as we see that Iranian strikes are also continuing towards US allies in West Asia. We're getting you reports and ground reports helping you understand what the situation is looking like. But the clock is ticking on Trump's Iran ultimatum, and there seems to be a very less hope. You know, there's not much hope left for a breakthrough. Even though the world prays for a breakthrough, Iran themselves are saying that they're ready to take the escalation forward. Over 14 million Iranians are ready to sacrifice their life. That's what Iranian leaders are saying as final hours are ticking down. There has been a very little indication that Iran is ready to agree to the ultimatum that Trump has given. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. And we will keep getting you these top updates as Iran is not backing down. So what President Trump had said, that he threatened to take Iran out in just one night. And Trump said there needs to be a deal that's acceptable to him before his Tuesday deadline. And that part of the deal would involve free traffic of oil. So this is some of the conditions that President Trump has put for the deal. Okay, let's go to Major Tur, who's joining us, defense expert on Republic TV. Thank you for joining us here, Major Tur. Now, we see that there's very little hope that there would be a breakthrough because Iran themselves are not backing down. It's very clear from the Iranian president's latest statement.
See, as per the statements that we all have heard, now he said that there are 13 million Iranians who are ready to sacrifice their lives. But if that was the case, then probably they would have apprehended the downed pilot who was actually present in the thick of, a high security zone, which is just 25 kilometers from Isfahan. So the F-15E pilot, if he has been extracted without any loss of human life, I think it's a big question mark as to people's loyalty towards the Khomeini regime or the IRGC. And I certainly feel that, when the American forces do enter from the ground, we have seen it in previous wars that, for example, in Iraq, the people of Iraq actually welcomed the American forces because they were done and dusted with the dictatorship, that suffocation. They couldn't live freely or openly. They were restricted to n number of amenities, compared to a democratic country. So I certainly feel that there will be a change in the shift in the mindset of the people, and majority of the people do not speak against the IRGC regime because they have the secret police. They have the MOIS. They have the besieged forces. Okay, so they have these Gasht-e-Irshad. So these are religious and secret police which actually commit forced disappearances for any citizen who tries to question the regime or the IRGC, who is liberal, who wants to have a free life and wants to not comply by wearing a hijab, wants to roam around freely in the open society. They target these people and eventually execute them. There have been ample number of deaths in custody. They have executed their, artists, singers, painters, sculptors, and people with talent, be it sports. They have executed young people in public. So I think that's fear, instilling fear psychosis. That is not what free country is all about. So I am sure that what they are claiming is not going to happen when they come face to face with the American forces when the ground offensive begins.
Yes. Okay. I also want to go across to Major General Sanjay Soy on the phone line, a defense expert joining us. Thank you for joining us, Major General, here on Republic TV. Now, we were discussing about this threat that Donald Trump has made yet again. However, he has given 48-hour threats again and again and again. Since March, since 21st March, has given 48-hour threats to Iran, saying that he will finish the power plants, starting with the biggest ones first. That was on 21st March. But the last threat has come on Sunday with a lot of expletives. What do you really make out of this latest threat, Major General?
Yeah, in fact, I would say you are right that he has given threat again and again. Every time he extended by 10 days, by 2 days, by 48 hours. And now, in fact, I think it shows his frustration, the kind of language he has used in his message, and which is not expected from a head of state. Head of state is a very respectable post and position and of a most powerful country. If you write this kind of language, it shows the frustration. And I think they are looking for what to do. There's sort of confusion there. What to do, how to do, what's the way ahead, what could be the face-saving device, will Iranians come to their knees? So again and again, they are giving warnings. And at the same time, I would say, Shivangi, that behind the scene, discussions and talks are going on. Back channels are active. They are looking forward for some face-saving, both for Americans and Iranians. But at the same time, I would say that Iranians are not giving up. They have made their stand clear that will continue to fight, and they have continued to attack Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, and Israel, and Iraq. Number of attacks have taken place in the last 24 hours. So I don't think so. Iranian side is scared and afraid of such warnings. They are continuing with their stand. And on the other hand, if these kind of attacks take place actually on bridges and power points, this is against the Vienna Convention, where the human rights, where the rights of civilians, because civilians will get affected. I think all these international organizations should be locked and closed down, Shivangi.
Hold on, I'm going back to Major Tour on this. We see that what we are seeing here, once again, we have a timer on the screens which our viewers would be seeing as they're watching our screens right now. Only around 15 hours are left. Now, what do you think is going to happen next? Because the International Committee of the Red Cross, the guardian of the Geneva Convention, has warned against threats, whether in rhetoric or in action, describing wars fought without limits are inhumane and devastating. So these committees, the UN, nobody wants to see an escalation here, but Trump keeps making these threats again and again.
You see, firstly, the deadline has been given by President Trump that either open up the Strait of Hormuz or you face a backlash with all their important bridges and connecting roads and culverts will be gone. Their, nuclear power plants which generate electricity will be gone. They are very expensive. It takes a lot of time to construct one nuclear power plant for electricity generation. So the consequences are that Iran will definitely go back at least 20 to 30 years if these assets are blown to smithereens. Now the thing is that opening up of Strait of Hormuz is what the whole world is wanting. And if the same demand is being put by the Americans to the Iranians, so I certainly feel that there is nothing wrong in it. He is quite correct in saying that. Other than that, Strait of Hormuz is a natural waterway. It's not man-made. It is a naturalized waterway, pathway, where every country and nation and their ships have the right to way. So the Iranians cannot hijack and blockade the Strait of Hormuz, which is illegal. And it is not about putting pressure on us. If they have issues with the Americans, they should deal with the Americans, the American air bases, the American military targets. But that should be their main aim and target for the IRGC, and not blocking the Strait of Hormuz. So one thing is very imminent, that neither the Iranian leadership nor the IRGC has any soft corner for any nation which is actually coming there and wanting oil and taking oil from there. All they are doing is making oil a weaponized tool for blackmailing Americans, and they expect countries which are dependent on their oil from Strait of Hormuz to put pressure on the Americans, which is not going to happen. In fact, the Americans have themselves been saying this and stressing that join us in this war against Iran and let us stop this, gangster type attitude of Iran, the bullying attitude of Iran of stopping Hormuz, and send in your military contingent, contribute to this war on terrorism that the Iranians have been, carrying on for the last 45 years. And it is the delay of 45 years that today we are seeing Iran as a potential threat with the missile technology that it has invested upon. It is not invested upon the medical facilities. It is not, invested money for its public transport system. It is not invested money in science and technology. It has invested money in setting up its underground cities which stores missiles. It is, invested money in keeping the IRGC up and running. So, yes, we have to introspect and we have to take sides with the democracies which are fighting against this tyrant, this Khomeini regime and the IRGC.
All right, thank you, Major Toot, for getting us those details. I'm getting some more breaking news coming in. Let's go straight to the next set of breaking news we're getting for our viewers. Explosives recovered just 2 kilometers away from RSS headquarters in Nagpur. Just 2 kilometers away from the RSS headquarters in Nagpur. Bomb disposal squad. Forensic team is at the site in Nagpur. Explosives recovered in Nagpur's area. And 15 gelatin sticks, 50 detonators and 8 connectors have been found. Putting out these pictures we're getting for you. Heavy police deployment stationed in that area. Bomb disposal squad deployed and forensic team has arrived at the scene. So we're getting these updates coming in here on Republic TV. We'll put out some more pictures. We'll put out some more pictures that we're getting for you. But according to the latest update we're getting for our viewers, we see that this is a case of explosives being recovered and the bomb disposal squad has been deployed. The forensic team arrives at the scene and there was a lot of chaos which had spread across Nagpur following the discovery of a large quantity of explosives in the Dosar Bhavan Chowk area. And the police received a tip-off this morning regarding the presence of explosives within a area. Okay, so we're getting these updates coming in here. What we know so far is that these explosives were recovered just 2 kilometers away from the RSS headquarters in Nagpur. So 15 gelatin sticks, 50 detonators, 8 connectors have been seized already. And you can see there's a huge security presence at the spot because we see that bomb disposal squads and forensic teams are at the site to conduct further investigations. Getting some more reactions.
यहाँ जो लांजेवार करके जो रहते हैं उनके जो घर के बैक साइड छोटा सा गार्डन है जाके रोड के बाजू में वहाँ लगभग 15 कार्टेज और 58 डिटोनेटर मिले हैं। जिस बैग में वो मिले थे उनके कहने के अनुसार वो बैग लास्ट 1.5 से 2 महीने से वो वहाँ पड़ी थी और जब सुबह उनको ध्यान में आ गया कि जो बाहर आए थे दिखे उन्होंने तो वहाँ कार्टेज दिखे, उन्होंने इन्फॉर्मेशन दे दिए। अभी हमारे जो BDDS टीम है, पेसो की टीम है, APSL की टीम है, उनके हेल्प से वो सब कलेक्ट किया है और आगे जाके उसके ऊपर कायदेशीर कार्रवाई जो है, जो कहाँ रखना है, वो मैगज़ीन में हम पूरा सामान अलग अलग रखेंगे और जो है अभी जो प्रोसीजर चालू है हमारी आगे की कायदेशीर कार्रवाई की जाएगी।
सर क्या क्या काम में आता है जो मिला है चीज़ें क्या काम में आती है?
नहीं अभी जो वो जब तक हम उनका इन्वेस्टिगेशन नहीं करेंगे, जो एक्सपर्ट से हमको इन्फॉर्मेशन नहीं आएंगे तब तक हम पता नाही सकते।
किती टीम काढणार, किती डिटोनेटर्स आणि किती कनेक्टर?
याच्यामध्ये डिटोनेटर 50 डिटोनेटर आहेत, 8 कनेक्टर आहेत आणि 15 कार्टेज एक्सप्लोजिव्हचे कार्टेज आहेत आणि ते सध्या आम्ही APSL आणि BDDच्या मदतीने सर्व वेगवेगळे पॅकिंग केलेलं आहे आणि संबंधित कायदेशीर प्रोसीजर आम्ही पूर्ण करून घेतो।
कब से रखा था ये यहाँ पे, कब से मिला है रखा हुआ?
नहीं वो अभी इन्वेस्टिगेशन की है, कब रखा है कैसे रखा है इन्वेस्टिगेशन के बाद पता चलेगा। थैंक यू।
Viewers, getting you much more coming right up. Amit Shah drives a BJP campaign in Assam as we are in the final hours of campaigning before the crucial elections.
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation. And also, in case if the main chain of the excretion system doesn't respond, there is always a way of redundant chain and the methodology for excretion. And I don't think it is a major issue, but I'm sure it will get sorted out. And of course, there is a
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट
क्या बात है स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
Corrector, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरी राजा सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Assam police raids Pawan Khera's Delhi residence after an FIR by Himanta Biswa Sarma's wife.
पागल है यार सच्चाई आप नहीं जानते तो तब क्यों आपने डाला आप तो पूछना चाहिए था पहले पागल है क्या ये लोग मैं एक एलिगेशन लाया पहले आपको फॉरेन मिनिस्टर को पूछना चाहिए था कि नहीं चाहिए
Himanta Biswa Sarma reacts to searches at Khera's residence, claims that the Congress leader ran from Guwahati to Delhi and then to Hyderabad. Amit Shah drives the BJP campaign in Assam by addressing 3 rallies as today is the last day for campaigning in the state. ECI deletes 90.66 lakh voter names in West Bengal special intensive revision as polls come closer. MK Stalin's nomination papers have been accepted by returning officer in Kolathur constituency. Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj and we were starting first with a breaking development that we're getting in from Manipur. Now, explosives have been recovered at least 2 kilometers away from the Explosives have been recovered about 2 kilometers away
from an RSS headquarters by the bomb disposal squad in Nagpur. Now, forensic teams have reached the site. This is the news that we're getting in from Maharashtra's Nagpur, where explosives have been recovered just about 2 kilometers from the RSS headquarters in Nagpur. Now, bomb squad has reached the site. In fact, bomb disposal squad has been working. Even forensic teams have reached the site. These are the live visuals on your screens coming straight from Nagpur, just about 2 kilometers from the RSS headquarters, where a bomb was recovered. Explosives were recovered. Now, we're yet to know what nature of explosives were recovered from this area, but just about 2 kilometers from the RSS headquarters in Nagpur, explosives have been recovered by the bomb squad. Forensic teams are also on the ground. Now, we've also spoken to officials. Listen in.
यहाँ जो लांजेवार करके जो रहते हैं, उनके जो घर के बैक साइड छोटा सा गार्डन है, जाके रोड के बाजू में, वहाँ लगभग 15 कार्टेज और 58 डिटोनेटर मिले हैं। जिस बैग में वो मिले थे, उनके कहने के अनुसार वो बैग लास्ट 1.5 से 2 महीने से वो वहाँ पड़ी थी, और जब सुबह उनको ध्यान में आ गया कि जो बाहर आए थे दिखे उन्होंने, तो वहाँ कार्टेज दिखे, उन्होंने इन्फॉर्मेशन दे दिए। अभी हमारे जो BDDS टीम है, पेसो की टीम है, APSL की टीम है, उनके हेल्प से वो सब कलेक्ट किया है, और आगे जाके उसके ऊपर कायदेशीर कार्रवाई जो है, जो कहाँ रखना है, वो मैगज़ीन में हम पूरा सामान अलग अलग रखेंगे, और जो है अभी जो प्रोसीजर चालू है हमारी, आगे की कायदेशीर कार्रवाई की जाएगी।
In fact, we're also being joined by my colleague Revati to get us more details. Now, remember, viewers, this is a plot where just about 2 kilometers from the RSS headquarters in Maharashtra's Nagpur, explosives have been recovered. Now, forensic team also remains on the ground. My colleague Revati joins in with more details. Revati, what have you got for us? What more can you tell us about the explosives that have been recovered by the bomb squad? Any statement from the bomb squad regarding where these explosives came from to begin with? Revati.
Right, as you rightly mentioned, a shocking incident has happened in Maharashtra city where explosives were recovered just 2 kilometers away from the RSS headquarters in Nagpur. As of now, the police and the bomb disposal squad and the BDDS has reached the spot, and then as of now they have discovered 15 gelatin sticks, 50 detonators and 8 connectors. The police has also been deployed and stationed in the area, and forensic team has also arrived at the scene. So it is being said that this particular bag belonged to SBL company in Katol, where an explosion had occurred a few days ago. So this is a shocking thing, and this bag was lying there since one and a half months. So now, after the thorough investigation, as the police commissioner Ravindra Singhal said that the investigation is underway. Also, the bag which belonged to, or the explosives that are whose belonging it has, they will be thoroughly investigated, and further information is awaited as the forensic team and BDDS team are at the spot. Over to you.
Right, Revati, thanks for getting us those details. In fact, viewers, this is the site exactly close to the RSS headquarters in Nagpur, where explosives were recovered by the bomb squad. Now, remember, investigations into this case are ongoing. In fact, forensic teams have also reached the site. For now, viewers, shifting focus and tracking once again what's happening in the West Asia war. Now, we're getting in another big breaking news that comes in from Khatam airport in Iran that has been hit in an airstrike. No casualties have been reported so far. However, the Iranian state media says that Khatam airport in western Iran was hit in an airstrike. However, no casualties have been reported so far. We're yet to get any details on the number of injuries in case there are any. Now, a provincial official in Loristan also said the Shahid Ashrafi Isfahani airport in Khatam in Iran was targeted by airstrikes. The official also said the strike
strike caused no loss of life. Now, state media earlier reported that Israeli attacks have also damaged communication infrastructure in rural areas of Salsaleh and Dalfan counties in Iran, leading to telecom outages. So another example of how civilian infrastructure continues to remain at the center of the war. The Khurramabad airport has been struck by an Israeli airstrike. Not just that, various telecom outages have also been reported across Iran because of communication towers being struck. Now, viewers, the deadline looms. Our team now brings you updates directly from the war zone. Iranian strikes have continued towards U.S. allies in West Asia. Watch this report that comes from Ramat Gan in central Israel that shows you the aftermath of an Iranian strike that was rained down on the Israeli territory. Take a look.
Here is one of the places in the center of Israel that the Iranian rocket hit. This is Ramat Gan, and you can see the impact of just one rocket. We need to move a little bit because it's not safe to be here right now. We need to move because it's not safe, but you can see from here, this is the extensive damage just from one Iranian rocket. You can see the damage. The whole floor of the building was completely destroyed, and there is no way to survive this kind of attack. We need to move because it's not safe to be here. But you can see this is again where Iran targeting. They are targeting civilians, as you can see here. This is a civilian area, one of the most popular places in Israel, in Ramat Gan. It's a main street, prominent street of Ramat Gan. A lot of people are coming here every day to the coffees, to the bars, to the shops. And you can see from here how extensive is the damage. Iran again using cluster munition, which is not legal because it is spreading all around in a radius of tens of kilometers and hit civilian areas, buildings, train stations, cars, roads. And this is just one site that was impacted from one ballistic rocket of Iran with a cluster munition, and there are about 30 sites just from one rocket. And this is a crime against humanity that Iran committing for over 1 month.
Viewers, meanwhile, we're getting in another breaking development, and this time it comes from Lebanon. Now, remember, Israel continues to strike not just Iranian territory, but also proxies like Hezbollah that are deep inside the Lebanese territory. Now, Israeli strikes in the latest on southern Lebanon have left at least 5 people dead. Now, remember, this is a statement that's been made by the Public Health Ministry inside Lebanon that says 5 new deaths have been reported in Israeli strikes that rained on southern Lebanon. Now, remember, the Public Health Ministry also said that since the inception of this violence on the 2nd of March 2026, since then at least 1,400 people have been confirmed dead inside Lebanon in Israeli pursuit of Hezbollah targets deep inside various territories in Lebanon. The latest one comes from southern Lebanon, where at least 5 people have been killed. Viewers, now as the war in West Asia rages on, Donald Trump is making statements after statement. Now he has made a series of explosive claims once again against Iran, saying that there has been a regime change, even as he insists that that was never the objective to begin with. From hinting at a secret military plan to even claiming that Iranians are urging continued strikes, Trump's remarks have raised serious questions about the ground reality and what comes next in this conflict.
In the latest briefing from the White House, Trump claims that there has been a regime change in Iran.
We have regime change, but we didn't do this for regime change. We did it for the fact, and my view was very simple. I saw somebody said, oh, he doesn't have a plan. I have the best plan of all, but I'm not going to tell you what my plan is.
He also laid down the plan he has in store for Iran.
We're going to attack at 9:47 in the morning, and then we're going to do this, and then we're going to... And if you don't do that, they say, I have a plan. These people know what the plan is. Everybody here knows what the plan is. But it's very unfair to say, because I don't mind being insulted. I've been insulted for many years by the fake news. But you can't. It's so bad for people that are so you just saw two great and John Ratcliffe, three unbelievable people. They have a plan. Every single thing has been thought out by all of us.
He also claimed that the people of Iran are asking to be bombed.
They would be willing to suffer that in order to have freedom. The Iranians have, and we've had numerous intercepts. Please keep bombing. Bombs that are dropping near their homes. Please keep bombing. Do it. And these are people that are living where the bombs are exploding. And when we leave and we're not hitting those areas, they're saying, please come back, come back, come back.
He also claims that the people of Iran are demanding freedom.
These are the people. I don't know what they do. All I can tell you is they want freedom. They have lived in a world that you know nothing about. It's a violent, horrible world where if you protest, you are shot.
Trump also claims that it is very difficult to protest in Iran.
They don't tell you the real facts. Women, men, gays. How about gays for Iran? They kill the gays. They throw them off buildings. So I wonder what's going on. I can only say this. They want us to keep bombing, even if it jeopardizes, because their life is in much greater danger. They want freedom for Iran, but it's very hard for them to protest. I actually tell them, I said, don't go out. I fully understand. Nobody in this room would go out. I don't think there's any, because frankly, it's not a question of bravery. We're all brave, right? You're brave, I'm brave, we're all brave. But we're also intelligent. If you have people shooting at you, expert shots with the best rifles you can get, and hitting you right between the eyes every single time, and you're looking here and you're seeing and you're looking here, you're out of there. I don't care who it is.
He also claimed that not everyone was on board with the military operations.
No, there was military people, very professional, that preferred not doing it. These two were totally on board, which was very important. If they weren't, I would have had a little difficulty. But no, there were military people that said, you just don't do this. You don't go into the heart of a very powerful military. You know, this is, hey, you have countries and countries. You have some countries where military is not their strong suit.
With Trump now claiming that Iran has had a regime change, it has left people wondering what comes next for Iran.
Viewers, back-to-back escalations in the ongoing war investigation. Now we're getting in another big breaking news. An Iranian missile has struck the Ramat Hasharo area in Tel Aviv's metropolitan area in Israel. Now remember, a cluster munition bomb that goes through the Israeli airspace that has managed to hit various locations inside central Israel, including Ramat Hasharo. Now this comes as an Iranian missile reported to be carrying cluster munitions hit several locations that also included Israel's Ramat Hasharo. Now, an Iranian missile or even its debris struck near a public shelter in Ramat Hasharo, causing a parked car to completely flip onto its route and create heavy damage in the area. That's the latest that we're getting in. No reports of casualties or injuries have been reported so far. But as we continue to speak, an Iranian missile has struck Ramat Hasharo in Israel. Viewers, now Saudi Arabia has intercepted 18 drones in its airspace. Now 18 attack drones have been intercepted by Saudi Arabia. Back-to-back developments that are taking place. Gulf remains under attack. Iranian missiles are raining down on various countries across Gulf that are housing US and Israeli military bases. In the latest, Saudi Arabia says that they have managed to intercept at least 18 attack drones. Their air defenses have managed to intercept 18 attack drones of the Iranian military. That's the latest that we're learning in. These are the visuals on your screens. No damage, no casualties have been reported in Saudi Arabia as well. But remember, this is in coherence with Iran's warning that they will continue to seek out US military bases in the Gulf, and they will continue to wage attacks against the military bases across Gulf. Now, in the latest, Saudi Arabia takes another hit. They've managed, in fact, the air defense force forces have managed to intercept about 18 attack drones in the Saudi Arabian airspace. Viewers, now Israel is also retaliating amid the war. The Israeli forces have managed to strike Iranian air defense systems. The IDF also released videos of the said strikes, and the defense forces in Israel said that they continue their systematic efforts to further dismantle the Iranian terror regime's fire array and air defense systems across Iran. Now, there is a footage also that they have released that's taken on a camera inside the actual missile that dismantles the air defense systems in Iran. A satellite imagery that you can see on your screens that's been released by the Israeli Defense Forces that continue their strikes, their counter-strikes against the Iranian military. Now, Israeli forces have struck Iran's air defense systems. The Israeli Defense Forces have released the video that you can see on your screens of the same operation of thwarting and eliminating the air defense systems of the Iranian regime. Now, the IDF also said that they will continue their systematic efforts to further dismantle the Iranian terror regime's fire array and their defense systems across Iran. Now, this footage has been released by the Israeli Defense Forces. It's taken from a camera that's inside the actual missile that then goes on to dismantle the air defense systems in Iran. A camera-loaded missile captured this footage for the Israeli Defense Forces that they have now released. They claim that they have struck Iranian military's air defense systems, and they've also managed to strike their military bases. Israel continues to retaliate against Iran as strikes and counter-strikes continue to grow, continue to be exchanged between Israel, Iran, and the United States. Viewers, now keeping on to the war, which is picking pace, we're getting in another big breaking news. Missiles have been launched at the Eilat area in Israel. That's the latest that we're getting in just right now. We also saw Ramat Hasharo in central Israel and various other territories being hit by a swarm of Iranian cluster munitions. Now, Iran has launched another missile, or in fact a group of missiles, at other Israeli locations, including Eilat. You can take a look at the visuals. Emergency workers on the ground trying to ask residents to move to safety. These are the visuals from Ramat Hasharo, where a car was toppled as cluster munitions hit various areas across central Israel, including Ramat Hasharo and now even Eilat, the area that was struck in the latest by Iranian missile strikes. You can see people running to take shelter, emergency services out and about on the streets. Now, a residential area inside central Iran that has been struck by the Iranian targets. Viewers, now the impact of the war continues to be seen, and glaringly so. Now, Air India hikes its fuel surcharge on both domestic and international flights. Now, they have shifted to distance-based pricing, and this will begin from tomorrow, that is the 8th of April. Now, Air India will shift to distance-based pricing system from the 8th of April, that's tomorrow. Domestic revised fuel surcharge will now be anywhere between rupees 300 to rupees 1,000. Now, not just that, Air India will also hike their prices, bending it or shouldering it on a fuel surcharge, fuel price hike across the globe. They have now said that they are going to charge based on the distance of the flight, and the surcharge will be applied over the crunch that's come globally because of oil shortages, the supply shortage, and because of crude prices and petroleum prices shooting up. Now, they've said that for domestic flights, this surcharge will be anywhere between rupees 300 to rupees 1,000. Now, this new system will come in place from tomorrow onwards. In fact, we also have a lot more exclusive information, insiders on what the air travel, especially with Air India, is going to look like both domestically and internationally. Listen in.
Yes, in fact, even I am seeing in the media that he has fled. So now, since I already told the court that I will be let the law take its own action. If I am guilty, I am ready to go. If he is guilty, he is ready to go. But till now, after getting in touch with MEA and everything, so it has already been proved that all the other three countries have denied, and it cannot be possible because being an Indian citizen, if they would have been if they had so much of evidence, they could have arrested me in 24 hours. It is according to the law. And in 96 hours, I would have been behind the bars. But it is just a fraud, and it is totally a case of defaming a female. And plus today, one thing I want to actually say is that today I'm a CM's wife. Today I'm able to fight, but they have set a playbook with everybody having a mobile in their hand with all the AIs working, and it is shameful for a party like Congress in setting a playbook for the society where they can do any sorts of nonsense with the technicals, and it is a very bad example, and it should not, and heaven forbid that it should not happen to any other female.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. This was Riniki Bhuya Sharma, Chief Minister Dr. Himanta Biswa Sharma's wife, reacting to the allegations leveled by the Congress party's spokesperson Pavan Kherasi has said that these allegations are totally baseless, false and fabricated, and that the Congress party has resorted to AI and Photoshop as far as the forging of the documents are concerned, and that law will take its course in the due course of time. With video journalist Ashok Public Media Network from Guwahati.
That's my colleague Aniruddha getting all the details from on ground in Assam, where the elections are hot. Now remember, campaigning stops today, and on the 9th of April the state will go to polls. Now Assam's Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma has said that Congress leader Pavan Khera has been absconding and has likely also fled to Hyderabad to evade any arrests. Now remember, the escalation for this entire thing began after Pavan Khera, the Congress leader, held a press conference accusing the Chief Minister's wife, who you can see on screens, who my colleague also spoke to, Rinki Bhuyan Sarma. Pavan Khera accused her of holding at least 3 passports of countries like UAE, Egypt and Antigua and Barbuda, and even possessing overseas assets worth over crores of rupees. And right after that, in fact, a police investigation began into the case. But now Himanta Biswa Sarma, the Assam Chief Minister, says that Pavan Khera has been absconding and is likely run away to Hyderabad to evade arrest. Viewers, shifting focus now. Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh has responded to Pakistan's minister, giving him a stern warning and responding to Pakistan's minister's statement where, in fact, the Pakistanis warned of attacking India. Now, Rajnath Singh said that Pakistan's defense minister should not have given such a provocative statement. In fact, he also reminded them that 55 years ago, they suffered the consequences when Pakistan was divided into 2 parts. In fact, he also said that if they try to cast an eye on Bengal, only God knows how many parts Pakistan will be divided into this time around. A stern warning by Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh. He's responded to Pakistani minister's warning. He's in fact also threatened that Pakistan will be divided into further pieces and will be made smaller in case Pakistan tries to eye India's Bengal. Listen in to the Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh.
के बारे में इतना ही कहना चाहूँगा कि उन्हें यह नहीं भूलना चाहिए कि आज 55 ईयर्स पहले 1971 में एक बार बंगाल की तरफ नजर उठाने की कोशिश पाकिस्तान ने की थी, तो पाकिस्तान के 2 टुकड़े हो गए, एक पाकिस्तान रह गया, दूसरा बांग्लादेश बन गया। इस बार यदि हरकत की गई हमारे बंगाल की तरफ नजर उठाने की, तो उसका क्या परिणाम होगा, यह भविष्य के घर में ही लिखा हुआ है और इसका पता चलेगा।
Viewers, that's all that we could wrap in this edition of the News Bulletin. But don't go anywhere. On the other side, we keep a close eye on Assam and Kerala and even Puducherry that go to poll together on the 9th of April, as Amit Shah now drives the BJP campaign in Assam by addressing 3 rallies, as today is going to be the final pitch for campaigning in the state. This and a lot more on the other side.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दो ही बड़े, चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it is a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation. And also, in case if the main chain of the excretion system doesn't respond, there is always a way of redundant chain and the methodology for excretion. And I don't think it is a major issue, but I'm sure it will get sorted out. And of course, there is a redundant chain which can be conveniently operated.
Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis 2. Let's go.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
First time it was canceled in February 8th. After that March, we make all the plans, we have all the hype, and it was canceled again. And finally it's happening today. So we are going to celebrate a new milestone for everybody, not only for USA, for the whole planet, for the whole humanity.
Good roll pitch.
Roger, roll pitch.
Houston, now controlling the flight of integrity. 50 seconds of mission elapsed time. Standing by for main engine throttling up. Guidance converged.
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it is a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew.
Hello viewers, a very good afternoon. We are live and we are breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in here on India's #1 news network, Republic. So, the Assam police is at Pawan Khera's residence in New Delhi, and the CM of Assam, Himanta Biswa Sarma, says that the Congress leader has run away. So, these developments coming just before the crucial polls. We'll get you all the details, but the headlines first. Let's get started. The top headlines we're tracking right now. Iranian president issues warning ahead of Trump's deadline, says over 14 million Iranians ready to sacrifice life. New wave of Iranian missiles strike and target Tel Aviv, destroys buildings and cars in the area. Election Commission of India deletes 90.66 lakh voter names in the West Bengal Special Intensive Revision as polls come closer.
यार सच्चाई आप नहीं जानते तो तब क्यों आपने डाला? आप तो पूछना चाहिए था पहले। पागल है क्या ये लोग? मैं एक एलिगेशन लाया, पहले आपको फॉरेन मिनिस्टर को पूछना चाहिए था कि नहीं चाहिए था?
Himanta Biswa Sarma reacts to searches at Khera's residence, claims that the Congress leader ran away from Guwahati to Delhi and then to Hyderabad. Imphal Churachandpur highway blocked after violence. Tires, oil tankers burned. Schools to remain closed along the Imphal Churachandpur highway. And Air India CEO Campbell Wilson steps down before tenure ends in 2027. Wilson resigns amidst losses and operational setbacks. Air India ticket prices to rise as airline revises fuel surcharge to a distance-based hike. We was getting some updates coming in. 2 killed inside a CRPF camp while CRPF opened fire to disperse the mob. Meanwhile, we're getting some more updates. A high-level review meeting is being held at the CM Secretariat. Manipur violence, latest coming in here as we keep getting you more updates. CM is holding an emergency meeting following the attack, coming in the backdrop of the attack on a CRPF camp, which has led to 4 people who have been killed. Internet shutdown is in multiple districts, has been imposed in multiple districts of Manipur post this situation. So we'll keep getting our viewers all those updates coming in. Vehicles have been set on fire. A rocket launcher has been defused and protesters continue to block the road as the Manipur CM is holding an emergency meeting following the attacks.
Kuki militants carried out.
We'll try to go across to our colleague in a short while from now, but just staying with these pictures because fresh violence has jolted Manipur after a suspected rocket or mortar attack. And vehicles have been set on fire. Protesters are blocking roads. The situation is looking very tense. Internet shutdown has also been ordered to make sure the situation comes back under control. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. According to the latest coming in, multiple people were killed inside the CRPF camp while CRPF opened fire to disperse the mob. And a high-level review meeting is being held at the CM Secretariat. So exclusive pictures that we're getting for you of the evolving situation in Manipur as violence continues to rock Manipur. There has been an attack, and there were multiple attacks which have been reported. In the latest coming in, we are seeing that the situation is still tense And to control the situation, the Manipur CM is holding an emergency meeting following those attacks. So this video that you see is coming in from Manipur. And the Manipur CM is holding an emergency meeting following those attacks. Exclusive pictures which are coming in. You can also see that a lot of vehicles have been set on fire. And the situation is looking extremely, extremely tense. So Manipur CM is holding the emergency meeting following those attacks. Those are some pictures coming in of the vehicles which have been burnt following the violence. Some 2 killed inside CRPF camp while CRPF opened fire to disperse the mob. So the situation is looking very, very tense. We've seen multiple instances of violence coming in from Manipur. Let's go to Lenthoi, who's joining us. Lenthoi, this is a video from Manipur, and also, as we track the story very closely, there are multiple updates of violence from Manipur itself. And right now, the CM, Manipur CM, is holding a very important closed-door meeting to decide on the future course of action. If you could just help our viewers understand the latest coming in.
Yeah, absolutely. Big developments coming in at this hour from Manipur. So a high-level review meeting just been held at Chief Minister's Secretariat as the situation continues to remain extremely tense. So the latest information we are getting is that at least as many as 3 people have been killed and several others injured in the ongoing violence. So there are serious allegations and many others that the incident was perpetrated by Kuki militants. So on the ground, that CRPF personnel also opened fire on civilians, which which that the civilians had stormed into the CRPF camp, which was stationed near the P. Galmol area. So it is just behind the house of the deceased children. So now, in a measure safe to control the situation, the state government has also suspended internet services in 5 Valley districts, which I can mention is that Imphal East, Imphal West, Kaksing, Taubal, and Bishnupur. However, there is no internet shutdown in the Hill district, which is raising several questions here on the ground also. So there are this incident has led to a widespread protest in multiple areas across the valley. So importantly, the Chief Minister made a significant statement, which the public has been questioning. He stated that the incident was carried out by hiring some nearby locals. So this is a very controversial statement as of now. So this statement is likely to have a major political and social implications in the coming hours also. So the irate public over here are questioning why the Chief Minister has given such a lame statement on this issue. And so clearly tensions are running very high. Multiple flashpoints are active, and the administration is now under immense pressure, I guess, to bring the situation under control. However, the security forces stationed in Bishnupur district, and the I think there are lapses of security forces in this area. Back to the studio.
So 4 people were killed in the violence this morning in Manipur, and we have put out those pictures because those pictures really show the intensity of the attack. Now, we have seen that in a couple of areas of Manipur, so we're talking about Bishnupur district and the Jiribam district, we have seen similar such incidents time and again over the past few months, even in 2024. So we have seen incidents such again and again of violence, especially at CRPF camps.
They are alleging that this is due to the failure of the governments, both state and the central government, because there are a lot of security lapses in this area, while also public are also asking about the question, to give a proper security measures in the valley area. And while and also here we can also mention that the people in Manipur are seeking for peace and for normalcy in the state. So after a brief lull, this incident has ignited a fresh tension among the locals. Back to studio.
Right. Okay. So we saw that 2 children were killed after the bomb attack on their house as well. So these are separate incidents, but still a lot of violence since morning itself. So there's a surge in violence. Putting out those pictures coming in for you, this is a video from Manipur showing you the intensity of the attacks. Internet shutdown in 5 districts of Manipur post-violence. We're getting some more breaking news coming in, so let's go to the breaking news. All schools shut. National Highway 2 Imphal Churachandpur road along the Tidim line blocked. CRPF vehicles burned down inside CRPF camp. CRPF fires blank rounds as the mob storming into the camp, and 2 killed inside the CRPF camp while the CRPF opened fire to disperse the mob. Internet shut down in 5 districts of Manipur, Imphal East, Imphal West and Bishnupur and other areas. No internet in hill districts. Internet shut down in 5 districts of Manipur. Okay, so let's go back to my colleague, Linthoy. Yes, go ahead, Linthoy. Now we see that internet shutdown has been imposed in multiple districts. What else do we know about this development? Of course, it's very sensitive situation. So to control the situation, some measures have been taken. Linthoy.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the most sensitive issue right now. So the government has imposed a 5-day shutdown of internet in the valley areas in the 5 districts of Manipur. So this is not just an isolated flare-up, to be very fake. And attacks have also been reported from Ukhrul and Kamzong district consecutively for 3 days. In fact, today marks the 3rd consecutive day of violence, suggesting this coordinated escalation. So security forces are also on high alert now, but reinforcement has been rushed in. But the big question remains: how soon can the situation be brought under control? Will the shutdown of the internet bring the situation of Manipur under control, or will the administration do the proper action, take the proper action, and bring the situation under control? Back to you.
Linthoy, thank you for getting those details. And Linthoy also telling us that security has been deployed, especially along the sensitive areas. We have to move ahead, viewers. We're getting some more updates coming in. And viewers, let's shift our focus to what is happening as we see that Trump has given a deadline for the latest threat that he has made to Iran. Now we see Iranian missile has struck Ramat Asharon in Tel Aviv metropolitan area. The attacks have resulted in severe damage to infra and visuals. Show a car being overturned due to the attack. So big updates coming in here on Republic TV. Iranian missile strikes Tel Aviv metro area. That means the strikes are continuing, and we will be getting our viewers all the back-to-back updates here on Republic TV. So let's get you the latest here. What exactly is happening? So strikes are continuing because of final hours. We're ticking down to the final hours. There has been very little indication that Iran is ready to agree to Trump's ultimatum. So Trump has given an ultimatum, and around 11, 12 hours are left for his ultimatum to end, for the deadline to end. So strikes are continuing in the meanwhile. Israel is warning Iranians not to travel by train, saying it endangers your life. President Trump threatened complete demolition of Iranian infrastructure. Trump has given Iran a deadline of 8 p.m. EDT Tuesday to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, but the deadlines have shifted before. So Trump has been giving 48-hour deadlines previously as well. We're getting some more updates coming in. Let's go straight across to the next set of updates we're getting for you. Israeli military issues warning in Farsi to Iranians to avoid taking trains until at least 9 p.m. local time. So this is the big update coming in here on Republic TV. So we see there has been a new update. This new update says that the Israeli military has issued warning to Iranians. So Israel warns Iranians not to travel by train, saying it endangers your life, and also confirms an attack on a third petrochemical site. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV, and getting you these updates coming in as we put a focus on the latest coming in the escalation. Iran is also continuing its strikes across the region, while US and Israel are launching attacks on Iran and Lebanon. Tehran is also continuing its retaliation in multiple areas. And now a big breaking update. Iranian president's warning ahead of Trump's deadline. And he says that over 14 million Iranians are ready to sacrifice their life. Iranian president says over 14 million proud Iranians have up to this moment declared their readiness to sacrifice their lives in defense of Iran. I too have been, will be a sacrificer for Iran. Iranian president is giving that warning to President Trump, because like we were discussing earlier, that President Trump has given an ultimatum to Iran. And this is an ultimatum that he's given. And Trump has said in this ultimatum that Tuesday will be power plant day and bridge day. And he said Tuesday, 8 p.m. Eastern time. So Trump says a deal has to be made before the deadline. So as we count down to the deadline, as final hours tick down, we see that Iran is not really giving up here and is saying that they will keep fighting, and over 14 million Iranians are ready to sacrifice their life for their country. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. Trump said there has to be a deal that's acceptable to him before his Tuesday deadline, and that part of the deal would involve free traffic of oil. Now, once the deadline passes, Trump added that Iran will be sent back to the Stone Ages. And viewers, US President Trump has sparked a fresh international concern after issuing warnings about potential military action against Iran, now while simultaneously criticizing key allies for failing to support Washington's position. Take a look at this report as we get you the latest.
Speaking at a press briefing in Washington, Trump outlined an aggressive military scenario, claiming that the United States has the capability to completely destroy Iran's critical infrastructure, including bridges and power plants, within hours.
You said that very little is off limits in Iran as far as targeting, including power plants, bridges, you've mentioned those.
Very little is off limits.
Are there certain kinds of civilian targets, though? I'm thinking schools
I don't want to
or
tell you
hospitals
that.
you
I don't want to
say
tell you
is
that.
off-
We have a plan, because of the power of our military, where every bridge in Iran will be decimated by 12 o'clock tomorrow night, where every power plant in Iran will be out of business, burning, exploding, and never to be used again. I mean, complete demolition by 12 o'clock. And it'll happen over a period of 4 hours if we wanted to. We don't want that to happen. We may even get involved with helping them rebuild their nation. And you know what? If that's the case, the last thing we want to do is start with power plants, which are among the most expensive thing, and bridges. You saw the bridge one. We were very close to a deal.
He suggested that such an operation could leave long-term damage, saying Iran could take decades, even up to a century, to fully rebuild. Despite the severity of the rhetoric, Trump also struck a somewhat contradictory tone, stating that the US does not ultimately want to destroy Iran's infrastructure and may even assist in rebuilding efforts if a diplomatic resolution is reached.
Do I want to destroy their infrastructure? No. It will take them 100 years to rebuild. Right now, if we left today, it would take them 20 years to rebuild their country, and it would never be as good as it was. And the only way they're going to be able to rebuild their country is to utilize the genius of the United States of America.
The US has been seeking international support to secure the passage. But according to Trump, several allies have been reluctant to participate. Trump also extended his criticism to NATO allies, stating that many had not stepped forward to support US efforts. In contrast, he praised several Middle Eastern partners, including Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the UAE, and Bahrain, for their cooperation, while also referencing a friendly fire incident involving Kuwait.
And it's not just NATO. You know who else didn't help us? South Korea didn't help us. You know who else didn't help us? Australia didn't help us. You know who else didn't help us? Japan. We've got 50,000 soldiers in Japan to protect them from North Korea. We have 45,000 soldiers in South Korea to protect us from Kim Jong-un, who I get along with very well, as you know. Do you notice how nice things are with North Korea? It's very nice. But we have 45,000 people, soldiers, in harm's way, and right next to Kim Jong-un with a lot of nuclear weapons. 45, which should have never happened if a certain president, I'm not going to mention this president because I happen to like him, believe it or not, but if a certain president did his job, Kim Jong-un would not have nuclear weapons right now. But they were all afraid to do their job properly. But just to conclude and just to finish, Japan didn't help us, Australia didn't help us, South Korea didn't help us, and then you get to NATO, NATO didn't help us. There were some countries that did. Now, countries that have been good, now you could also say they're got to be a little bit more involved because they're in the territory, but Saudi Arabia has been excellent, Qatar has been excellent, UAE has been excellent, Bahrain, Kuwait. I mean, Kuwait did shoot down 3 of our planes. The only planes, really, that we lost with friendly fire, they call it. I call it unfriendly fire.
Analysts warn that such public criticism, combined with escalating military rhetoric toward Iran, could further complicate diplomatic efforts and deepen divisions within long-standing alliances. As the deadline set by President Trump approaches, the world is watching closely to see whether the crisis moves toward military confrontation or a last-minute diplomatic breakthrough.
And we were taking a short break. Do not go anywhere. Coming up next, Himanta Biswa Sarma reacts to searches at Khera's residence, claims that the Congress leader ran away from Guwahati to Delhi and then to Hyderabad. Stay tuned.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
Three, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle.
ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
Corrector, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation. And also, in case if the main chain of
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Yesu Bharadwaj, and viewers, tensions in West Asia continue to escalate. Meanwhile, the Iranian authorities have now urged civilians inside Iran to come form human chains outside critical infrastructure, including nuclear power plants and electricity grids, to avoid any airstrikes from US and Israel. Getting you all the details. First, here's a check on your headlines for the hour. Take a look. Assam police raids Pawan Khera's Delhi residence after FIR by Himanta Biswa Sarma's wife.
क्या पागल है यार, सच्चाई आप नहीं जानते तो तब क्यों आपने डाला? आप तो पूछना चाहिए था पहले। पागल है क्या ये लोग? मैं एक एलिगेशन लाया, पहले आपको फॉरेन मिनिस्टर को पूछना चाहिए था कि नहीं चाहिए था?
Himanta Biswa Sarma reacts to searches at Khera's residence, claims that the Congress leader ran from Guwahati to Delhi and then finally to Hyderabad. Amit Shah drives the BJP campaign in Assam by addressing 3 rallies, as today is the last day for campaigning in the poll-bound state. ECI deletes 90.66 lakh voter names in West Bengal. Special intensive revision as polls inch closer. MK Stalin's nomination papers have been accepted by returning officer in Kolathur constituency. Viewers, now Iran has found a new way out to thwart the joint Israeli-US airstrikes. Now, Iran has released a recent video of musicians that are performing near power plants, and Iran has now asked its citizens to form human chains near critical infrastructure, including nuclear power plants, the uranium plants, and also the electricity grids. These updates are coming in as Trump's deadline looms large. Trump had again reiterated that Iran just has one night to strike a deal, and if it does not do so, the US will blow up Iranian power plants across the country. And now Iran has asked its citizens to form human chains near power plants. These are the visuals that Iran has released of a musician performing right outside the power plant in Iran. Now take a look at the background. You will see huge chimneys of the nuclear power plant right behind this Iranian musician who sits and performs outside the power plant. Now remember, this comes after the Iranian President Pezeshkian urged civilians and prominent people like athletes and musicians to come forward in Iran and form human chains outside critical infrastructure, including the country's nuclear facilities, their power plants and their electricity grids. And this is Iran's new strategy to thwart the joint aggression of US and Israel as the West Asia war continues to escalate. Fresh visuals that have been released of a musician performing right outside the Iranian nuclear power plant facility. Iran has released this video. This comes in coherence with their statement where they were urging, their government was urging civilians to come and form human chains outside critical civilian and energy infrastructure all across the territory in Iran. Now, in the latest, a musician can be seen playing their instrument right outside the nuclear power plant. For now, viewers, quickly cutting across to Amit Shah, the Home Minister, who is rallying for BJP's final pitch in Assam as the state goes to polls on the 9th of April.
भाइयों बहनों, सालों तक ये कांग्रेस पार्टी ने असम को बर्बाद करने का काम किया। यहां पर सैकड़ों आंदोलनों को खड़ा किया। 1950 से लेकर 2014 तक बेरोक टोक घुसपैठ होने दी। बम धमाके, गोलियां, आंदोलन, ब्लॉकेट, असम के विकास को रोक कर रख दिया। ये कांग्रेस पार्टी ने बोडो को असमीज के साथ लड़ा, बंगाली को असम वालों के साथ, अंदर अंदर झगड़े लगाकर हर बार अपनी सरकार बनाते गए। अब भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार आई है, मुझे बताओ 5 साल से कहीं बम धमाका हुआ है भाई? अरे जोर से बोलो, हुआ है क्या? गोली चली है क्या? बंद के ऐलान होते हैं क्या? कहीं ब्लॉकेड लगे हैं क्या? ये नहीं हो सकता, क्योंकि हमने एक के बाद एक के बाद एक के बाद एक 20 समझौते कर पूरे नॉर्थ ईस्ट को शांति प्रदान करने का काम हमारे नेता नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने किया। अकेले असम में 11,000 से ज्यादा युवा ऑटोमेटिक AK-47 और AK-56 जमीन पर डालकर मेन स्ट्रीम में आए हैं और असम को एक खुशहाल असम बनाने का काम नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने किया है। और हमारा असम आज विकास के रास्ते पर प्रशस्त हो गया, परंतु एक काम अधूरा रह गया। 10 साल से आपने भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनाई। मैं 16-17 में भी आया था, 21 में भी आया था और 26 में भी आया। पहले 5 साल हमने घुसपैठियों को रोकने में लगाए, यहां से रोक लिया, मगर त्रिपुरा और बंगाल से घुसते रहे। त्रिपुरा में भी भाजपा सरकार बनी, हमने उनको वहां पर भी रोक लिया। और सिलचर वालों, मेरे बंगाली भाइयों बहनों, बंगाल में भी इस बार कमल फूल की सरकार बनने जा रही है। ये पूरे कॉरिडोर में हम घुसपैठियों को रोक कर रख देंगे। पहले 5 साल हमने असम में घुसपैठ बंद की, दूसरे 5 साल उनको चिन्हित किया और एक तीसरे 5 साल दे दो, चुन चुन कर देश के बाहर निकालने का काम ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी करेगी। भाइयों बहनों, हम घुसपैठियों के नाम मतदाता सूची से कटवा रहे हैं। ये ममता दीदी और राहुल बाबा के पेट में दर्द हो रहा है। अरे राहुल बाबा, सीएए का तो आप विरोध करते थे। जो शरणार्थी बंगाली भाई बहन यहां आए हैं, उनको मतदान का अधिकार देने से आप विरोध कर रहे थे, और घुसपैठियों का क्यों स्वागत कर रहे हैं? क्योंकि वो उनकी वोट बैंक है। अरे आप चिंता मत करो, रोने दो ममता बनर्जी को, छातियां पीटने दो राहुल बाबा को। इस देश से एक एक घुसपैठिए को चुन चुन कर भारतीय जनता पार्टी निकाल देगी। भाइयों बहनों, इस बार विजय की तो मैं अपील करने आया हूं, परंतु जैसी तैसी विजय नहीं चाहिए। कछार की 707 सीट पर कमल फूल खिलना चाहिए, कमल फूल खिलना चाहिए। सिलचर की ये रैली के बाद कछार के गांव गांव में आपका संदेश जाना चाहिए कि कमल फूल खिलाइए और विकसित आसाम बनाइए। कमल फूल खिलाइए, घुसपैठिया मुक्त आसाम बनाइए। कमल फूल खिलाइए और बराक वैली को बाढ़ मुक्त बनाने का काम करिए। ये संदेश यहां से 7 सीटों पर जाना चाहिए। मैं सिलचर का कार्यक्रम घोषित हुआ, परसों एक युवा का फोन आया मेरी ऑफिस में कि अमित जी को कहना कि सिलचर को ट्रैफिक जाम करने का रोड मैप लेकर आए। अब युवाओं की बात है, माननी चाहिए या नहीं माननी चाहिए भैया? सिलचर में ट्रैफिक जाम है या नहीं है? अरे जोर से बोलो, है या नहीं है? हमारी सरकार ने 565 करोड़ से कैपिटल पॉइंट से लेकर रंगीर खड़ी तक एलिवेटेड कॉरिडोर का निर्माण करने का निर्णय किया।
Viewers, that was the Union Home Minister Amit Shah speaking for what looks like the BJP's final pitch in the poll-bound state of Assam that goes to vote on the 9th of April. He was speaking to a massive crowd in Silchar. But for now, viewers, shifting focus, another story that comes up from Assam. Now, Pawan Khera's Delhi residence was searched this morning by Assam police. The searches came after a complaint was filed by the Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma's wife. In fact, the controversy erupted after allegations by the Congress leader that the Chief Minister's wife has held multiple passports, including from countries like UAE and Egypt. In fact, Khera was sued by Himanta Biswa Sarma's wife, following which there were searches today at his Delhi residence. Now, Republic also exclusively spoke to Rinki Bhuyan Sarma, who is Himanta Biswa Sarma's wife. Listen into what she has to say on the matter.
मुख्यमंत्री की पूरे I've been already saying, like, they have been baselessly allegating, they have been baselessly spreading false rumors, and which is completely AI generated. It's clearly a symbol of going berserk, and when they have nothing to do and doing such false things like AI generated, it is actually a big time fraud. Which they should not do it in any people.
Ma'am, you have also filed a police complaint. Can you say what are the charges that you have placed?
I have gone all the cognizable offences because it is a very bad thing which they have done it. It is clearly showing the violation. So, like, if I have been, I'm an Indian citizen, right? We don't have a dual citizenship, and they're claiming me to have 3 citizenship with all the forgery documents. So everything, charges which are related to the acts, I have filed everything, so that I'm leaving the police and the court to take its action.
You are relentlessly campaigning for Himanta Biswa Sarma in Jalukbari. Do you think that these allegations that the Congress party has leveled will have any impact at all in Assam?
It will not have any impact in Assam, because this is the reason why, because the present Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma has done so much of work. So now, since they don't have anything, so I am the softest target, and even if in softest target also, they are giving baseless allegations which are completely with a forged document. So they have seen that nowhere they are going to be, they are completely swiped out in the Assam elections. That's the only reason.
Last question, ma'am. Today, Assam police team has reached Pawan Khera's residence, but he is nowhere to be found in Delhi.
Yes, today, in fact, even I am seeing in the media that he has fled. So now, since I already told the court that I will be, let the law take its own action. If I am guilty, I am ready to go. If he is guilty, he is ready to go. But till now, after getting in touch with MEA and everything, so it has already been proved that all the other 3 countries have denied, and it cannot be possible, because being an Indian citizen, if they would have been if they had so much of evidence, they could have arrested me in 24 hours. It is according to the law. And in 96 hours, I would have been behind the bars. But it is just what you can say, a fraud, and it is totally a case of defaming a female. And plus today, one thing I want to actually say is that today I'm a CM's wife. Today I'm able to fight, but they have set a playbook with everybody having a mobile in their hand with all the AIs working, and it is shameful for a party like Congress in setting a playbook for the society where they can do any sorts of nonsense with the technicals, and it is a very bad example, and it should not, and heaven forbid that it should not happen to any other female.
Thank you. This was Riniki Bhuya Sharma, Chief Minister Dr. Himanta Biswa Sharma's wife, reacting to the allegations leveled by the Congress party's spokesperson Pawan Kherasi has said that these allegations are totally baseless, false and fabricated, and that the Congress party has resorted to AI and Photoshop as far as the forging of the documents are concerned, and that law will take its course in the due course of time.
Viewers, that was my colleague Aniruddha getting in an exclusive conversation from the Chief Minister's wife, Riniki Bhuya Sharma. Now, also let's listen in to the Chief Minister himself, Himanta Biswa Sharma, who not only takes on the Congress leader Pawan Khera, but also goes on to explain that he's been absconding. He has fled this state and he went to New Delhi first, and now finally he could be in Hyderabad. Listen in.
क्या पागल है यार, सच्चाई आप नहीं जानते तो तब क्यों आपने डाला? आप तो पूछना चाहिए था पहले। पागल है क्या ये लोग? मैं एक एलिगेशन लाया, पहले आपको फॉरेन मिनिस्टर को पूछना चाहिए था कि नहीं चाहिए था कि ये एलिगेशन हमको मिला है, सार्वजनिक करने का पहले आप थोड़ा हेल्प कीजिए। आप पहले लोगों को मारेगा, फिर बोलेगा नहीं 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 मेडिसिन क्या होगा मैं पूछ के दूंगा। क्या पागल जैसा? खारगे जी का उम्र हो गया, अभी भी पागल जैसा बात कर रहे हैं। आप लोगों को जलील करेगा, लोगों को बेइज्जत करेगा और फिर बोलेगा हम फॉरेन मिनिस्टर पूछूंगा। तुम्हारा दामाद है क्या फॉरेन मिनिस्टर? पहले झूठ मूठ कागज क्यों लाया? पहले जाके फॉरेन मिनिस्टर को क्यों नहीं पूछा? कौन है ये खारगे? क्या लुका छुपी का खेल है? असम, अरे कहाँ असम पुलिस को नहीं जानते, पताल से भी उखाड़ के ले आएगा। कहाँ मिलेगा पवन खेरा? असम लासित बरफुकन का देश है, कौन सा ये पवन खेरा है? पताल में भी लुकेगा तो हम उठा के लेके आएगा। तुम बताओ ये कागज तुम किसको दिए थे?
Viewers, now shifting focus to the West Asia war, we're getting in another big breaking development. The Khurramabad airport has been hit in an airstrike in Iran. No casualties have been reported so far, but the Iranian authorities now say that the Khurramabad airport has been struck in a joint US-Israeli airstrike. However, no casualties have been reported so far. Now, this airport, the key airport, is in western Iran, and it was hit by an air attack with no casualties or injuries reported so far. In fact, a provincial official in Lorestan in Iran also said that the Shahid Ashrafi Isfahani airport in Khurramabad was targeted. In fact, the official also said that the strike did not cause any loss of life. Now, this has been reported by the state media inside Iran that says that US and Israeli attacks have also managed to damage communication infrastructure in rural areas of Saleh and Delfan counties in Iran, leading to a complete telecom outage in the two counties of Saleh and Delfan. Now, major attacks that are hitting critical civilian infrastructure across Iran. Now, viewers, while Trump's deadline looms large on Iran to stop its retaliation against the strikes that are being launched by the US and Israel, we're also getting you a report right from ground zero inside Israel, where strikes have taken place as Israeli strikes continue to barrage a rain on Iranian territories, and as Iran now continues to retaliate in the West Asia war that has already surpassed its 1 month mark. Take a look at these reports.
Here is one of the places in the center of Israel that the Iranian rocket hit. This is Ramat Gan, and you can see the impact of just one rocket. We need to move a little bit because it's not safe to be here right now. We need to move because it's not safe, but you can see from here, this is the extensive damage just from one Iranian rocket. You can see the damage. The whole floor of the building was completely destroyed. and there is no way to survive this kind of attack. We need to move because it's not safe to be here. But you can see this is again where Iran targeting. They are targeting civilians, as you can see here. This is a civilian area, one of the most popular places in Israel, in Ramat Gan. It's a main street, prominent street of Ramat Gan. A lot of people are coming here every day to the coffees, to the bars, to the shops. And you can see from here how extensive is the damage. Iran again using cluster munition which is not legal because it is spreading all around in a radius of tens of kilometers and hit civilian areas, buildings, train stations, cars, roads. And this is just one site that was impacted from one ballistic rocket of Iran with a cluster munition, and there are about 30 sites just from one rocket. And this is a crime against humanity that Iran committing for over 1 month.
Viewers, while that was one report explaining the strikes that have hit civilian infrastructures inside Israel, we're getting in another breaking development as Iranian missiles have now hit the Neheria area in Israel. Now this comes as Trump's deadline inches closer. Iran has now stepped up strikes on Israel. Iran has intensified its attacks across the Gulf region on Israeli and US bases and all of the countries across Gulf that harbor Israeli or US military. Now, in the latest, Iranian missiles have hit the city of Neheria in northern Israel. That was in fact repeatedly struck by missiles and rockets in the ongoing escalation of hostilities involving both Iran and Hezbollah. Now, that's the latest that we're learning in. Now, remember, viewers, just a few days back, in fact, at least 6 people were evacuated following an Iranian missile barrage targeting northern Israel. Another strike that once again targets the area of Neheria, the Neheria city in northern Israel that was struck by Iranian missiles and rockets in the ongoing escalation. Now, remember, as Trump's deadline for Iran to succumb, for Iran to surrender comes close, Iran has stepped up its strikes across the Gulf region and has also stepped up strikes against Israeli targets and US targets in the region. Now, since morning, Iran has struck Israel at least twice, and this is the visual that we're getting in from the Neheria city inside Israel. A car that is completely caught onto fire. What looks like a compound harboring this parking has also caught onto fire. Huge plumes of smoke as the explosive lands and hits targets inside Israel. The visuals on your screens are coming in from Neheria city in Israel. Now, viewers, as the deadline looms, the US president said that he will blow Iran's power plants if a deal is not struck. Listen into this report that comes straight from Washington that also tells you of all the tall claims that the US president has been making as his deadline inches closer.
President Trump had a major briefing today. Obviously, the entire White House press corps were here. I was there inside the briefing. Clearly, 3 big takeaways that he had. One, obviously, the U.S. mounted this daring operation by the U.S. armed forces, aided by the CIA, to bring back 2 American pilots from the hostile territory in Iran. That was a major operation. He gave details about that. He also mentioned the fact that opening the Strait of Hormuz is very, very critical for the global energy supplies, and he's determined about that. And he put Iran on notice, saying that by 8 p.m. Eastern time, if Iran does not change tack, that's Tuesday's deadline, he will make sure that there is hell which is rained on Iran by destroying their infrastructure, by destroying their power stations and also bridges. So clearly he's put Iran on notice, but also opening the window of diplomatic negotiations a bit. He did not mention about it, but clearly while the diplomatic talks are happening, he did mention about some of the countries in the Middle East who were really supportive of the US's campaign against Iran. And he also spoke about the fact that if he wouldn't have mounted this operation, Iran would have got a nuclear weapon that would have threatened not only Europe but a lot of countries in the region as well. He did not say anything about the deadline on the war ending, but I get a sense that a lot will be clearer after this deadline of 8 p.m. tomorrow. That's Tuesday, Washington DC time, the US ET time.
Viewers, now as the US-Israel war against Iran enters its 37th day, Tehran is now threatening to close the Bab al-Mandab Strait, the second most critical choke point for global energy trade after the Strait of Hormuz. Now, an advisor to the supreme leader of the country, Mujtaba Khamenei, warned that if the US continues its aggression, the resistance front will treat Bab al-Mandab the very same way as they treated the Strait of Hormuz. What does this mean and what can be the global consequences? Take a look.
After blocking the Strait of Hormuz, Iran is now threatening to shut down another critical global choke point, the Bab al-Mandab Strait. In a post on X, an advisor to Mujtaba Khamenei has stated that today, the Unified Command of Resistance Front views Bab al-Mandab as it does Hormuz. If the White House dares to repeat its foolish mistakes, it will soon realize that the flow of global energy and trade can be disrupted with a single move. Bab al-Mandab is a narrow waterway between Yemen and Djibouti that connects the Red Sea to the Gulf of Aden. It is the only southern gateway for ships heading to or from the Suez Canal. Now, roughly 30% of global container traffic and nearly 10% of the world's oil trade passes through this strait every day. Although Iran does not share the border with the strait, it does have a good support from Yemen.
With the conflict escalating, the group has now threatened shipping routes in the Bab al-Mandab Strait in the Red Sea, a crucial passageway where 12% of world trade passes through. This strait has become even more important as the Strait of Hormuz is now effectively closed, forcing Gulf countries like Saudi Arabia to send millions of barrels of crude oil a day through the Red Sea. In 2023, the Houthis launched attacks against vessels in solidarity with Gaza. Between November 2023 and January 2025, the group attacked more than 100 merchant vessels, sinking 2 of them and paralyzing ship movement towards the Red Sea. If the Houthis start attacking vessels again, this would further push up oil prices, and analysts warn that this could destabilize marine security.
Every day, around 4.1 million barrels of petroleum products pass through here. It is a vital alternative route for oil exporters, especially from Saudi Arabia, whose Yanbu pipeline sends millions of barrels to the Red Sea, all of which must then pass through Bab al-Mandab. The strait has already been causing trouble.
So we were going to send it through Yemen, through the Bab al-Mandab, and then into the northern part of the Red Sea, where Port Sudan port is. Because of the risks of attacks in the southern part of the Red Sea, carriers don't take that Bab al-Mandab now. So what we now have to do is Karachi and then go all the way down through the Cape of Good Hope in Africa.
Viewers, and on the other side, Amit Shah drives the BJP campaign in Assam by addressing 3 rallies, as today is the last day for the final pitch in the state that goes to polls on the 9th of April.
थोड़े में ज़्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट
क्या बात है स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट
Three, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Bartimus 2 now bound.
Assam police raids Pawan Khera's Delhi residence after FIR by Himanta Biswa Sarma's wife.
जानते तो तब क्यों आपने डाला? आप तो पूछना चाहिए था पहले। पागल है क्या ये लोग? मैं एक एलिगेशन लाया, पहले आपको फॉरेन मिनिस्टर को पूछना चाहिए था कि नहीं चाहिए था?
Himanta Biswa Sarma reacts to searches at Khera's residence, claims that the Congress leader ran from Guwahati to Delhi and then finally to Hyderabad. Amit Shah drives the BJP campaign in Assam by addressing 3 rallies as today is the last day for the final pitch in the poll-bound state. ECI deletes 90.66 lakh voter names in West Bengal. Special intensive revision as polls inch closer. MK Stalin's nomination papers have been accepted by returning officer in Kolathur constituency. Now getting in a fresh breaking development, the Israeli forces have now struck a 7th key crossing point over the Litani River that was used by the proxy Hezbollah to move operatives and weapons south of the Litani River. Now, prior to the strike, Hezbollah terrorists used the crossing to transfer weaponry, rocket systems and rocket launchers to advance and even carry out strikes against Israeli forces. That's what the Israeli Defense Forces have said, as in the latest, their forces have struck a 7th key crossing point over the Litani River that they say was used by the Hezbollah proxies to move operatives and even weapons south of the Litani River. Now, prior to this strike, the IDF says Hezbollah terrorists used the crossing to transfer weapon systems, rockets and rocket launchers to advance and carry out terror strikes against the Israeli Defense Forces and the Israeli territory. As the war rages on, remember, Israel is not fighting a linear war just against Iran, but also its allies, including proxies like Hezbollah. Viewers, getting in a fresh breaking development. Clashes have broken out between unidentified gunmen and Turkish security forces near the Israeli consulate in Istanbul in Turkey. That's the latest that we're learning in. Major clashes that have broken out between unidentified gunmen and the Turkish security forces that were guarding and manning the Israeli consulate in Istanbul in Turkey. Now, this is an indication of Israeli assets coming under attack across the region as the war in West Asia continues to escalate. Now, remember, this is the first case of an Israeli embassy coming under attack. Almost clashes that broke out between unidentified gunmen and Turkish security forces near the Israeli consulate based out of Istanbul in Turkey. Now, we do not know the reason behind the clashes that erupted. In fact, the gunman has probably been also arrested, and investigations have been launched into the matter to understand what led to the clashes erupting between unidentified gunmen and the Turkish security manning the Istanbul Israeli consulate in Turkey. That's the latest that we're learning in. These are the visuals that you can see on your screens exclusively that are brought to you by Republic. Now, this is big firing reported outside the Israeli consulate in Istanbul in Turkey. Now, unidentified gunmen got into a scuffle with the Turkish security guards that had the responsibility of manning the Israeli consulate in Turkey's capital, Istanbul. These are the visuals on your screens. Now, also a reiteration that the Israeli assets and US assets continue to remain sensitive and under precarious threat as the war extends in West Asia.
Getting this breaking news development with live pictures coming in from Istanbul, and clashes are reported between unidentified gunmen and Turkish security forces outside or near the Israeli consulate. And remember, Ankara is the capital of Turkey and Istanbul is their biggest city. And we have these pictures coming in of a gunfight happening. Let's go to Shawan for more on this from the newsroom. Shawan, are you hearing that the gunfight is on? These are live pictures or deferred live pictures? And is this an active scene of shooting going on in Istanbul outside of the Israeli consulate?
Well, in fact, Abhishek, the Turkish media has been reporting that around 2:30 this afternoon, that is the India time, is when this gunfight has actually taken place. This is at the Israeli consulate in Istanbul. We are being told by way of what the Turkish media is basically reporting that at least 3 gunmen have been eliminated. In fact, there is no official statement that has been issued by the Turkish authorities as yet, but Israelis have already indicated that they are in touch with Turkey to basically find out who the gunmen were. In fact, they had come in a vehicle and opened fire outside the consulate. In terms of number of injuries are concerned, that is not known at this point in time. This is just a preliminary information that has come in, and this is what Turkish media has reported so far. One, that the gunfire was reported outside the Israeli consulate, so no reports really coming in with regards to whether at all anything that has happened inside, whether at all they've been able to breach the security. That is not clear as of now. It just appears that the firing has taken place outside the consulate. The second important point is that the number of people who were involved, at least 3 people were present. In fact, all 3 have been gunned down is what we are picking up. And in terms of injuries, we are given to understand a Turkish security force individual has been reported injured, and there is nothing with regards to the consulate staff, whether at all they have sustained any injuries. So far, there's no official word really coming in from the Israelis in Turkey, or for that matter, even from the Turkish authorities. This is by way of what the Turkish media has been reporting.
Yeah, we're getting more pictures, in fact, Shawan, as we speak of this shootout that has happened in Istanbul. And it seems that police was proactive, that police engaged with the shooters and shot them down. And these are pictures of earlier. We have more pictures. We'll turn them around and show them. And this is a shooting that has taken place outside. Not sure as of now whether this was aimed at the Israelis or this was some other terror incident. There is a statement coming in from Turkish Minister of Justice, must be the law minister there. Akin Gurlek, and the statement says, Shawan, that upon the reports of gunfire sounds in the vicinity of the Israeli consulate located in the Besiktas district of Istanbul, the Istanbul Chief Public Prosecutor's Office has immediately initiated an investigation. So probe has been ordered. We can flash that. A probe has been ordered by the Turkish authorities, led by the Chief Public Prosecutor's Office of Istanbul. And the scope of the investigation, according to the Justice Minister, is to look into...
Çok camları çıkmayın, çatışma var arkadaşlar. Şu ileride, ben polisleri görüyorum. Çok cama girme, çok cama girme. Evet, ben anladım zaten çatışma çıktı. Ben anlamaz mıyım oğlum? Uzundan bu silahlarla atış ediyoruz. Ben demedim mi sana?
Okay, Shawan, if you go by this statement, the authorities are still not telling us or the public about the motivations, the angle, who carried out this attack, no responsibility taken. They have just ordered a probe. So it seems it's very preliminary, and even the Turkish authorities do not know who has carried out this attack or sought to disturb peace there in the vicinity of the Israeli consulate.
Well, in fact, this incident has only happened around 2:30 India time, and as of now, if you go by what the Turkish media is reporting, all the three gunmen have already been eliminated. As far as their antecedents are concerned, that is not known. Perhaps it's going to take a little bit more time. All that we can confirm is that earlier this month is when an alert was basically issued by the Israelis as far as their embassies are concerned, and Turkey happened to be one of them. There are several other countries in which they've put their embassies on alert, particularly given the fact that there is a growing threat against Israeli diplomats in these very countries, and what is largely seen is not extremely friendly countries for Israelis, and that is the reason why the threat perception has only gone up. Now, as far as the background of these gunmen are concerned, that is not known. We can only confirm this is what we know so far. One, the incident happened little after 2:30 this afternoon. Three gunmen had come in a car, is what we are being told, and the firing has taken place outside the Israeli embassy. In terms of number of injuries, all that we can confirm is that a Turkish security force personnel has sustained injuries. There is no report so far with regards to whether at all any Israeli staff members or diplomats have sustained any injuries or not. That is not clear at this point in time.
Okay, I think we have more pictures, if we can turn them around, of the incident that has happened in Istanbul, and a shootout happening. Okay, we have more information. The Turkish minister has ordered, Minister of Justice has ordered a probe and into the gunfire incident outside the consulate of Israel in Istanbul. And the minister has said that under the coordination of our Chief Public Prosecutor's Office, in collaboration with relevant law enforcement units, the work is ongoing for the purpose of fully elucidating the incident, and the investigation is being conducted meticulously and in a multifaceted manner, respectfully announced to the public. Very limited information there, Shawan, still from the statement. Okay, we have Mr. Terry Newman joining us from Israel because it seems Israel consulate is the target or was the target. Terry, you think that given the situation in West Asia, the Israelis are getting targeted, and this seems to be an instance in Istanbul being reported?
Yes, so it has been indeed reported that 3 people have been killed near the Israeli consulate in Istanbul. We are aware of Iranian sleeper cells across the Middle East, but also across Europe, the United States and Latin America, and they are starting to use them more and more. There have been attacks we've seen in the UK, there have been attacks in Holland, attacks in Belgium, and this is a sad attack here in Turkey. As of yet, we are aware that those killed were not diplomats. We are unaware whether they were Turkish origin or Jewish or Israeli. That is yet to be confirmed, but certainly it is very worrying to see Iran taking this war global.
Okay, it seems you suspect that this seems like a more global thing. There was some incident reported in Australia also, some incident reported in London also. You mean to say that there is a continuity between these incidents and that if not exactly one particular organization, but some groups jointly might be doing this?
We are, those people with security backgrounds are aware that the Iranians have spent the last few decades setting up sleeper cells throughout the world. This is part of their vision of expanding the Shiite Islamist revolution. They have a concept what's called the khums, where they give a fifth, 20% of their income to the supreme leader, and they have used this charitable mechanism to set up terrorist sleeper cells. And one of the reasons they've been able to do it so successfully is that this fine line between genuine charitable religious giving versus revolutionary Islamist violence is very difficult for Western governments to separate.
Okay, let's break that. We in fact have a statement coming in from the Israeli side attributed to Israeli media, Terry, and it says that a spokesperson of the Foreign Ministry of Israel has said that the incident is under investigation and confirmed that the consulate is currently unstaffed. So a first reaction coming in from the Israeli side that they are aware of the incident, that this seems like something to do with them and they are investigating it, and that thankfully for them, so far as they are concerned, the consulate was unstaffed, which means nobody was there. Terry, last question before we let you go. First reaction coming in from the Israeli side, and which says that the consulate was not staffed. Do you think this is because of the present ongoing situation? As a preemptive measure, as a preemptive security measure, the Israeli consulate has already been evacuated?
President Erdogan of Turkey has made it very clear that he is downgrading relations between Israel and the state of Turkey. So as a result, they have withdrawn their diplomatic staff from Israel, and Israel has withdrawn our diplomatic staff from there. But as you correctly said earlier, this is part of a global set of attacks by Iranian sleeper cells on Jewish and Israeli targets. Has also been on American targets. The banks in France, American banks there have recently been attacked. And this is the lowest form of terrorism and attacks on innocent human beings that the Iranians are doing.
Okay, Terry, thank you so much for joining us. In fact, the Turkish media is reporting that two of the attackers were killed on the spot by quick police action, and that one of them has been arrested, though he's injured. We'll come back to this once we get more information on this. Thank you for joining us. And moving on to another breaking news connected with West Asia, the kind of situation that's prevailing there, a war zone, and Iranian missiles have hit Naharia of Israel today. Remember, last evening we had President Trump throwing his umpteenth ultimatum to Iran to surrender, but it seems nobody is listening to him in Iran. And they have carried out their double down. They have doubled down and they are carrying out strikes, even now missiles going as far as Israel. Naharia town of Israel this time in these pictures. And okay, those were some nats from Naharia town where Iran has carried out a strike, doubling down clearly and escalating its attacks, not blinking to President Trump. Moving on, staying with this, IRGC, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps of Iran, has released a statement saying we will deal with the infrastructure of the US and its partners in such a way that the US and its allies will be deprived of the region's oil and gas for years. The United States regional partners should also know that until today, due to good neighborliness, we have exercised great restraint and had considerations in choosing retaliation targets. But from now on, all these considerations have been removed. That's like a reverse threat coming in from the IRGC, which effectively is in control of Iran now. We don't know whom President Trump was talking when he said that they are reasonable, rational people listening to Trump, but IRGC at least is not listening to him. All right, as the US-Israel war with Iran enters its 38th day, Tehran is now threatening to close the Bab al-Mandab Strait, which is in the Red Sea, the second most critical choke point for global energy trade after the Strait of Hormuz. An advisor to Supreme Leader Mujtaba Khamenei warned that if the US continues its aggression, the resistance front will treat Bab al-Mandab the same way as Hormuz. Bab al-Mandab perhaps can be controlled by the Houthis because that they are closer to the geography, but Iran there clearly in no mood to de-escalate despite Trump threats with that massive press conference last evening.
After blocking the Strait of Hormuz, Iran is now threatening to shut down another critical global choke point, the Bab al-Mandab Strait. In a post on X, an advisor to Mujtaba Khamenei has stated that today, the Unified Command of Resistance Front views Bab al-Mandab as it does Hormuz. If the White House dares to repeat its foolish mistakes, it will soon realize that the flow of global energy and trade can be disrupted with a single move. Bab al-Mandab is a narrow waterway between Yemen and Djibouti that connects the Red Sea to the Gulf of Aden. It is the only southern gateway for ships heading to or from the Suez Canal. Now, roughly 30% of global container traffic and nearly 10% of the world's oil trade passes through this strait every day. Although Iran does not share the border with the strait, it does have a good support from Yemen.
With the conflict escalating, the group has now threatened shipping routes in the Bab al-Mandab Strait in the Red Sea, a crucial passageway where 12% of world trade passes through. This strait has become even more important as the Strait of Hormuz is now effectively closed, forcing Gulf countries like Saudi Arabia to send millions of barrels of crude oil a day through the Red Sea. In 2023, the Houthis launched attacks against vessels in solidarity with Gaza. Between November 2023 and January 2025, the group attacked more than 100 merchant vessels, sinking 2 of them and paralyzing ship movement towards the Red Sea. If the Houthis start attacking vessels again, this would further push up oil prices, and analysts warn that this could destabilize marine security.
Every day, around 4.1 million barrels of petroleum products pass through here. It is a vital alternative route for oil exporters, especially from Saudi Arabia, whose Yanbu pipeline sends millions of barrels to the Red Sea, all of which must then pass through Bab al-Mandab. The strait has already been causing trouble.
So we were going to send it through Yemen, through the Bab al-Mandab, and then into the northern part of the Red Sea, where Port Sudan port is. Because of the risks of attacks in the southern part of the Red Sea, carriers don't take that Bab al-Mandab now. So what we now have to do is Karachi and then go all the way down through the Cape of Good Hope in Africa.
بارك الله فيكم أيها الإخوة المحتشدون المجاهدون أثبتتم للعالم الهمة.
استمرار في دعم وإسناد جبهات المقاومة والجهاد في العراق وإيران وفلسطين ولبنان. نفذت قواتنا المسلحة بعون الله تعالى عملية عسكرية بدفعة من الصواريخ البالستية استهدفت أهدافا حيوية للعدو الإسرائيلي في منطقة يافا المحتلة. وقد جاءت هذه العملية بالاشتراك مع الإخوة المجاهدين في إيران وحزب الله في لبنان، وحققت أهدافها بنجاح بفضل الله.
Thank everybody for being here. 200th day in office. This is 200 days already. Time flies. But we have a country that's the hottest country right now.
ترامپ یک شخصیت متزلزل، متوهم با مجموعه تناقضات هست. جامعه ایران معمولاً به حرفهای ترامپ اعتنایی نمی کند، چون باور دارد که ایشان فاقد تعادل شخصیتی و رفتاری و کلامی است و هر لحظه با یک موضوع متناقضی مواجه میشیم.
It's the big political showdown in the state of Assam. Just ahead of the elections, charges have been leveled against Congress leader Pawan Khera. We get you all the details tonight on The Verdict.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आर मसाला
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the exclusion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the wall which is to operate for section of the exclusion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation. And also, in case if the main chain of the exclusion system doesn't respond, there is always a way of.
It's the big political showdown in the state of Assam. Just ahead of the elections, charges have been leveled against Congress leader Pawan Khera. We get you all the details tonight on The Verdict.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic. From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hemanta calls Pawan Khera's allegations against him and his family false and fabricated, accuses the Congress of distorting images using AI. Three nations, Egypt, UAE, Antigua and Barbuda, reject claim made by Congress, calls them fake. Assam police conduct searches at Pawan Khera's Delhi residence after Hemanta Biswa Sarma's wife files FIR against him. Khera now not to be seen at home. Hemanta says Pawan Khera ran away to Hyderabad after daring the state police to arrest him. Over 90 lakh voters deleted in West Bengal as EC releases final supplementary list. Four people killed in the violence in Manipur. Internet shut down in 5 districts of Manipur post-violence. Iran asks people to rally at power plants, form human chains as Trump deadline nears. As Trump's deadline looms, Iranian president asserts 14 million Iranians ready to sacrifice their lives. Viewers, starting first with a story that comes in straight from Assam, and now Congress leader Pawan Khera was tracked down by the Assam police in his Delhi residence. However, he was nowhere to be found, and this controversy erupted after Assam's Chief Minister Hemanta Biswa Sarma, in fact his wife, levelled allegations against him of saying false things about her and about her holding 3 passports at least from multiple countries including the UAE and Egypt. Now Assam police searched the Delhi residence of Congress leader Pawan Khera following an FIR that was lodged by Assam Chief Minister Hemanta Biswa Sarma's wife Riniki Bhuya Sarma amid an ongoing political controversy over allegations related to the latter holding multiple passports including of countries like Egypt and the UAE. Now the development comes after Khera, who heads the Congress media department, alleged that Sharma's wife held 3 passports of UAE, Egypt and in fact India. Now that claims have been strongly denied by the ruling BJP leadership in the state. Not just that, Hemanta Biswa Sarma, the chief minister, alleged that Congress leader Pawan Khera ran away to Hyderabad over the fear of being arrested. Listen in to what he has to say about the matter.
कि
क्या पागल है यार, सच्चाई आप नहीं जानते तो तब क्यों आपने डाला? आप तो पूछना चाहिए था पहले। पागल है क्या ये लोग? मैं एक एलिगेशन लाया, पहले आपको फॉरेन मिनिस्टर को पूछना चाहिए था कि नहीं चाहिए था कि ये एलिगेशन हमको मिला है, सार्वजनिक करने का पहले आप थोड़ा हेल्प कीजिए। आप पहले लोगों को मारेगा, फिर बोलेगा नहीं 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 मेडिसिन क्या होगा मैं पूछ के दूंगा। क्या पागल जैसा? खड़गे जी का उम्र हो गया, अभी भी पागल जैसा बात कर रहे। आप लोगों को जलील करेगा, लोगों को बेइज्जत करेगा और फिर बोलेगा हम फॉरेन मिनिस्टर पूछूंगा। तुम्हारा दामाद है क्या फॉरेन मिनिस्टर? पहले झूठ मूठ कागज क्यों लाया? पहले जाके फॉरेन मिनिस्टर को क्यों नहीं पूछा? कौन है ये खड़गे? क्या लुका छुपी का खेल है? असम, अरे कहाँ असम पुलिस को नहीं जानते, पताल से भी उखाड़ के ले आएगा। कहाँ मिलेगा पवन खेरा? असम लासित बरफुकन का देश है, कौन सा ये पवन खेरा है? पताल में भी लुकेगा तो हम उठा के लेके आएगा। तुम बताओ ये कागज तुम किसको दिए थे?
Viewers, in fact, not just that. The Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma's wife, Riniki Bhuya Sarma, also exclusively spoke to Republic. She spoke to my colleague Aniruddha. She in fact gives a lowdown on everything that's been happening with Pavan Khera and has said that justice will be served and that law will take its own due course. Listen in.
I've been already saying like they have been baselessly alleging, they have been baselessly spreading false rumors, and which is completely AI generated. It's clearly a symbol of going berserk, and when they have nothing to do and doing such false things like AI generated, it is actually a big time fraud. Which they should not do it in any people.
Ma'am, you have also filed a police complaint. Can you say what are the charges that you have placed?
I have gone all the cognizable offences because it is a very bad thing which they have done it. It is clearly showing the violation. So like if I have been, I'm an Indian citizen, right? We don't have a dual citizenship. And they're claiming me to have 3 citizenship with all the forgery documents. So everything, charges which are related to the acts, I have filed everything. So that I'm leaving the police and the court to take its action.
You are relentlessly campaigning for Himanta Biswa Sarma in Jalukbari. Do you think that these allegations that the Congress party has leveled will have any impact at all in Assam?
It will not have any impact in Assam because this is the reason why, because the present Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma has done so much of work. So now since they don't have anything, so I am the softest target, and even if it is softest target also, they are giving baseless allegations which are completely with a forged document. So they have seen that nowhere they are going to be, they are completely swiped out in the Assam elections. That's the only reason.
Last question, ma'am. Today, Assam police team has reached Pavan Khera's residence, but he is nowhere to be found in Delhi.
Yes, today, in fact, even I am seeing in the media that he has fled. So now, since I already told the court that I will be let the law take its own action. If I am guilty, I am ready to go. If he is guilty, he is ready to go. But till now, after getting in touch with MEA and everything, so it has already been proved that all the other 3 countries have denied, and it cannot be possible because being an Indian citizen, if they would have been if they had so much of evidence, they could have arrested me in 24 hours. It is according to the law. And in 96 hours, I would have been behind the bars. But it is just what you can say, a fraud, and it is totally a case of defaming a female. And plus today, one thing I want to actually say is that today I'm a CM's wife. Today I'm able to fight, but they have set a playbook with everybody having a mobile in their hand with all the AIs working, and it is shameful for a party like Congress in setting a playbook for the society where they can do any sorts of nonsense with the technicals, and it is a very bad example, and it should not, and heaven forbid that it should not happen to any other female.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. This was Riniki Bhuya Sharma, Chief Minister Dr. Himanta Biswa Sharma's wife, reacting to the allegations leveled by the Congress party's spokesperson Pawan Kherasi has said that these allegations are totally baseless, false and fabricated, and that the Congress party has resorted to AI and Photoshop as far as the forging of the documents are concerned, and that law will take its course in the due course of time.
Viewers, now quickly shifting focus to Manipur, that remains on the edge. Massive protests have been reported outside the state legislative assembly, demanding military operation, in fact, against the Kuki militants. That's the latest that we're getting in from Manipur, that continues to remain on the edge. In fact, these are the visuals from Imphal in Manipur, where in fact you can see things being burned right on the road. Now, huge protests have taken place right outside the state legislative assembly. The protesters are demanding military operation against the Kuki militants. Now, fresh violence and in fact large-scale protests erupted in Manipur just today following a deadly bomb attack in the Moirang Thronglaboy area in Bishnupur district in Manipur. In fact, joining me live on the broadcast is my colleague Linthoi, who comes to us from Moira to get us more details on the matter. Linthoi, what is the situation looking like right now? We know that internet services have been suspended in across 5 districts in the state. Not just that, the bomb blast has also claimed multiple lives in the state, and violence has once again erupted. What can you tell us about the protests and the law and order situation?
Yeah, Gaishu, absolutely. The student organization are protesting outside the Manipur Legislative Assembly, where massive protests are currently underway, and the situation remains tense over here. So, a large number of protesters have gathered here in front of this Manipur Legislative Assembly, demanding justice and calling for military operations against Kuki militants. And also slogans like "Go Back Central Forces" are also being raised, reflecting the growing anger on the ground. And also, the situation across Manipur continues to escalate. A high-level review meeting has also been chaired by Chief Minister Yumnam Khemchan Singh. And according to the latest information, at least 3 people have lost their lives, while several others have injured in the ongoing violence. At least 11 have been injured. And there are also serious allegations that after the statement of Chief Minister Yumnam Khemchan Singh, serious allegation has been raised. The Chief Minister visited the hospital and met the injured, including the mother, who is currently undergoing treatment. He made a key remark saying that there may have been, the incident may have been carried out by hiring some nearby locals. So public are asking who he is pointing to, and also the public are demanding to name the involved groups, as he has already said that someone may have carried out by hiring nearby locals to escalate the tension. And also protests are intensifying here outside the assembly. And also the internet over here in Manipur are suspended in 5 districts.
Linthoi, in fact, continuing the conversation, but just for a hot second, viewers, take a look at the visuals on your screens. Tires burning all across streets in Manipur as violence has once again gripped the northeastern state. Not just that, a very distinct visual of, in fact, tires also being burnt right outside the Moirang police station. We could look at the gates of the police station completely charred by protesters, and the fire that's erupted right outside the police station. In fact, protests have gripped the state moments after a violence involving a suspected rocket or mortar projectile. Take a look at the visuals on your screens. Public property, police stations, vehicles, tires on fire in Manipur. These are the visuals that are coming in from Imphal. Now, in the latest, huge protests have taken place right outside the State Legislative Assembly demanding military operation against the Kuki militants. Now my colleague Lintoy continues to join us from Moirang, exactly where the bomb attack took place in the Bishnupur district. At least 4 people have been killed so far and 11 others remain injured. This also involves 2 children, a 5-year-old kid and also a 6-month-old girl. In fact, the attack also critically injured their mother. The attack involved a suspected rocket or mortar projectile hitting a residential home, claiming the lives of 2 young children. These are the visuals that come in fresh from the streets of Imphal in Manipur that continues to burn. Violence has once again taken over the northeastern state of Manipur. Now, Lintoy continues to join us from the site where the bomb strike took place. In fact, before going to that, viewers, we're getting in some fresh breaking development. Iran's Karg Island has been targeted with several strikes. Now remember, the Iranian jewel crown has once again been struck. Now this comes after the US president's deadline is supposed to continue until tomorrow morning, 5:30 a.m. IST. That's the deadline. And in between that, Iranian Karg Island has once again been targeted with several joint Israeli-US strikes. Now remember, Donald Trump also said initially that energy infrastructure, nuclear infrastructure will be kept out of the war, but the reality on the ground looks completely different. In fact, joining us live on the broadcast is our senior editor Shravan Sen to get us more details on the matter.
Well, in fact, there are now reports suggesting that Karg Island, as you pointed out, the jewel crown of Iran, has now been targeted. In fact, while there is no official word really coming in from the US forces, now, in fact, various Western media outlets are reporting that there have been multiple strikes that have taken place. Now, it does fall in line with the kind of deployment that has been done by the US forces. This also comes a little less than 24 hours after the Secretary of War, Pete Hexit, had indicated that today the volume of attack would certainly intensify. This comes just before the 48-hour deadline that has been imposed by President Trump. Now, from the time the war has actually begun, there have been numerous deadlines that have been imposed by President Trump. But this time, it seems that he's also running out of options, and there is perhaps some amount of desperation that we are really looking at. Right now, with Karg being targeted, it would effectively be through the multiple deployments that have been done by the 82nd Airborne Division. Along with that, you have several of their warships which have been docked in the region. We're not very sure the nature of the strikes that have taken place right now. We're trying to get in more details. But as of now, this is what the Western media has also been reporting, that there have been multiple strikes that have been carried out in Karg Island.
Definitely, and very interestingly also comes at the backdrop of, Iran saying that they are not looking for a premature ceasefire. In fact, they have ramped up their strikes even as the deadline looms close. 5:30 a.m. IST is what the deadline is. So just tomorrow early morning, the deadline lapses, and Iran, amid that, has stepped up escalations, has stepped up strikes across the Gulf region. They have in fact struck Israel at least thrice since today morning itself. Now also, Shravan, wanting to understand from you, this comes at a time when Iran has turned the tables. They say that the deadline that US has in fact sanctioned onto them is the same deadline that they're giving the US to surrender. They've said that 40 hours and they want to surrender from the United States, or else they will completely blow up all of US and Israeli assets across the Gulf region. And now US has in supposedly what looks like a US-Israeli airstrike that has struck the Karg Island in Iran.
Well, in fact, Gesu, as far as the ceasefire proposals are concerned, Iran, in fact, has proposed a 10-point ceasefire proposal. Now, that basically includes a firm security guarantee. The nature of the security guarantee that they are basically asking is also, it comes along with the sanctions that have been imposed by the Americans. Now, that is supposed to be lifted, and that's one of their primary demands that they have made. Even as this proposal has been sent to United States of America through Pakistan, it seems that the Iranians have also intensified their attacks. Just a short while back, we were given to understand 97th wave of strikes have been carried out. In Saudi Arabia, you've had another major petrochemical factory being hit by the Iranians. Then you have a military base in Kuwait that has been targeted in the last 24 hours. So there is escalation on both sides. As far as the Americans are concerned and Israelis, in fact, there have been multiple explosions that have been reported from southern Iran as well as western Iran, where we are being told that the target right now happens to be the energy facilities, but so far none of the energy facilities in Iran have been targeted as yet. If at all you go by what's being reported right now, that Karg Island has been targeted, it seems that there is a clear indication of escalation on the part of the Americans.
And in fact, also very important to remember that Karg Island remains one of the key oil supply sources, oil export hub for Iran, and it was targeted today. It's been targeted before also. However, no radiation leaks were reported by the International Atomic Agency back then. We're yet to get any reports on the kind of damage that has happened on the Karg Island. We just know for now that a joint US-Israeli strike. These are the visuals on your screen. Take a look. That tells you the intensity of this strike. Huge plumes of smoke that have completely covered the skies, going up in the air right above the nuclear facilities, what looks like the nuclear facility or the oil facility inside Karg Island. Now, Karg Island remains Iran's primary oil export hub, and it has been targeted once again in a joint US-Israeli bombing raid. In fact, the last time this happened was on the 13th of March, and the International Agency for Atomic Energy raised alarms. Even back then, they said that energy infrastructure, gas infrastructure, oil supply routes have to be completely left out of this escalating West Asia war. Now, also joining me on the broadcast is Major Samarpal Toor to get us more updates on the matter. Major Toor, thanks very much for joining Republic and speaking to us. I also want to understand from you, Trump's deadline on one hand looms large. It's supposed to lapse at 5:30 a.m. Indian Standard Time just tomorrow morning. Iran has flipped the tables. They say that the US now has the same deadline to back out and to surrender in the war. That's a precarious situation in itself, and now US has come for Iranian crown jewel. They've struck the Karg Island, the lifeline of all supplies inside Iran once again. Your first comments on that? I think we may have lost some connection with Major Samarpal Toor, who I'm given to understand continues joining us on the broadcast. Major Toor, thanks very much for speaking to Republic. I want to understand from you, a deadline that we're eyeing at. The world eyes the deadline that Trump has set for the war to be finished. He says that in case Iran refuses to come to table by then for talks, then this will be complete obliteration. Meanwhile, Iran has said that they are not looking for talks at all and that the US must surrender in the same time frame as Trump's deadline. And in the latest, US has now ramped up attacks on Iran, Karg Island being one of the key structures that have come under strikes. Your first comments on this?
You see, Karg Island has been a cash cow for Iran for a number of years. That has been the transit point for the distribution of oils to various nations all around the world. It is a very possession of the Iranian regime, which has actually helped them stay alive, despite the sanctions. So I think America has hit them where it's going to hurt most. Karg Island has been targeted, and I have been mentioning it much before. For the last 2 weeks, I've been mentioning that they will not seize Karg Island, they will destroy the Karg Island. Because, that is a 8 kilometer by 4.5 kilometer stretch of land in that island. It is very vulnerable to attacks by missiles, drones, artillery, you name it, and it can be attacked by any platform there. So I think it is best that the Americans have actually hit it, destroyed it, and I think that is the wisest way ahead, to hit the Iranians where it's going to hurt them most.
Right, so Major Toor, also you're suggesting that this is a move that comes in tandem with the Trump administration, the US and Israeli military now ramping up pressure on Iran to surrender, to stop their aggression in the region. So while that is happening, Iran on the other side has also made it clear that the more of their energy structures that come under attack, they will also give it right back by striking water and electricity and energy infrastructure across the Gulf region. So what can this mean for the larger region? You know, this is a clear indication. Karg Island being struck is a major escalation in the war, especially at a time when the deadlines are inching closer.
You see, if you look at the pattern of attacks being carried out by Iran, it is amply clear that Iran is losing out on the momentum. The quantity of their missiles is there, but the launching platforms have been destroyed. You know, until date, 330 launching platforms have been destroyed, and there is a speculation that just about 130 more missile launch platforms are left, and that is one of the major reasons why they have lost out on the frequency of firing missiles towards the Americans, the GCC countries, and on Israel. So you see, it's just a matter of time when they are going to, cripple down. They are going to implode with pressure, and there is going to be a ground offensive also, which is going to happen after a few weeks.
Right,
so I think this
yes.
is just this is the initial preliminary phase. I think the worst is yet to come. If IRGC is not willing to come onto the table and open up Hormuz, and there will be a change of real leadership, if these things will not happen, then it will be made to happen, and that will take time.
Right, Major Toor, thanks very much for speaking to Republic. Always a pleasure to have you with us. Now we're also being joined by Dhruv C. Katoch, who is the Director of India Foundation and also a defense expert, to speak to us on the matter. Now, Mr. Katoch, I want to understand from you, the world was looking at Trump's deadline, hoping that this escalation in West Asia will finally come to a conclusion, will meet its resolve. But the reality looks far from over. Karg Island has now been struck by joint US-Israeli strikes. Your first comments on that?
Thank you. Firstly, the conditions which have been put by President Trump on Iran, there was no way Iran was going to accept it.
Yeah.
So as far as, if anybody had the thought that because President Trump has given that deadline by 8 p.m. or something today, it'll be Iran will buckle down, that obviously wouldn't have happened. That is one. Now, the question is that if Karg Island has been bombed now, and if the oil fields have been struck, I think that represents a very different level of escalation. And my fear is that Iran may now retaliate on Aramco oil fields of Saudi Arabia and on the other oil assets. I think we are looking at the possibility of a full-scale oil war taking place there. Is very, very real, which doesn't bode well for the region, especially for countries like India. Now, how badly the oil fields have been affected, that we have to see. But if the American leadership thinks that Iran is going to buckle down because of this, I don't see that happening. If the attacks continue and the oil fields are destroyed, I am certain that there will be a counterattack on the oil resources in the Arab world, in Saudi Arabia, in Kuwait, and in other places, including Iraq. And I think that is going to be disastrous for everybody. I don't see a land invasion coming in. That will be disastrous for the Americans also. So we'll have to await the developments. But I think this is not a good development. It is a very, very escalatory measure, which I hope sense prevails and everybody keeps cool from now onwards.
I completely agree with you, sir. And the larger question here, we've seen a lot of ballistic missiles that have been exchanged. We saw Iran launched the series of ballistic missiles. We also saw casualties were also being reported. This will also have a global economic impact.
Very frankly, my only fear is the global economic impact. These people, they can keep fighting and throwing missiles at each other. It doesn't really affect us. It is their war. But the impact of that war has now become economic. It is hitting at the energy resources, which is going to hit the global south very hard. The Americans will also suffer, not to that extent. They've got their own oil. The Russians have got their own oil. The oil prices are going to rise dramatically. We were talking about $150 Brent, per barrel of Brent crude. That could very well touch 200. But even worse, it may not be available. If this oil war carries on, and if Iran retaliates in a similar fashion to what the Americans have done, I think there is no end to it. Iranians will hold on. They'll be ruined, but they will ruin others with them. So I think it devolves on countries like India, the BRICS, or even Western Europe, to put pressure on the Americans and tell them to stop. Otherwise, we really don't know which way this war will go.
I agree with you. I agree with you, Major General Katoch. And I also want to ask you one more question here. It's clear from a military standpoint how vulnerable Kharg Island currently is. Then the larger impact that you're saying on oil and also the naval defenses that needed to protect it. Could this drag into other regional players being involved or even global players, given how critical the Strait of Hormuz is?
No, you see, the Strait of Hormuz is already closed. So as far as the other global players are concerned, they're already stuck, right? So everybody wants the Strait of Hormuz to open. But a military action is not going to open it, especially in this manner. In fact, the very fact that Kharg Island has been attacked will ensure that the Strait of Hormuz remains closed for a longer time. Now, for the Americans to open it, they will have to put in their troops. It is possible, yes, their troops can come in and they can capture the island. It will be expensive, but they can do it. Holding on to that island, I'm afraid, is going to be a totally different kettle of fish. It will extend the Americans to an extent they would not like, and it will force a situation like Afghanistan or Vietnam onto the Americans, forcing them to leave in a very disreputable manner at a later stage. So while I accept the possibility that American troops are strong enough to take the island, I do not expect them to have the capacity.
Sir, we've also now been told that there is a breaking news coming in. The Kharg Island, home to 90% of Iran's oil, has been bombed. There's also the railway bridge in Iran's Qasan that has been attacked. That's the big breaking news that's coming in, and we're staying with the story. Now the railway bridge has been attacked. It's very, very clear that Israel and US begin striking Iran's railway networks. Let me go across to this breaking news where rail services have been suspended in Iran's Mashhad following Israeli threat. Iranian media reported the governor has announced the immediate suspension of all rail services departing from the city's central railway station. It's now the railway bridge in Iran's Qasan that has been attacked. 2 have been killed in the strikes on railway bridges in Iran's Qasan area. Rail services have been stopped in many parts of Iran. This is the escalation that everyone was dreading, but it has happened. It is now in Qasan, the rail bridge that has been hit in Iran. We're staying with that, where rail services have been suspended in Iran's Mashhad. And we're also getting more news. Israel earlier had asked Iranians to avoid rail services. This is the big breaking news. This is the train station that is located. It's a specialized train service launched by in Kisan, and it's very, very clear that now this is also being attacked, and this time once again this is being done by US and Israel. I also want to go across to Major General Dhruv Katoch, who's been joining us on the story. And sir, it's very, very clear they're not stopping. From every standpoint, this will be dragging on global players.
Well, actually,
yes.
Actually, President Trump, I heard his address yesterday. It was about 1.5 hours long, which started sometime at 10:30 p.m. India time, 10:40 India time, and finished by about 12. And he made it very clear in that address that he is going to bomb them to the Stone Age, is the word which he used. Now, I thought that was rhetoric, but if he really means it, then it is a very, very severe escalation. And I won't be surprised if now other players move in. If the Chinese come in support of the Iranians and the Russians come in support of the Iranians, that possibility is there. At the moment, that support is restricted to intelligence, which itself is very powerful, but we don't know how this is going to go. It is a very, very serious escalation. And while those, as I mentioned in my initial remarks, while they can continue fighting, that doesn't really matter. The impact on the energy is going to be very, very severe. It is not restricted to the Strait of Hormuz. It will extend to every Gulf producing, every Arab country producing oil. And I think they will be the targets of Iran now. And in my view, they'll be legitimate targets, but all of us will suffer. Back to you.
I agree. And then the question really is, how do you see this proceeding, sir? Do you see, like you said, none of us know what Donald Trump really has in his mind, but we are seeing the kind of escalation it's taken on today. There's a precautionary measure that is out to everyone in Iran not to be taking the scheduled trains. But this is also possibly going to be seen as the turning point in this West Asia war.
Well, there's another way of looking at it. Possibly after doing it, Trump may actually announce a unilateral ceasefire and say that I have achieved my war objectives and get out. Now, should that happen, I think over a period of next a month or two, things may stabilize. But if that doesn't happen, I'm afraid the consequences can be quite unpredictable. And while it won't be good for especially countries like India and the other Asian countries, I don't think the results are going to be beneficial to the United States also. There is enough pressure on the prices are rising dramatically there, and they will only get worse. So the consequences for everybody is going to be bad. But for India, I think it's going to be for India and other developing countries, we are going to feel the impact of a war which is of no concern to us and in which we are not the party. And unfortunately, there is very little we can do to stop it at this moment, except getting all the global South and part of and the Western European countries on board and telling them to tell the President of the US to stop.
I agree. Sir, I'd request you to stay with us. There's more breaking news now coming in. This is from the U.S. command. Now, the U.S. Navy fighter jets have taken off from USS Abraham Lincoln CVN-72 during Operation Epic Fury. We're getting you the more details about how this is going to be the escalation that we didn't want, but it's clearly coming. U.S. forces are continuing to conduct strikes against military targets inside of Iran. This has been released by the U.S. CENTCOM. U.S. Navy fighter jets have taken off from the USS Abraham Lincoln. This is very clear escalation, and the only question that now we really need to understand and ask is, what are going to be the larger implications, not only for US, Israel, Iran, but like we were asking Major General Dhruv Katoch, for the global South, for global powers, and for India. Major General Dhruv Katoch, this is the big breaking news that's coming in, and once again we are seeing, this is...
Yeah, okay, now we are seeing these fighters take off from the carrier group of the United States. Now, this is not really of much of concern. They will be bombing certain targets, right? But as I mentioned earlier, the criticality is really energy. So these sort of bombings have taken place earlier. The Israelis have done it, the Americans have done it, and the Iranians have responded with missiles to the extent they could. So that battle is continuing, and I don't see any change in that. The only change which I see is what is happening in Khatam Al-Anbiya. I think that is the critical escalation, and what the Americans do in Khatam Al-Anbiya is going to determine the energy, the energy environment across the globe within the next 24 hours. In my view, the Iranians have got very little option but to retaliate against the Saudi oil fields and the other oil fields in the area, including of Iraq and Kuwait. That is the only leverage they have. Besides that, they've got nothing. And the Strait of Hormuz, I'm afraid, is going to remain closed. The only thing is the few ships that were passing now, I presume even they will stop, regardless of what the Iranians or anybody else can do. That the threat level has increased tremendously. So the energy crisis across the globe is going to escalate very severely. And the global oil prices will, I think they're running at about $110 per Brent crude barrel. I think they may rise up to 120, 130. And if this continues up to 150, and who knows what happens beyond that.
Sir, I just want you to stay with us exactly on the point that we are making. There is more breaking news coming in. The strikes are now targeting a bridge on Tabriz-Zanjan highway, and this has now been targeted. This is in Iran's northwest. There were attacks. That this attack is a part of the broader series of strikes, like Major General Dhruv Katoch is telling us. This also includes a separate railway bridge strike in Kassan that was reportedly killing 2 people. Now, this is Major General Dhruv Katoch very clearly what US President Donald Trump had said earlier. He'd also shared footage of a bridge collapse, warning of more strikes until negotiations begin. This is also Iran earlier issued a bridge-for-bridge warning. What do we really make out of it? Because for the very first time, we also heard an admission from the US president that the American people do not want this war. That means he's on a possible backdoor. He's possibly, taken a back step. It's some admission coming from him. Even though the language is wrong, even though the expletives are there from Donald Trump, it's clear that America does not want this war right now. Do you think this is the right time for negotiations like Donald Trump is asking for?
No, you see, it's very difficult to say what is the right time for negotiations. What we really want is for the firing to stop. So we simply want a ceasefire and give space for the negotiations. With the way the firing is going on, I think, even the Iranians have got their self-respect. You cannot, put a gun to the man's head and say, now you sit down and talk on our terms. The Iranians are not going to do that. It is not a question of whether I like the regime or not, but every country has got their own principles. And Iran is not going to accept something like this from the Americans, diktats and threats of this nature. But it is my view that if the US president declares even now, or perhaps after, going through a few hours of bombing right now, that now I'm declaring a unilateral ceasefire and I want the Iranians to come for talks. Now, if that ceasefire holds, I'm quite certain the Iranians will come for talks tomorrow, they'll be willing to come for talks. But if you continue bombing, then you don't expect them to come for talks when bombs are falling on their heads. So that is not going to happen. The decision has to come from the United States. It is a unilateral decision on the part of the US president to stop this war, and then it will stop. Otherwise, I don't see any other way of it happening. The Americans still have a chance of retrieving the situation before it gets to a point by which even the Americans will not be able to control it.
Yes. And we're also now being joined by retired Major General P.K. Sehgal. Retired Major General P.K. Sehgal, the same question here is going to be, at what point do you think this becomes so dangerous a threshold? There are attacks on nuclear facilities, there are being attacks on leadership targets, there are naval blockades. Even with prior warnings, does targeting railway networks risk blurring the lines between military and civilian infrastructure?
I think what Donald Trump is doing is absolutely devastating the civilian infrastructure, which is criminal. In fact, devastating their power stations or their bridges or their universities or their research centers, as well as nuclear installations, etc., is something which is not acceptable. And it will create a humanitarian crisis of unbelievable consequences. Under the circumstances, Iran will have no option but to do the same thing in the Gulf countries. And Iran has already gone on record to say that if Americans do this, they will devastate similar assets in the Gulf countries, and they will also blast out 15 American companies, which actually tantamount to strangulating the economic hold as far as on the Middle East is concerned. It will have a very, very grievous implication on American economies. As it is, to give an example of it, they already devastated yesterday Oracle, their data bank, etc. And it takes crores and crores of rupees to put that in place. And it also takes years and years of effort to build it. Data centers are absolutely vital in the modern day environment, particularly for the IT and artificial intelligence. Under these circumstances, this sort of bombardment is not acceptable. Iran, under no circumstances, I repeat, under no circumstances will bow down. In the last 2,500 years of their history, they've never bowed down. And under no circumstances will they accept threats from America or from Israel. Like General Katoch was saying, it was America and Israel that started the war. It is for them, it is for Donald Trump to declare a unilateral ceasefire. If you recall, when the Chinese attacked India in 1962, after having achieved their so-called military and political aim, they declared a unilateral ceasefire which India accepted. In the 71 war, when we had finished, liberated East Pakistan, now Bangladesh, we had declared a unilateral ceasefire as the West was concerned, and the Pakistanis accepted it. Similarly, if you know Operation Sindoor, you can start a war. The moment the DGM of Pakistan appealed to India, begged India for a ceasefire, we accepted it. Under these circumstances, the move has to be initiated by America, and unless and until they do that, there is no way that Iranians are going to get pressurized and they're going to stop what they're doing. In fact, they're punishing Israel very, very strongly. Haifa, which is their main port, has been virtually been destroyed. Eilat has been destroyed to a very large extent. Tel Aviv has been bombed out of, in a very way, they suffered very grievously. Similarly, Jerusalem has been targeted time and again. As far as Houthis are concerned, they are threatening to close the Bab al-Mandeb. If they do so, then 30% of oil and gas and manufactured goods that transit through this area will not be able to do so, and that will be a huge, huge, huge problem for the rest of the world. As it is, whether you're a participant in this war or you're not a participant, each and every country is a loser, each and every country is suffering grievously. And there's a huge pressure that is being put on the American president, not only by the Gulf countries, not only by NATO, not only by the allies, but their own people. They're telling them loud and clear that this war must come to an end. If you remember, the chief of the army staff who's resigned, he's gone on a record to say that he resigned because of two reasons. Firstly, he advised Donald Trump that it was not in American interest to join this war to begin with. And secondly, they were wanting to put troops on ground as far as Khatam Al-Anbiya is concerned. And he said, under no circumstances, the chief of the army staff, I would accept thousands of body bags coming back. I would rather resign than to accept the body bags of my troops. Unfortunately, as far as Trump is concerned, he's surrounded by himself by yes men. In another press conference, he went on to say that at this point of time, Hexit and Donald Trump wants admirals, wants air marshals, and wants chiefs, army chiefs, who will go by their agenda, and they will not give them the right type of advice that ought to be given by a military leader.
I agree with you, and Major General Dhruv Katoch on exactly what Major General P.K. Sehgal has said. The larger picture is US also trying to playing power politics, trying to give a message here to Russia and China.
Well, you see, China is certainly going to be impacted. For Russia, the impact is very little. In fact, it doesn't matter to Russia because with the oil prices going up, Russia is finally getting the revenue for its oil. So it is, in a way, I think the one country which is actually being benefited is Russia. But for China, it is a very serious concern because Venezuela was their source of oil. That has been stopped, and Iran was the second source. Now, China is getting squeezed. Though of course, they can still get oil from Russia. But this used to be the two primary sources which the Americans, I presume, they wanted to take over. So it is going to be a serious concern to the Chinese. But more importantly, when we are looking at the world this way, you cannot have unilateralism by which one country starts dictating to the rest of them, this is the way, it is my way or the highway. I totally agree with General Sehgal. He said it out very correctly. He's listed out the concerns very correctly, and I support that. The only way to stop the war is for President Trump to actually say he has achieved his objectives and stop. Otherwise, it is going to continue, and I don't think anybody is going to be the winner in this. It just depends on how badly people lose. Everybody is going to lose. The degree of losing or the degree of losses will be different to different people. For countries like India, we are going to be very seriously impacted, though we are not part of this war.
I agree with you. I agree with you. There's one breaking news that's coming in, Major General Sehgal and Major General Dhruv Katoch. I'm just going to go across to that and back to you. There's more breaking news. Iran's Revolutionary Guards say if US crossed red lines, the response will be beyond the region. Iran is now warning of drastic response if US crosses the line. It is something very clear that Iran's Revolutionary Guards have said the response will go beyond the region. Going beyond the region clearly implies Major General Dhruv Katoch and Major General Sehgal that they will now be possibly targeting allies outside West Asia. They could also be a signal activation of Iran's global proxy networks rather than just regional groups. This is a clear escalation, a red line for Iran at this stage. It's direct US strikes targeting leadership or strategic infrastructure. How do we look at this, Major General Sehgal?
First and foremost thing is they're very clearly indicating that they will now attack along with Houthis Bab el-Mandeb. The moment they attack Bab el-Mandeb, the crisis for the Western world as well as NATO, Europe, Asia, Global South will increase by an order of magnitude. It will be a devastation for manufactured goods as far as the trade is concerned. 10% of the world passes through Bab el-Mandeb, 20% oil and gas passes through this place, 45% of the world's fertilizer and urea comes from this area, 40 to 45% of the world's helium, which is an absolute and important ingredient for semiconductor institutions. Semiconductor industry comes from here. India's drug manufacture, we are the largest drug manufacturer in the world as far as generic medicine is concerned. Again, 40 to 45% of our raw material comes here. If this is stopped, the medicine prices the world over will go overboard. Similarly, the plastic industry world over, 40 to 45% raw material comes from here. So imagine the consequences for the rest of the world are going to be extremely grim, and the pressure on Donald Trump would be immense. Also, I'm very certain that Iranians living all over the world, in terms of the proxies, will also be activated. Though Iran has got almost over 200,000 Iranians living in America, and they've gone on to tell them that under no circumstances should they assassinate Donald Trump, as Iran feels that Donald Trump is their biggest asset, because every second day he changes his viewpoint, and they feel that as long as he's there, the very fact that Iran has been able to withstand the world's attack by the world's strongest army and the world's most battle-tested and battle-proven army is in a sort of a victory for Iran. And it's an embarrassment of the ultimate variety as far as America is concerned. Back to you.
All right. Thank you, Major General Sehgal, Major General Dhruv Katoch. Top focus today, not only in India, but across the world, what's going to happen with this escalation. I thank you both for joining us. Viewers, we're also going to go across to more news that's going to come in. Coming up after a short break, we're going to get you more details on elections in India, the 2026 verdict coming up. Amit Shah drives the BJP campaign in Assam by addressing three rallies as today is last day for campaigning in the state.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
Three, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation. And also, in case if the main chain of the excretion system doesn't respond, there is always a way of redundant chain and the methodology for excretion. And I don't think it is a major issue, but I'm sure it will get sorted out. And of course, there is a redundant chain which can be conveniently operated.
Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis 2. Let's go.
And here we go.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग असली स्वाद असली मजा
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it is a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Three, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ। 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello viewers, a very good evening. We are live and we are breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest here on India's #1 news network, Republic. Iran's oil hub Kurg Island has been hit. We are counting down to all the details and President Trump's deadline and ultimatum to Iran. Well, the clock has started kicking on that. So that as the clock ticks, we'll get you all the details and what is happening as the world is at war. But the headlines first. Let's get started. Himanta calls Pawan Khera's allegations against him and his family false and fabricated. Accuses Congress of distorting images using AI. Three nations, Egypt, UAE, Antigua and Barbuda, reject claim made by Congress and calls them fake. Assam police conduct searches at Pawan Khera's Delhi residence after Himanta Sarma's wife files FIR against him. Khera now not to be seen anywhere at home. Himanta says Pawan Khera ran away to Hyderabad after daring the state police to arrest him. Over 90 lakh voters deleted in West Bengal as EC releases final supplementary list. Four people killed in the violence in Manipur. Internet shut down in 5 districts of Manipur post-violence. As Trump's deadline nears, Iran's Kharg Island home to 90% of Iran's oil targeted with several strikes. As Trump's deadline looms, Iran's president asserts 14 million Iranians are ready to sacrifice their lives. And viewers are getting you some fresh pictures coming in here. Airstrikes on a railway track in Karachi. Red Crescent rescuers are active, providing assistance to affected compatriots. So getting you these updates coming in here on Republic TV. So the situation is definitely not dying down in terms of escalation anytime soon. And we had told you earlier about the latest updates where Israel has warned Iranians not to travel by train, saying it endangers your life. And we're getting these updates. Let's put out this picture. This is Karaj in Iran. And we see that latest updates coming in here on Republic TV. Airstrikes are continuing on railway tracks in Karaj just after we saw that Israel has warned Iranians not to travel by train. So now we see multiple rail tracks are being targeted in Iran. Israel and US are beginning to strike Iran's railway networks, and they had already given a warning before they conducted those strikes. So we're getting these updates coming in here on Republic TV as multiple strikes continue. And this is coming in the backdrop of Trump's deadline. The clock is ticking on that front, like we told you. Just a few hours left till Trump's deadline ends. Trump has asked for a deal, and he's given a deadline on that front as well. Now, Trump has been giving many ultimatums to Iran, but this is the latest ultimatum, which will be ending in a few hours from now. So staying with these pictures coming in from Karaj in Iran, where we see railway tracks are being targeted in the latest strikes in Iran. This is coming after Israel had given a warning to Iranians to not to travel by trains. We're getting these updates coming in. Israel had threatened Iran's trains, railways, before Trump's deadline expires. And this is coming in the backdrop of Israeli military telling people in Iran not to use trains or go near any railway lines, indicating that it was about to strike civilian infrastructure. And this is very important to note here, that this is civilian infrastructure which is now being targeted by the latest strikes. Israel had given a warning on that front and asked Iranians not to travel by train. So, 2 killed in strike on the railway bridge in Iran's Kashan. Okay, let's get some more updates coming in. US military is conducting strikes on military targets. So that is also continuing. So let's go ahead and tell our viewers a little bit more about the latest updates coming in here on Republic TV. So we have these pictures. This is attack on Kashan's railway area. This is Kashan, Iran. And coming in the backdrop of Israel telling people in Iran not to travel by train. So they had warned that there will be strikes conducted on the civilian infrastructure. So now we have seen the escalation move to a different front now, However, there were allegations earlier that civilian infrastructure is being targeted, but these pictures clearly show that civilian infrastructure in Iran is now being targeted by the latest strike. So back to our coverage coming in here. Okay, we'll be joined by our guests soon. So we'll go to our guests. Let's go to our guest, Group Captain Dr. M.J. Vinod is joining us on the phone line. Thank you for joining us here, Group Captain, on Republic TV. And so the point I was trying to make here was that these are targeted strikes on civilian infrastructure. And Israel had warned the people of Iran that, yes, we could be targeting these areas, especially railway tracks. And they had asked Iranians not to travel by train. Now, 2 lives have been lost already, Group Captain. I just want you to come in here and decode for us, what do you think is going to happen next?
In fact, I've been saying this for a while, and probably I've written about it as well. Main reason for targeting the train is actually not to target civilian infrastructure, but it is to target 3 things which is contributing to the war fighting effort of Iran. One, the Iran's missiles that are flying towards Israel. Not many people know is being launched by rail. So there are train bogies interspersed between civilian bogies, which looks like a civilian bogie, but actually is a missile launcher. And this is an old Russian technology, and with the help of Russia, they had it. Israelis know it. Americans know it. So whenever the missile needs to be fired, the train will stop. The missile will fire, and the train will continue to move. That is, to attack that directly will call for a lot of civilian deaths. So therefore, what they are doing is they are targeting these infrastructures so that the trains don't move when they stop on their tracks and they don't have adequate range to fire. So they do something like shoot and scoot on the rail. And second is most of their weaponry that moves on the train. So it gets made somewhere else in the cave, and it moves out of the cave into the firing area in the dark night. And they use the train to take this to the firing locations and fire from there. Third is forces. The IRGC predominantly today uses trains because A, it is not getting targeted. B, it is they travel with amongst the civilians. And C, it is the fastest mode of travel to take anyone from A to B en masse. So 100, 200,000 soldiers can travel on a train. So this attack was coming. It was on the cards. It's just that it came much later than what I had anticipated. I thought in the initial stages of war itself, they would target these railway lines and, and stop these movement. But anyway, the military minds of Israel and
yes.
US have come together to target this particular, capability of Iran to basically dwindle their military capability. Yeah, over to you.
Okay, Group Captain, I really want you to hold on for a second. The aviation expert joining us here. I really want to get to our viewers some of the breaking updates. They're getting some more reports coming in of US military conducting strikes on military targets on Kharg Island. So we had told you about this big development. This is a big development because US has issued a deadline to reopen the Strait of Hormuz or face wider infrastructure bombing. And there's still some time left for that deadline to end. So we still have a few hours to go till that deadline ends. However, US military confirms strikes on Kharg Island. Kharg Island is Iran's strategic oil hub. It's being targeted in multiple strikes. And this is coming just before the deadline set by US President Trump to open the Strait of Hormuz. So there is a deadline, and the clock is ticking, by the way, towards that deadline. Iran, by the way, has said that they will continue fighting. They will continue fighting. So earlier we saw that now we see earlier that oil terminals were being avoided, but now we see a strategic oil hub being targeted. So oil infrastructure is being directly targeted. Let's go to Group Captain, who's joining us back. Group Captain Vinod, like we were discussing a short while back, we see that some hours are still left. It's not like the deadline is not too far away. We still have a couple of hours left. Why is Karg Island being targeted right now? Because few hours are still left for the deadline to end.
Yeah, but it is not at the deadline that they would strike, isn't it? Because at the deadline, the operations will start. So these operations that we are today talking about are the softening up operations so that Karg Island is taken over. Whether they'll succeed or not, no one knows. How many body bags will get filled, no one knows. But unless Karg Island is taken, Hormuz cannot be opened. So that is the bottom line. So when Trump, gave that 48 hours deadline, he knew what to do because his military people have already told him what to do, isn't it? So it is just a playbook getting executed as we speak because the main attack is yet to come.
Yes. Group Captain, you said that the main attack is yet to come. So what do you think the main attack is? Where will they strike?
Boots on the ground. I've been saying this for a while. Without the boots on the ground, you cannot take over Karg Island. As simple as that. How is Karg Island defended by Iranian forces remains to be seen. How effective are they remains to be seen. Because what will happen is their logistic stamina will run out in no time because they will have to use what they already have in the island. They cannot rely on something coming from the mainland because mainland will be completely cut out and cut off by these American and Israeli forces. No doubt on that. How many people will fall remains to be seen. It's going to be, a bloodbath as I can see it.
Right. Group Captain, hold on for a second. We're getting some more breaking news coming in. Let's go straight across to the next set of breaking news for our viewers. Iran releases 3-minute video of the attack on U.S. bases and energy sites. Okay, there's a video which has come out, so we'll try to put that video, the new video which has been released. This is a video which has been released by Iran. So the couple of videos which have been released by Iran. So Iran has released 3-minute video on the attacks on U.S. bases and energy sites.
وأرسل عليهم طيرا أبابيل ترميهم بحجارة من سجيل بنام نامی مادر سادات بنام نامی أم الأئمة يا فاطمة الزهراء يا فاطمة الزهراء يا فاطمة الزهراء.
Breaking news coming in. Israel Air Force completed a wave of extensive strikes a short while ago, targeting dozens of infrastructures across Iran. Israel claims to target infrastructure across Iran. So the strikes are continuing, viewers, and we can see that the situation once again has become more tense. in the last few hours. Israel is striking railway infrastructure in Iran. Trump has given Iran a deadline of 8 p.m. EDT Tuesday to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. And now we see that the latest update coming in is that the fresh wave of strikes across Iran. This is what Israel is saying. Kharg Island, which is the terminal for much of Iran's oil exports in the Gulf, has also been hit by several strikes. So simultaneous developments that we're tracking here on Republic TV. Just going back to the deadline, Trump had earlier said that he will take Iran back to the Stone Ages a few days ago, and once again has threatened to take out Iran in one night if it fails to make a deal before the deadline he set for Tehran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, which is a critical global supply route. Group Captain DK Pandey is joining us. Thank you for joining us here, Group Captain. So, Trump's deadline for the deal is one that includes free flow of energy through the Gulf. So, free flow of energy through the Gulf. But from what we see and Iran's stance, it doesn't look like Iran is backing down anytime soon, is it?
That's true, ma'am. The way things are going on, both are determined and rather adamant. And they are not looking for what is that requirement of the time, how global order is getting disturbed, how supply chain is getting disturbed. All these factors both are ignoring. Now the point is the type of attack which United States and Israel both are planning. What is the objective? Are they going to achieve their objective, what they have set? The objectives are very clearly defined. They wanted to stop this missile development program, enrichment of uranium, and regime change, all those things. So I'm really surprised why they are. What is the basic objective of whole operations they are which are being conducted from last 2-3 days? And one time we are given the ultimatum. Now ultimatum has been at least wait for the ultimatum and the time limit. Let them think, because I believe backdoor communication is still on. And because definitely the type of warnings which has been given to Iran from Israel as well as United States, they are also scared what is going to happen, because finally, all said and done, although they are encountering all the possible attacks, but humankind is suffering there. There is no doubt about this. Although that is secondary, because they think that what is in their destiny they will face, they will encounter, and they are warriors as far as their DNA is concerned. But point is, these things are okay till a certain limit. But you have to draw a line, means up to what? What is the objective? And how long? If you're not achieving anything, both countries are not achieving anything. Both sides, I will say. So, it is only, both are continuing attack only for political gains, nothing else. So I'm very, I'm really surprised by how this the time when everybody is looking for the enhancement of the quality of life, the enhancement of the climate change, other things. So all those things we are trying to resolve. These two adversaries are going for the. Just see, he's saying, "I will put you in a Stone Age." What is the objective? Okay, what will gain? So these are all flimsy objectives, which is only for, rather I will say it is a part of the ego satisfaction, nothing else. And if they both can sit, like India has always told everything that no solution is possible on battlefield. You will have to come on the negotiation table, talk, diplomacy, dialogue and diplomacy. These are the 2 Ds which will get you the proper solution of the any dispute between two parties. So we have to see what extent they can go and what are the losses, because the whole world is suffering. Just see the underdeveloping countries, how they are struggling for their energy requirements, as well as food supply chain is also getting disturbed. So I don't know what is the objective, why they are what they are looking for. United Nations totally defunct. They are not able to do anything. So, but they have these. I would say it is Donald Trump's policies which is making these international bodies which are supposed to be there.
Group Captain, I really wanted to hold on for a second. The Group Captain, coming back to you, getting some more breaking news. Let's go to the next sort of breaking news we're getting for our viewers. Iran's army launched drone strikes on Israel's petrochemical facilities. Iranian army conducts targeted drone strikes on the petrochemical industries near Dimona, as well as US military bases in UAE. and Kuwait in the retaliatory operations. So retaliatory operations are continuing. Petrochemical industries near Dimona are being targeted and strikes are continuing here. Big updates coming in here. Getting some more breaking news coming in. Let's go to the next set of breaking news taken by the IRGC. From now on, certain considerations regarding good neighborliness and self-restraint have ended. We will deal with the infrastructure of the United States and its partners in Persian Gulf in such a way that they will be deprived of the region's oil and gas for years. IRGC statement after US attack on Kharg Island. So a short while back, we told you that the latest update is that Kharg Island, Iran's strategic oil hub, was targeted in multiple strikes lately. And now the IRGC statement is out on that. Okay, let's go to Group Captain DK Pandey is joining us on the phone line. Back with us, Group Captain. Now, what we see here is the IRGC statement after US attack on Kharg Island. And Iran knows that it's holding an ace card, that is Strait of Hormuz. And this is exactly the warning that they've given the world.
Well, no doubt about this, that now only one card is there, that is the Trump card, which Iran is holding, IRGC is holding, and how long they will be able to encash, that is the time will tell. The point is, if Russia and China, they can come in the game and they can tell IRGC just hold the reins, otherwise you are going for the things which are not required today. Now, my point is that militarily they have, the way they are trying to encounter American attacks, and although they have got limited resources because of the time, things are reducing the number of attacks, waves, although number of waves are going on. But point is, what is the quantum, what is the package content? That is also reducing. Why? Because resources are limited. So how long you want to continue? So that 2 points are very, very clear that they are warriors, no doubt. The whole world is appreciating this part. But what is your military objective? Just to say that, okay, tit for tat, because they are doing so, I will also do. I don't think this is a healthy situation in a world which is developing in various dimensions. And what future generation will know, means although I'm talking a bit philosophical, my point is this is the ground reality. Why we are not able to resolve the issue? What is there? It is only the ego issues. Why Donald Trump is adamant and IRGC is also adamant. Now, regime change, he's saying regime change has been already achieved, then why you are fighting? There's no Air Force, there is no Navy in Iran, then what, whom you are attacking on? So, I think they are talking something else, and back of the whole dialogue, the narrative, something else is going on. Definitely, their economic objective is having control over all the global oil storages. But point is, again, how to achieve that. Kharg, you are attacked. They know, this is very much known to Iranians that Kharg will be attacked and they have to defend it. So in all the possible, whatever strategies they have already worked out. And they will give the befitting reply. So, and they told, okay, come to hell. Nobody has gone back from this place. But aerial attack, airstrikes, what will achieve? Again, airstrike can facilitate the military objectives, but it cannot get you the military objective. Those part has to be seen, and what is the journey, what is the roadmap to take these people towards Stone Age. I think time will tell. We have to see how the whole world is going to handle it, because things are not good if they continue to conduct their operations the way they are conducting. I think economically everybody is good, right?
Yes, I'm getting some more breaking news coming in, Group Captain. I want to tell our viewers a little bit more about what we are getting in for our viewers. We're getting some breaking news coming in. Peace plan being pushed by Pakistan, rejected by Iran and the US. The peace plan pushed by Pakistan has been rejected by Iran and the US. Also, giving you a bit of a context, because Iran's ambassador to Pakistan had said that efforts to end the war were approaching a critical stage. However, it looks like there is no resolution on that front. So back-to-back updates coming in here. Let's go to Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor, who's joining us live. Thank you for joining us, Air Marshal. I want to bring you in here. Now, Pakistan said that there's a critical stage which has been reached to end this war, but nothing has really happened because both the US and Iran have rejected any kind of peace plan which was put forward and what Pakistan tried to negotiate?
See, the negotiations are on, and it's a mediation of 4 to 5 countries, primarily Muslim countries, Turkey, Egypt, and Pakistan thrown in. The back-end working, which the Qatar and the UAE government, because there is internal dynamics now in GCC countries too, after the Iranian strikes. So there is absolute lack of trust now amongst the GCC nations on how much leverage is to be given to the Iranians in this context. Because most of the businesses, their data centers, their defense establishments, their tourism and investments have taken a nose down. Also, with the oil spiking up and the global consumption reducing, it has hit their bottom line quite a big way. So Pakistan thought this is an opportunity for them to somehow leverage this situation and act as a mediator on behalf of United States to grow its power in the region. But knowing Pakistan and knowing what the vested interest they have in every meeting, I'm sure there would be other reasons too, but the Iranians have not taken their options. So that is my take on this issue.
All right. Thank you for joining us there, Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor. I'm getting some more updates coming in, so we'll try to go across to next set of breaking updates that we're getting for our viewers. Kharg Island has been attacked. The peace plan being pushed by Pakistan has been rejected by Iran and United States.
Congress fakery and fabrication. 3 nations reject Congress claim. Congress peddled AI images, debating tonight at 8 p.m.
Presenting by Zoho Business Software, trusted by 15 crore users. Co-powered by IIHM International Institute of Hotel Management.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट? स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट.
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान. अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान.
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा. सबका राजा आर्ट्योर मसाला.
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issue.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से. MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से.
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा.
MTH.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला. Delicious, healthy, every day.
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation. And also, in case if the main chain of the excretion system doesn't respond, there is always a way of redundant chain and the methodology for excretion. And I don't think it is a major issue, but I'm sure it will get sorted out. And of course, there is a redundant chain which can be conveniently operated.
Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis 2. Let's go.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines. 4, 3, 2, 1.
US begins strikes against Iran even before deadline ends, targets Kharg Island. As Trump's deadline looms, Iran's president asserts 14 million Iranians ready to sacrifice lives. Himanta calls Pawan Khera's allegations against him and his family false and fabricated, accuses Congress of distorting images using AI. Three nations, Egypt, UAE and Antigua and Barbuda, reject claim made by Congress, calls them fake. Assam police conduct searches at Pawan Khera's Delhi residence after Himanta Sarma's wife files FIR against him. Khera now not to be seen at home. Himanta says Pawan Khera ran away to Hyderabad after daring the state police to arrest him. Four people killed in the violence in Manipur. Internet shut down in 5 districts in Manipur post-violence.
Kérném, hogy kommentálja Zelenszky elnök úr fenyegetéseit, amit Magyarország, illetve személyesen Orbán Viktor miniszterelnök felé intézett. Köszönöm szépen.
Beszéltünk az orosz-ukrán háborúról, ami egy fájdalmas téma. Végül is 2 keresztény ország háborújáról beszélünk. Rásul Európa területén. Tehát ez a 2 mondat, ez megadja ennek a háborúnak a komolyságát. És én mindig is...
We'll try to go across with the address. J.D. Vance will be speaking very soon in Hungary. But we're getting some more breaking updates coming in. Let's move ahead. Republic reports from Pawan Khera's Hyderabad residence. A police barricade Pawan Khera's Hyderabad residence. So big updates coming in here. We will tell you exactly what is happening as we speak. Assam CM had already claimed that the Congress leader Pawan Khera has fled to Hyderabad, and earlier in the day teams of Assam police and Delhi police had reached Khera's residence in Delhi. Now they are at the Hyderabad residence. Yes, let's go to Ashwarya. Ashwarya, what is happening there? Police are barricading the Pawan Khera's residence in Hyderabad. What is the latest from the ground?
After the huge allegations that Pawan Khera had actually fled to Hyderabad, we are currently here at the outside Pawan Khera's Hyderabad residence, where his wife is part of the Telangana Pradesh Congress Committee and is also the in charge of Sanatnagar constituency. This is the residence, official residence of Pawan Khera and his wife here in Hyderabad. And as you can clearly see, the police have barricaded the entire area in anticipation of him staying inside. There is, though official, no confirmation, but there is the police are speculating that Pawan Khera might be inside, and that is the reason the local police here have entirely barricaded the area upon the instructions of the Assam police is what we are also listening here. But however, there is still official confirmation that we are awaiting. This is the particular official residence of Pawan Khera and his wife here in Hyderabad, where Pawan Khera's wife is the Sanatnagar constituency in charge for the Congress here. So ahead of search or something, ahead of search or ahead of anticipation, the police have barricaded here, and they are trying to locate, trying to investigate whether he is inside. Though there is no official confirmation, the police are are saying that he might be inside this particular residence, and upon the instructions of the Assam police, they have barricaded, and there is also rumors that the Assam police are on their way, and they are in their coordination with the local police here, trying to take him into, try to interrogate him is what they are also saying. But however, after his after Himant Biswa Sharma's allegations that he has ran away from Assam to
बड़ा मछली को पकड़ना है. मेरा तो चक्कर राहुल गांधी तक है. जरूर ये कागज पवन खेरा को हो सकता है राहुल गांधी ने दिया होगा. हमें तो वहां तक जाना है. कहाँ ये बच्चा लोगों का पीछे समय बर्बाद करना. कितना कानून से कितना दिन लोग भाग सकते हैं. एक लिमिट का ऊपर तो कोई भाग नहीं सकता है.
Okay, we're getting that reaction coming in from the Assam CM, and he has taken a swipe at Khera over the absence of Pawan Khera. And let's go back to Ashwarya on this. Yes, Ashwarya, Sarma had taken a swipe at Khera, and Himanta Biswa Sarma said that till yesterday, Pawan Khera was saying, arrest me. Now the police went and he fled to Hyderabad. This is exactly what Himanta Biswa Sarma has said. Yes, Ashwarya.
Exactly, after his very confident allegations against Himanta Biswa Sarma's wife, he has ran away to Hyderabad. This is what Himanta Biswa Sarma has also said, and this is what we are also looking on ground here in Hyderabad, outside his location. We are here seeing that there are barricades, there are police protection that is being provided to him currently, and there is anticipation that there might be that he is staying here at this particular residence after running away from Assam and Delhi police, as well as Delhi and he's currently staying here. As I've already said, this is the official residence of him and his wife, where his wife is the Sanatnagar constituency in charge for the Congress, Telangana Congress Committee here. So as you can see that after his very confident allegations, he fled away to Hyderabad, and that is what the allegation that Himanta Biswa Sarma also laid against Pawan Khera, and that is what we are also looking here on ground, that there is there's no official confirmation, but there is speculation that he is particularly staying at this particular residence here in Hyderabad.
At Khera's residence, where we are reporting from, the Congress is questioning what's happening. Republic is also Republic reports from Pawan Khera's Hyderabad residence as this 3 nations reject the Congress claim. What is the atmosphere around? What's happening? Is someone walking in? Is someone walking out? What are you picking up where you are?
Currently, there's only heavy security that is being provided outside this residence, and there have been barricaded, and there is, though officially, nobody entering in or entering out because of the heavy police protection that they have is being currently provided. What we are also learning is that this security has been provided upon the instructions and upon the coordination between the police as well as the local police here, who are particularly looking into this case. So that is why there is this heavy protection that is being provided, so that so that he doesn't run away from here is one angle that we can look into. The second angle is also that the police is on their way from Assam.
All right, there's some breaking news that's coming in that we are going to. Donald Trump has now written, "A whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again." I don't want that to happen, but it probably will. However, now that we have completed total regime change, where different, smarter, less radicalized minds prevail, maybe something revolutionary, wonderful can happen. Who knows? Donald Trump has now stated, "We will find out tonight one of the most important moments in the long and complex history of the world. 47 years of extortion, corruption and death will finally end. God bless the great people of Iran." Another significant social media post from Donald Trump, US President, who has now given a warning and at the same time indicated that they do want this to be the last few days of the war. I'm going to repeat what Donald Trump has said. Major General G.D. Bakshi is joining us on the phone line. Major General G.D. Bakshi, "A whole civilization will die tonight," is what Donald Trump has stated. He then goes on to say, "I don't want that to happen, but it possibly will." However, now that we have a complete and total regime change, Donald Trump writes, where different, smarter and less radicalized minds prevail, maybe something revolutionarily wonderful can happen. He's also saying tonight is the night we will find out one of the most important moments in the long and complex history of the world. 47 years of corruption and death will finally end. And he signs off Major General G.D. Bakshi by saying, "God bless the great people of Iran." This is a clear indication from Donald Trump's big warning to Iran that tonight there is going to be even more devastation, Major General G.D. Bakshi.
Has the devastation inflicted so far brought Iran to its knees? No. So you can bomb more. They bombed Vietnam for 14 years. They couldn't get it down to its knees. They bombed Afghanistan for 20 years. They couldn't get it to its knees. Then they bombed Iraq for 8 years. They could not get it to its knees. So give us a new story, na? And the simple bloody fact is, this man is gone delusional. He says that he wants to free the people of Iran, and then he wants to bomb them back to the Stone Age. Their power plants, they must live without electricity, they must go without railways, they must go without water. That is his way to free the people of Iran. Give us another macabre joke. It is insulting to intelligence the way he talks, and if he thinks that by more of the same, a sign of madness is you keep doing the same thing over and over again and expect different results. That is a sign of madness. I think Donald Trump is displaying a number of indicators of insanity. He says something 1 minute, says the exact opposite the next minute, and he says, "I am unpredictable." You are not unpredictable, sir. You are insane. Go ahead and bomb Iraq. I don't think you are going to get them to their knees. You've already bombed about close to 20,000 targets there. Go bomb some more and let's see. And if you think by bombing alone you're going to win the military campaign, you're going to have a regime change, you are sadly mistaken. The people of Iran have rallied around the flag. When any country is invaded, self-respecting people rally around the flag of their country. They rally around the government which is there in Tehran. And they have been showing it time and again by coming out, by having a bunch of expats in Los Angeles You can't say they are the people of Iran. And if you really want a regime change, sir, you will have to put boots on the ground. In getting 2 pilots out, we've seen the degree of difficulty they have faced. We have seen how they have lost about 5-6 aircraft in that one rescue operation. It's a good thing that you were able to get your pilot, but it gives you a degree of difficulty, an indication of the degree of difficulty that you will encounter in ground operations. And if you think that you can win over Iran with just 15 to 20,000 boots on the ground, you are a damn sight mistaken. The simple fact is, Gulf War I, you have deployed 750,000 troops. Gulf War II, 350,000 troops, right? So if you think that by 15,000 troops tokenism, you will be able to overthrow the regime of Iran, good luck to you. You are going to end up with a fair amount of pretty heavy casualties. You have not listened to your generals who were offering you very sane, professional military advice. You feel you are a great born conquistador, you are a great crusader. The simple fact is, sir, that when it came your time to fight, you were missing. You dodged the draft in Vietnam. Now at the age of 80 plus, you want to fight. You want to get others to fight and die for your country. I mean, that's good. But I don't see it working, because from the purely professional military point of view, there are huge gaps between what your subjective expectations are and what the objective reality is on the ground.
I completely agree. It's time that America woke up to this reality. Sir, I'm also joined, and Major General G.D. Bakshi is also joined now. We have on the phone line former diplomat Veena Sikri. How are you looking at these words and utterances by Donald Trump? He's been speaking again and again. He's very aware of what he's saying. Is this a larger message of power play to other global powers like China and Russia also? Ms. Sikri, or is this really only about him and his ego trying to say there's a regime change in Iran?
Well, you know, he is wanting to show a victory in Iran. But what is really worrying me that this kind of a statement saying that that Iran will go back to the Stone Age, it will be finished outside. Is he contemplating a nuclear tactical missile? This is the only worry that I have, because otherwise the attacks on Kharg Island have already begun, and they have already tried their best to finish off the facilities at Kharg Island, which shows that he's trying to get control of the Straits of Hormuz. But, you know, this kind of a desperate tweet, is it something that is going to try one major attack on Iran, which could only be a nuclear tactical missile if he's thinking of finishing off Iran in one go? Because otherwise Iran had been able to retaliate and repel any of the other attacks, and Iran itself has been attacking Saudi Arabia and Israel and other Gulf countries all these days. It is a very critical moment. The President of the USA is determined to show a victory for himself in Iran. And I really hope that the other countries and the situation within America, where we have seen that even the army chief had to be changed recently because there was opposition to boots on the ground, whether this will act as a controlling factor on President Trump and prevent him from taking any drastic step like this.
Yes. All right. Thank you for that analysis, ma'am. I'm also going to go across. We're getting more breaking news. This time it's from Budapest, where J.D. Vance, U.S. Vice President, is present.
The situation in Iran is going to continue to be very, very bad, and frankly, it will probably get worse. And so what the president has asked his entire team to do, particularly Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, is to figure out what are the contours of a potential deal. What are they willing to do? Because militarily, it frankly doesn't matter one way or the other to us. It's fundamentally a question of what does this look like afterwards, and that has been what the negotiations have been focused on. And the president's also been very clear that while the Iranians are trying to exact as much economic cost through the Straits of Hormuz, the United States has the ability to extract much greater economic costs on Iran than Iran has on an ability to extract costs on us or on our friends in the world. So I hope that they're smart. The president has set a deadline for about 12 hours from now in the United States. We're going to find out, but there's going to be a lot of negotiation between now and then, and I'm hopeful that it gets to a good resolution. You know, the second question you asked about, you know, is God on our side? Is God on, you know, whose side? I think my attitude towards military conflict has always been to pray that we're on God's side. And my own view is that we're doing this for the right reasons. We're doing this because we don't want a regime that has committed acts of terrorism to have it the world's most dangerous weapon, because that would mean a lot of innocent people dead. I certainly hope that God agrees with the decision that Iran shouldn't have a nuclear weapon, but I'll keep praying about it. And if he gives me a good answer, you'll be the first to know, Natalie. Next question. Let's see. I think we have Reuters and AP. Let's do Reuters. Okay, good. I checked my earpiece to see if somebody in my staff would tell me who I should call on, but nobody answered. This is just Hungarian, so go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. This is Sumera Pamuk from Reuters. I have a couple of questions. I do think you have to read that text because we have reporting that the United States is striking some targets in Karg Island. You did say that the military objectives of this war have been achieved. So could you help us understand why the president is still threatening to attack every bridge and every power plant in Iran? You also said that this will wrap up soon, but yesterday in his press conference, when he was asked about a timeline, he did not give a specific timeline, and he had said 4 to 6 weeks, and we're now in week 6. Do you have a specific timeline? Excuse me, these are spontaneous questions.
That's a lot of questions.
Okay, I'll stop. I mean, the Hungary question is this. If Prime Minister Orban loses, does the United States commit to working with the new leader? Will you have a golden age relationship with the new leader? Thank you so much.
Well, of course, we're going to work with whoever wins the Hungarian election because we love the people of Hungary and it's an important relationship. But Viktor Orban is going to win the next election in Hungary, so I feel very confident about that and about our continued positive relationship. Victor, is that right?
That's the plan.
Okay, all right. So you asked about Karg Island. My understanding, having talked to Pete and General Kane about this, is that we were going to strike some military targets on Karg Island. I believe we have done so. The president's deadline has been followed by us and everybody else, and he said very clearly, we're not going to strike energy and infrastructure targets until the Iranians either make a proposal that we can get behind or don't make a proposal, but he's given them until Tuesday at 8 o'clock. So I don't think the news on Karg Island represents a change in strategy or represents any change from the President of the United States. He continues to say the deadline is 8 o'clock. And the deadline is for what? Fundamentally, what Iran is trying to do, because they've been defeated militarily, is they're trying to extract as much economic pain on the world as possible. And the President of the United States is a man who recognizes leverage, that if the Iranians want to exact a certain amount of pain, the United States has the ability to exact much, much greater pain. The President doesn't want to do that. I don't want to do that. That's why we're negotiating so aggressively. But fundamentally, the ball is in the Iranians' court. Now, I think the President has talked about this. One thing I will say is that the Iranians were not the fastest negotiators before the war started, and they are certainly not the fastest negotiators now. So we recognize there's some delay sometimes in transmitting messages from one person to another, but we feel confident that we can get a response, whether it's positive or negative. We're going to get a response from the Iranians by 8 o'clock tonight. I hope they make the right response, because what we really want is we want a world where oil and gas is flowing freely, where people can afford to heat their homes and cool their homes, where people can afford to transport themselves to work. That's not going to happen if the Iranians are engaged in acts of economic terrorism. So they've got to know we've got tools in our toolkit that we so far haven't decided to use. The President of the United States can decide to use them, and he will decide to use them if the Iranians don't change their course of conduct. I think that's it.
Mr. Vice President, Miniszterelnök úr, köszönöm szépen. Sajtótájékoztatónk véget ért. Köszönjük szépen, hogy itt voltak a mai napon velünk, viszontlátásra.
Thank you all. Thanks, Victor. Thank you.
J.D. Vance there responding to the attack on the Karg Island, saying it's a change in strategy. He's also hitting out at a lot of negotiations on the next few hours, since hectic negotiations before deadline ends. And also coming up, we get you more details. Coming up after a short break, we stay with this as Trump's deadline looms. J.D. Vance hints at a lot of negotiations in the next few hours.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ। 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation. And also, in case if the main chain of the excretion system doesn't respond, there is always a way of redundant chain and the methodology for excretion. And I don't think this is a major issue, but I'm sure it will get sorted out. And of course, there is a redundant chain which can be conveniently operated.
Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis 2. Let's go.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Congress fakery and fabrication. 3 nations reject Congress claim. Congress peddled AI images, debating tonight at 8 p.m.
Presenting by Zoho Business Software, trusted by 15 crore users. Co-powered by IIHM International Institute of Hotel Management.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आर्टियोर मसाला।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. and there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the
Iran prepares for the final battle. 14 million versus Trump's deadline. The regime change that wasn't. Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
Presented by Amity University, ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally. Powered by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, growing legacies since 1820. Co-powered by Muthoot Finance Gold Loan, Sona Kya Nahi Kar Sakta. TVS iQube, India's favorite family EV.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
It's 11 hours to go for the deadline to come to an end. President Trump has already hinted what could come our way. Will it be the end of a civilization as President Trump threatens, or as the Iranians have been saying, 14 million are willing to fight the Americans? The deadline is now coming to an end. But President Trump, on the one hand, continues with his threatening messages. On the other, his deputy, the vice president, has said that there could be negotiations. All this and much more, but first let me take you through the headlines we're tracking at this hour. Well, in fact, we are straight going to some breaking news now coming in. President Trump has now once again threatened, saying that a whole civilization will die tonight. 11 hours to go. Perhaps this is the end game now, the final assault, as many are now putting it across, with very little options available before the Americans. It now seems that there has been a massive escalation on the ground. In fact, we're going to take you through some of the latest images now coming in from Iran in a short while from now, where railway lines, railway bridges have once been targeted. It seems that southern Iran has been targeted once again by the Israelis and Americans. On the other hand, there has also been yet another escalation from the Iranian side, with the 97th wave of strikes being carried out. Gulf countries yet again being targeted by the Iranians. Saudi Arabia being the latest country that has been hit. Their petrochemical factory has been hit by the Iranians. On your screens right now, President Trump now says that we will find out tonight one of the most important moments in the long and complex history of the world. 47 years of extortion. That's what President Trump calls extortion, corruption and death will finally end. Now, is this an indication of what Secretary of War Pete Hexit has been saying, that perhaps this would be the largest volume of attacks that would be carried out in Iran, left with absolutely very little options available before the Americans right now? It seems that the US armed forces have now been mobilized for what is being called as the final assault as far as this war is concerned. This comes after a 48-hour deadline that was basically given by the Americans. Now, what is this deadline all about? In fact, the condition that has been put by the Americans is that the Strait of Hormuz, which is essentially controlling about over 20 to 25% of the world's oil flow, has been completely blocked by the Iranians. President Trump has now threatened that Iranians should open up the Strait of Hormuz, or he's going to continue with the bombings. Now, this time, what is being seen as yet another threat coming in from President Trump. Not the first time since the war has begun. At least multiple times President Trump has made several such deadlines, never to follow those deadlines. But it now seems that just to up the ante, you have President Trump putting a message just before the deadline is supposed to end. Now, does this essentially indicate the desperation within the American administration right now, given the fact that they have not been able to find a solution as far as Strait of Hormuz is concerned, which has been completely blocked and controlled completely by the Iranians, leaving oil prices at an all-time high? And that is the reason why there is nervousness within the markets too. This morning, the markets also opened in red. And in fact, in a short while from now, we're going to be also joined by Group Captain Devnath and Sushant Sareen. Sushant, I want to begin by asking you, not the first time that President Trump has issued a deadline, but this comes just 11 hours before this deadline comes to an end. It just indicates a bit of frustration within the American setup. What do you really make of this latest threat that has been issued by President Trump?
Shravan, you don't need to look only at the threat, but also at the action. I think the targeting of the Kharg Island, to my mind, I think it is the Americans signaling intent that they will carry out the threat which has been, held out by the US president, and that they are damn serious about that particular threat, that they will bomb Iran into the Stone Age. And this is, if you've seen street fighting and, you've seen fighting on Delhi streets, then you'll understand this rather easily. That this is like the Americans saying that, okay, man, I am now ready to exercise the maximum option I have available to destroy you, right? This is signaling intent. From the Iranian side, they haven't been browbeaten. And they are signaling intent by saying, okay, fine, if you think you can do this, then we can target the Arab states around the Persian Gulf, destroy their oil and gas infrastructure, and let the world suffer the consequences of whatever you plan to do to us. And this, in a sense, is that last minute going to the wire kind of signaling and negotiation from the two sides. To my mind, this is very dangerous brinkmanship being played by both sides, because neither side can afford to back down. They cannot afford to back off, because whichever side now backs down on its demands at this point in time loses, will be seen as the loser. If the Iranians were to say that, okay, fine, we have no claim on the Strait of Hormuz, or that, we will agree to all the other demands of the United States, including limiting our missile capability, handing over the nuclear material, and all the other demands which the Americans have made, the Iranians have lost. Or despite whatever fight they put up, they've lost. If the Americans agree to any of those Iranian demands, that we have that 10-point demand list before us, if the Americans agree to those demands, then it is very clear that Trump can keep trumpeting, that I have won, that I've destroyed the Iranians. But to all intents and purposes, the Americans would have suffered a defeat, a horrendous defeat, because if they were to accept the Iranian demands, that would make Iran the hegemon of the Middle East. And that is not something which the Arab states are going to find acceptable. That is not something which is going to make them comfortable. So, there is that standoff, and the final threats which are being issued by both Iran as well as the United States is that last stage final throw of the dice on that negotiations or back channel talks that were going on to find some
Sushant,
kind of...
Is this a way of blackmailing? Because while they say that negotiations are on, J.D. Vance a short while back hinted at some sort of negotiations going on. As you're saying, it's the last dice being thrown. Is it also a way that President Trump is basically blackmailing the Iranians that, look here, you ought to agree to my terms?
Shravan, you want to call it blackmailing? It's okay, I won't use that word, but this is brinkmanship, right? This is brinkmanship of the worst kind. That, listen, I have given you a particular ultimatum, I've given you a deadline, I expect you to kowtow to my demands, by that deadline. And because from all the signaling which is coming out of Iran, you don't take me seriously. I am showing the seriousness of my intentions to carry out my threat, to come good on the threats that I've issued to you, which is why they've not attacked the oil infrastructure on Kharg Island from whatever reports are coming out so far. They have only attacked the military infrastructure, even this time, even today, as we speak. But the Iranians have said, okay, fine, if you're attacking Kharg Island, we will also make good on the threats that we are holding out. So that standoff continues. This latest round of threats and attacks is that final signaling that, yes, we are damn serious about whatever we are threatening, and we will carry out our threat, so you better back down. And neither side is willing to back down. We don't know whether the deadline is going to stay till 8 o'clock or Trump tacos and he extends the deadline. He's been known to have done it plenty of times over the last couple of weeks. He could do that. But if he doesn't do that and he carries good on his threat, then all hell breaks loose. Then it will depend upon what the Iranian capabilities are, what kind of capabilities do they still have in store, how long can they sustain it, how much damage they can cause as far as the other Arab states are concerned. Then we will move into that dimension. As of now, this is the worst kind of signaling to show that we will carry good on our threats. So you better back down. Now, whichever side, like I said, whichever side backs down has lost. And neither side can afford to back down. So that standoff continues. As far as I can see it, I might be wrong on this, but that's the way I'm reading it.
Well, in fact, Sushant, I'll request you to stay on with us because we're also joined by Milad Rabbani, a former diplomat of Iran. Milad, a former strategic mind, Sushant Sareen, just a short while back, essentially put together what he makes of this threat that has been issued by President Trump. He says it's the worst kind of brinkmanship that we are really looking at. Milad, how is it being viewed right now in Iran? Because as we understand, it does appear that on the one hand, you have J.D. Vance hinting at a negotiation. On the other, you have President Trump as saying that the whole civilization will come to an end tonight. How do you really look into it?
Hello, thank you for having me. It is the Trump's characteristic to send contradiction messages on the media. And now Trump is trying to do his last effort to achieve what he wants by negotiations. The word civilization is a little full of ambiguity here. It needs to be clarified. What does it mean by civilization? He wants to attack Iran by nuclear weapons. It is absolutely nonsense and craziness. But I believe what Trump is hoping after all of these messages full of contradictions, he hoped to push Iranian regime by economic collapse. And after that, the people will overthrow the government. Otherwise, not Trump, not anyone cannot do anything in this regard. And because we know now the military capability of U.S. in the region is not in the state to destroy a civilization. They cannot do that unless they have a kind of weapons that we don't know. But I believe it is a kind of Trump propaganda. And up to now, we observed from yesterday, they are attacking to the Iranian infrastructure. But I tell you, the Iranian regime doesn't care absolutely about infrastructures. What they are waiting is to an erosion, a war of attrition. And Trump will be to withdraw Trump from this war by under pressure of the public opinion.
Milad, I'll request you to stay on with us. Group Captain Devnath is also joining us. Group Captain Devnath, I want to focus a little bit on the jewel crown of Iran, that is the Kharg Island. It seems 50 targets, 50 targets is what the Americans have looked at. Not very sure as far as the oil infrastructure is concerned, whether at all any of it will be hit. But we are also getting these latest images now coming in. Sushant, I'm not too sure whether you can see them. But we're going to put out those visuals in a short while from where now. Infrastructure that has been hit by the Americans and Israelis in the latest strikes that have been carried out. US, in fact, has bombed 50 military targets in Karg Island. Now, remember, as far as Karg Island is concerned, it is essentially the point from which the oil is taken out. That's the infrastructure that is in place right now. Previously, when Karg Island was basically hit, Americans at that point in time did actually indicate that they've not touched the oil infrastructure as such. It was purely the military target. Even now, it appears from Western media reports that about 50 military targets have been chosen by the Americans right now, the latest targets that have been carried out. Group Captain Devnath, there is no doubt that there is a massive escalation that we are really looking at. From the military point of view, Karg Island appeared to be perhaps the biggest target that the Americans had. Which way is it really headed? If at all you believe that Karg has been hit now, there are other islands surrounding the area, could that also be part of their target list?
Yes, Karg Island, if attacked, it has to be remembered that Americans want to make use of Karg Island at a future date. US forces there will be deployed and they will attack the military installations of IRGC. It has to be remembered that USA still hopes that very soon, maybe in next 1 month or 2 months or after 6 months, they will install a government in Tehran which will be friendly to US interests. So USA will like to exploit the drilling rigs, the pipes, the storage facilities and the pumping facilities which are available on Karg Island as and when USA has influence over Tehran at a future date. So all the attacks will be planned in a manner so as to cause nil or minimal damage to the oil storage tanks, to the pumping stations and to the pipelines through which...
Group Captain Devnath, I'm sorry to interrupt you because I'm just told that the first video of the railway bridge that has been attacked by America, the first set of images have been accessed by our news desk a short while back. And the video essentially shows railway bridge that has been destroyed in Kashan. And 50 military targets that have been hit by America in Karg Island. I just want to quickly, Group Captain Devnath, I'm sorry, but I'm just going to quickly go to Milad because I want to get a sense of, while I put out those images right now, because this railway infrastructure that we are really looking at, how crucial is it? How significant is it? On your screens right now, these are the latest images that have been accessed. And Milad, help us understand the places that have been hit by the Americans, how significant they are and the repercussions of it.
I believe it's madness. It's poor madness because this infrastructure.
Milad, could you help us understand where exactly is this? Where exactly is this?
This is in Kashan, I believe, in a city in Kashan before Isfahan.
Okay.
And it is a railway and a very old one. Even I remember, but I don't know the exact location. But Kashan is a city between Tehran and Isfahan.
Okay.
But I don't understand why they are attacking this bridge. It's confusing, honestly. And it's poor madness.
Is it really confusing, Sushant? Because it seems that it is designed in a particular manner, because no one really bought this entire theory that was peddled, that it was only about an airman being rescued, because if you really look at the location where the rescue operation was carried out, and the C-130s that were basically bombed at, these are two different locations. So there are several theories that are doing the rounds, but what do you really make of these images that you see right now? Infrastructure sites are now being targeted. Worst come was the fact that 30 universities in Iran have been targeted by the Americans. There is perhaps no red line that we are really looking at when it comes to this war.
Yeah, there are going to be no red lines because if you look at Trump's latest tweet, he's threatening to wipe out a civilization. Now, it's kind of strange. The kind of, look, I can understand having a reason to wage a war. But the kind of language that the Americans are using is like, it's like the Nazis referring to the Jews during the Second World War. That's the level of language, or the language of the Crusades when when you're waging some kind of a religious holy war. I'm sure people like Osama bin Laden and others would have used this kind of language. It does not behove the President of the United States to speak in this language, or for that matter, the rest of his cabinet ministers. So one is, what they are saying. And then when you see how they are targeting basically civilian infrastructure as well. Like I said, I think your report bears me out what I was saying, that so far, at least as far as the Kharg Island is concerned, they've still only targeted the military targets out there. They haven't hit any oil infrastructure out there. So in a sense that they've escalated, but not to a point where the Iranians go absolutely batshit crazy, right? And the Iranians have also retaliated to that. I believe they've hit something in Saudi Arabia and maybe a couple of other places. But again, not through very big missiles or anything, simply probably mostly drones. As far as I can make out, I could be wrong on that because information is still very sketchy. So, like I said, this is that tit for tat, both sides telling each other, and if I'm permitted to use Hindi, tu samajh ja, nahi to tu janta nahi hai main kya karne wala hu. So, you are literally trying to show the other guy that you are ready to go and go all out on your threat to decimate the opposition, but you are just holding yourself back so that you don't have to do that. My own sense is that neither side actually wants to go to that level. But I don't see either side having the space to back down.
Right.
Sushant,
you'll find this interesting. Sushant, you'll find this interesting.
What is the middle ground?
Yeah, I don't want to interrupt. I don't want to interrupt anyone of you, but I'm just keeping pace with the developments that are taking place. Sushant, you would also like to see this because right now our news desk has just got hands on these images that have come in from a local source in Iran. This is coming in from Tabriz, where we are seeing protests are taking place. In fact, there is a human chain call that was basically given by the Iranian president, following which, at least outside most of their critical infrastructure, energy infrastructure, is where this human shield that can be seen. Now, that essentially shows the resilience of the people of Iran. One can debate about whether at all there is enough support for the Iranian regime, etc. That is a different matter altogether. But just look at these pictures because these pictures are quite telling. Because moments after the Iranian president basically called for what he said, 14 million people are willing to sacrifice their lives. They are willing to do everything to protect the infrastructure of the country. You see these kind of protests that are taking place in vital installations, outside vital installations here. Milad, if I can bring you in. The messaging that has been done now by the Iranian president calling 14 million people to come together and to protect vital installations of the country, it seems it has found some sort of a resonance on the ground. This image that has come in is from Tabriz.
I believe the number that the president used is an exaggeration, and it is a part of their propaganda program. Because they are very professional in these matters. It's absolutely, I cannot tell you absolutely lie, but 40 million people will not come to sacrifice themselves for the regime. Yes, we Iranians, we love our country. We are ready to do anything to save our country. But now we are invaded with at least one barbarian regime and one or two foreign forces that both of them has got one in common, that they don't care about the interests of Iranian people. And I believe this is finally the Iranian people who will make the decision. But look at this. It is what the Iranian regime wants. And the Iranian regime, they will be happy if the US attack here and they have more casualties, because when they have more casualties, they take it as their news feed. their advantage and they use it as a pretext in front of the U.S. Then they will claim U.S. and Israel to attacking and targeting the civilians, what the Iranian regime wants and they care about. And let me tell you, if the U.S. attacked all the but by Air Force, they cannot do a regime change because the Iranian regime, they are integrated between people. So if the U.S.
Now,
wants to
that's a very
target...
interesting point. Milad, you make a very, very interesting point. Sushant, perhaps I can come in a short while from now on this very aspect that they are integrated with the people. Group Captain Devnath, I want to quickly bring you in with regards to what possibly could be the response here. Because let's be very clear, you may not be able to stand up to the might of the American military. But having said that, the tactics that have been employed by the Iranians did actually, have some consequent results on the ground, particularly given the fact that you've had their F-15E, the Strike Eagle, being brought down, and it sends across a message. It sends across a message that they are fighting back.
Definitely. See, entire night will be spent by pressurizing Iran to accept basic ceasefire conditions. What USA wants that to start with, Iran should open Strait of Hormuz. Iran has said that it will consider opening of Strait of Hormuz, provided first USA and Israel stop bombing Iranian targets. I think both the countries need to pay heed to this. All the other conditions can subsequently be solved, negotiated on a peace table. That will take time. Whether Iran should stop manufacturing nuclear bomb, whether USA should withdraw from Gulf, whether USA and Israel should pay compensation to Iran, all these are to be negotiated subsequently. But what Iran says that it will stop only American and Israeli ships for the time being, which means that Iran will open Strait of Hormuz for all the other countries of the world also, provided they they show a little bit of friendly gesture towards Iran. Presently, countries like China, North Korea, India, Pakistan, their ships are passing through Strait of Hormuz without any difficulty. But Iran is permitting ships of other countries also to pass through Strait of Hormuz on case-by-case basis. In any case, Iranian parliament has passed a law that henceforth they will charge a small toll tax, just about $1 million or $2 billion on each ship which is passing through Strait of Hormuz. But Iran has said that it may not charge such a kind of a toll tax from ships belonging to friendly countries. Now, that brings down to one. USA wants immediately Iran should open Strait of Hormuz, and Iran wants immediately USA and Israel should stop bombing. So I think very, very reasonable short-term expectation from both sides, which can be met within 24 hours. Yes.
Group Captain Devnath, thank you very much. Milad and Sushant, I'll request you to stay on with us. I want to quickly go across to our colleague Nick, who's going to join us from Tel Aviv, getting us a sense of what's really happening in Israel. 24 hours ago, we saw an intensified attacks being carried out by the Iranians. In fact, even today, there have been several attacks that have been reported from Israel. Let me quickly get a sense of what's really happening in Israel. Nick, bring us up to speed as to what's really happening in Israel.
Yeah, that's right. Iran continues to bombard Israel for over 1 month with illegal cluster munition on ballistic missiles, which are spreading each missile with tens of different locations that are impacted, and people all around Israel are running to shelters. Millions of people that are doing it every day, all night. And children, babies, tourists, elderly, they are in a lot of stress because it is not stopping. And you can see that Iran targeting civilian areas. They are targeting people because they want to terrorize Israel, as they did for decades via their proxy forces like Hezbollah in Lebanon, like the Houthis in Yemen, and the Shia militias in Iraq and Syria. And they're doing the same even with their friends, Hamas, the Sunnis in Gaza. So Israel continues to suffer. And that's why now Israel maybe tries to make an end to that. And that's why Trump is threatening now to end the stabilization of Iran. It's really daring threat, but some Israelis and the Israeli government want that something will be done, because it is impossible to live like that for so many years, so many decades. Back to you.
Well, Nick, I'll request you to stay on with us as we continue with our coverage here. I'll go back to Sushant. Sushant, an interesting point that was basically made a short while back with regards to the integration of the regime with the people. There have been several images that were doing the round, starting with the Iranian president on the ground. The foreign minister was actually seen, making it quite difficult for the Americans to really say who exactly is the regime and whether at all regime change is possible.
Look, the thing is that it might not be the most popular regime in the world, but it has a very strong pocket of support, a very strong constituency which supports it. Now, you can put whatever number you want to put on it, 20%, 30%, 40%, whatever the number you want to put on it. But you cannot say that it does not enjoy any support in the country. Yes, there is probably a much larger bunch of people in Iran who do not subscribe to the ideology or the ways of the current government in Iran. That is also a reality. The problem, however, is that the government and its supporters are organized. They control the power, they are organized, and they have a reason to fight this out, and that reason is their survival. The other side abhors the regime, but is not organized, is not able to mount any kind of a political challenge to the regime, much less a street challenge. They have held some protests, but not enough to be able to replace the regime. And then the question is that even if, supposing by chance those protests were to become so big that the current dispensation becomes untenable, who takes over? Surely it cannot be anybody's case that Pahlavi fellow will come over and take charge of Iran. Even as an interim man, I don't see him being acceptable to even the people who do not identify with the current government in Iran. So there is a huge problem out there. And the Americans, unfortunately, seem to be making their policy based on the Iranian diaspora in the United States. The Iranian diaspora in the United States has no skin in the game in the sense that they might have links in Iran, they might still have some family in Iran, but they are not going to go and live in Iran. And many of them escaped Iran from this regime, so they have not a single good word to say about the particular regime that exists in Iran. It's the same thing with the Cubans, for example, who are in the United States. The problem is that if you are going to make your policy on Iran based on what you hear from the Iranian diaspora, and I'm not saying that what the sentiment of the Iranian diaspora is, I'm not belittling those sentiments. I can understand their feelings, but you don't make policy on that basis. Because if you start making policy on the basis of people who have no skin in the game on the ground in Iran, then that policy is going to fall flat on its face. You are imagining a world which does not exist. So either you show me that yes, there is an organized opposition which is waiting in the wings, ready to take over the reins of government, bring back order, bring back prosperity, bring back liberal, progressive values in Iran. Incidentally, even before the current Islamic regime came in, Iran wasn't exactly the most liberal, progressive place. Maybe socially, yes. But politically, no. It was a totalitarian state. So, when people start making policy vis-a-vis Iran, they're mixing up a whole lot of things. And it's not very clear, purely from the point of view of public policy, that the war which you are waging, is it to denuclearize Iran? Is it to defang Iran's military capabilities? Or is it to bring about regime change? Be clear about your objective. The objective only keeps changing all the time. You cannot make up your mind what the hell you want to do.
Yeah.
And that is where the fundamental problem is coming in.
I thought you were talking about Donald Trump, and that's a very fundamental problem, Sushant, that President Trump cannot make up his mind, or perhaps he makes up his mind but changes it very quickly. And we have...
One never thought one would say this about an American president, but frankly, there's something quite unhinged about the way the administration is behaving.
You can say in asterisks. You can say in asterisks. President would get it.
No, listen, but they're actually now sounding like they are a threat to the rest of the world.
They,
the greatest security threat.
They of course are. I mean, the kind of fertilizer scarcity that's going to be created, irrespective of whether the war ends tomorrow or in a week. We also have a strategic affairs expert, Brahma Chelani, joining us in this broadcast. Sushant, please stay with us. We also have Milad Rabbani, former diplomat of Iran, joining us. Rhythm joins me in the studio. Shawan continues to be with us. Let's broaden the debate. And what's happening, Mr. Rabbani, is that Iran is responding in a manner that perhaps Americans did not plan. And they are not pulling back even now. So if this escalation happens over the next 12 hours, are we going to see Iran continuing to attack its neighbors, as IRGC has said that there is going to be no restraint from here on?
I believe tonight and tomorrow night we will have hot nights, and definitely we will see the reaction from IRGC, and they will target any targets that they can, especially in the region countries, in Arabic countries around the Persian Gulf. So as I mentioned before, what we can see, what we expect to happen is the escalation of war. And the war is entering in a very dangerous point. And until the United States launch airstrike, it's a mistake. I believe the Israeli tactic in this war is more accurate than US, is smarter. Because Israeli knows when the people come to the streets, they need support, and Israel can support them. The people can be the boots on the ground. But the US, I believe they don't have any opinion, any mentality over that. And if they follow the Israeli troops in this matter, they can find wisely. But what now Trump is doing is uniting the Iranian people. And when the Iranian people are united in around one concept, that what the Iranian civil society tried, they tried to make a gap between Iranian regime and Iranian people, and this happened very well. And we see on the January when the regime committed a massacre in the Iran, and between 30,000 to 50,000 people have been massacred by Iranian regime. But now Trump is destroying all these achievements and make united Iranians over something. When you say a civilization will die tonight, it has a very bad message. It's a big mistake. Even Netanyahu never used these terms, but it is a big mistake Trump is doing. If I want to wrap up my point of view, I believe from tonight and tomorrow night, we will be observe the escalation of war in a very severe degree, and there will be many casualties, unfortunately, on that. And I'm very, very sad for that.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rabbani. And let's take a couple of questions with Mr. Chelani, Rhythm, you and me, and Shawan. One question each. My first question to you, Mr. Chelani, is this escalation, or is this escalate to de-escalate? Or is this escalation because President Trump does not know how to get out of this?
One has to keep in mind that Trump is a master in deception play.
He began this war while negotiations with Iran were about to deliver an agreement. As the Omani foreign minister said publicly, the Omani foreign minister was the key negotiator, the key mediator between Washington and Tehran. Iran had agreed to almost all the US demands when the US and Israel took Iran by surprise by launching this offensive on February 28th. So today, we are at a stage where, again, deception may be playing an important role because as we speak, the Trump administration is rushing additional American forces to the Gulf. And the forces that are being sent to the Gulf, whether it's infantry units or airborne units or Marines, they all suggest a shift toward a potential ground phase in the Iran war. Now, this is very significant that until now, Washington was insisting that it could achieve its war aims without a ground offensive. But now the deployment of the Marine expeditionary units aboard Tripoli and Boxer, two major warships, alongside elements of the 82nd Airborne Division, they all signal preparation for a likely ground phase. So while we're talking about the possibility of a ceasefire, Trump is doing something different. He's on an escalation path. So I think he's trying to do several things. He's trying to calm the markets. He's trying to also calm domestic opposition to this war. More than 60% Americans now oppose this war, which is remarkable because Americans tend to rally around the flag whenever a war is waged. The US has waged many wars over the last 75 years, and in most wars, the American public opinion has been with the president, at least in the initial months. It's only when things go wrong that public opinion changes. But here, from the word go, American public opinion has been against this war. And it's not just the international opinion that is alarmed by this war. Americans themselves are alarmed by this war. So Trump is trying to address several different things through words.
He's a master of deception, but I thought deception was left to the CIA. Deception was left to the CIA, and the president would do diplomacy and have some credibility and would want some credibility. Rhythm has a question for you.
Dr. Chilani, in fact, I was just looking through what you yourself had earlier stated. First, the big question, like Abhishek is asking, what is the real objective that US now believes it can get? And also from what you were stating, the rush of the additional American forces to the Gulf, infantry, airborne units and Marines, it marks a very quiet but a very consequential shift towards a potential ground phase in Iran. How are you looking at it, sir?
As to what Trump is seeking to achieve in Iran, he laid out his objective last night, Indian Standard Time, when he addressed his latest news conference. He said that what he had done in Venezuela, including regime change and seizing the country's oil, he said, I'm a businessman. He wants to similarly take Iran's energy resources once the war is over. He said publicly, to the victor belong the spoils. It was a very revealing admission that the real aim of this war is not about the Strait of Hormuz. It's not about certainly not about Iran's nuclear capability that was destroyed last June when American bombers struck all the key Iranian nuclear sites. The real issue is controlling Iran's vast energy wealth. Iran and Venezuela together account for 1/3 of the world's proven oil reserves. If the US can bring both these countries within its sphere of influence, that will give the US unrivaled power over global oil markets, over oil pricing, and it will enable the US to influence the trajectories, not only of adversaries, but even of friendly countries. So Trump has been very clear as to what his aim is, but the bigger question is whether he's going to realize that aim, because so far, this war has revealed something that Washington never reckoned with when it launched this war. Because the Americans are used to waging wars against countries that do not have the capability to impose significant costs on the US and its allies. This is the first war in 75 years since the Korean War, where the target country has been able to hit back in real time and impose costs on US assets and on US allies in the region. So the message from this war is very clear, that the age of relatively cost-free US wars is over. And the bigger issue is this, whether once this war is over, whether the US internalizes the lessons of its miscalculation in Iran. If the US fails to do so, it'll continue to stumble into new wars that it cannot win or strategically justify. So the lesson from the Iran war is a sobering lesson for Washington.
Mr. Chilani, I'll just also get in the Iranian perspective on this, because in terms of the options available before the Iranians, Milad, if I can bring you in, the response would be targeting GCC, which would effectively mean that there is further isolation, and somewhere down the line, what would be the future be like? If at all Iranians continue to target GCC, it would only mean things worsen for them in the years to come.
The Iranian regime absolutely don't care about that, and they will target the GCC. And actually, their mentality is different from what Trump expects. And I told you, Trump is a businessman, but a businessman can work in a normal market, in a market that they have a mentality about that. But the Trump's mentality about Iranian regime, the market in Iran is something unpredictable and with many fluctuations. And Trump, I believe, cannot be a good gamer in this matter. Yes, definitely Iranian regime will strike back. We will see that, especially tonight and I believe, perhaps I make a mistake, but I believe tonight and tomorrow we will see the retaliation of Iranian regime. And the Iranian regime doesn't care if they become like North Korea, an isolated country. And if half of the people die from the starvation, this regime showed they don't care about these matters. And in some aspects, they are very common with Trump, because Trump, they have no respect for human rights, for democracy, and for international law. These two regimes, Trump, administration, and the Iranian regime, they show they have this in common. So the escalation and retaliation of war and retaliation of Iranian regime, it is what we expect in a few days.
Anil Ambani, thank you for joining us, as well as all our other guests, because this is a focus that's not only being seen very keenly in India, but across the world. There's also more breaking news that's coming in as we are speaking, as Abhishek, Shavan and I continue to say, more breaking news coming in. There are more drone alerts sounded across northern Israel, and this is continuing. Today, drone and rocket sirens have been sounding across northern Israel following, Abhishek, a fresh wave of Iranian missile and drone launches. They have been triggered by the Home Front Command after detecting multiple aerial threats, forcing the residents and also the bomb shelters across the Panhandle and surrounding areas of Galilee. Very clear affected areas, Abhishek, are going to be seen in northern Israel. Very critical, as Iran has also said their retaliation will follow.
Well, absolutely, and this is actually the proof, if one more was needed, Rhythm, that Iran is in no mood to back down. Iran is escalating and matching step for step and hitting back. If they still have left missiles, and specifically missile launchers, and can land these ballistic projectiles right in the heartland of Israel, then which means that they still have some firepower left. And clubbing them with with other reports that are emerging out of Tehran, it's clear that irrespective of the Trump threats or whether they are actually going to be materializing, Iran is going to hit back as much as it can. It's really building up to some tense moments as we approach that deadline of 8 p.m. Eastern Time, United States, which is 6:30 a.m. India time tomorrow morning. Is it going to be Black Wednesday as it is being talked about, or is it about both sides really willing to stare each other down?
And we're also going to stay with that top focus coming up after a short break. We get you more details. Iran's railway infrastructure has been hit in direct missile strikes. 2 people have been injured. Much more after a short break on that.
Congress wants violence against RSS. Kill RSS to survive, says Kharge.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये हित तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है, स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation. And also, in case if the main chain of the excretion system doesn't respond, there is always a way of redundant chain and the methodology for excretion. And I don't think it is a major issue, but I'm sure it will get sorted out. And of course, there is a redundant chain which can be conveniently operated.
Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis 2. Let's go.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा
पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation. And also, in case if the main chain of the excretion system doesn't respond, there is always a way of redundant chain and the methodology for excretion. And I don't think it is a major issue, but I'm sure it will get sorted out. And of course, there is a redundant chain which can be conveniently operated.
Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis 2. Let's go.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
First time it was canceled in February 8th. After that March, we make all the plans, we have all the hype, and it was canceled again. And finally it's happening today. So we are going to celebrate a new milestone for everybody, not only for USA, for the whole planet, for the whole humanity.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट अब बताओ स्वाद आया
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट
क्या बात है, स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the arteries. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation. And also, in case if the main chain of the excretion system doesn't respond, there is always a way of redundant chain and the methodology for excretion. And I don't think it is a major issue, but I'm sure it will get sorted out. And of course, there is a redundant chain which can be conveniently operated.
Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis 2. Let's go.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग असली स्वाद असली मजा
MTH थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation. And also, in case if the main chain of the excretion system doesn't respond, there is always a way of redundant chain and the methodology for excretion. And I don't think it is a major issue, but I'm sure it will get sorted out. And of course, there is a
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Trump threatens to wipe out Iran, says a whole civilization will die tonight and will never be brought back. US begins strikes against Iran even before deadline ends. US now targets Karg Island. Iran's railway infrastructure hit in direct missile strikes. 2 people killed in strikes on railway bridge in Kashan. As Trump's deadline looms, Iranian president asserts 14 million Iranians ready to sacrifice their lives. Iran asks citizens to make human chains around power plants. Iran continues retaliatory strikes. Multiple areas in Tel Aviv hit in Iranian strikes. Viewers, now US President Donald Trump has issued a warning like never before, a blunt, direct warning where he says a whole civilization will be wiped out tonight with nothing left to be brought back to life. That was his statement that came in. Now, in fact, this comes closely after the Karg Island was struck by a joint US-Israeli strikes. These are the visuals of the Karg Island on your screens, a strategic location for Iranian oil supply and export. Not just that, it also gives the entire country, the entire Iranian territory, its oil and gas lifeline. At least 50 military targets have been hit on the Karg Island, on Iran's crown jewel, just today. Now take a look at these visuals. The circles that you can see on this image, their oil storage depots. Now, no reports have floated over strikes on the oil storage depots. In fact, no radiation leaks have been reported either. Karg Island, remember, was struck once more when the war began. There's a western jetty that helps oil export through terminals on both the eastern and the western side. In fact, Karg Airport that lies towards the north of the strip has been hit repeatedly since the inception of the war on the 28th of February. As escalations continue to rise between Israel, Iran and the United States, it's also important to remember that Karg remains at the heart of all strategy, all oil export inside Iran. Now, this is the core of Iran's economic survival, and in case the island is obliterated, the consequences will follow. Now remember, this comes closely after Donald Trump issued a statement saying a whole civilization will die tonight unless Iran reaches a deal on reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. In fact, also being joined by Saurabh Shukla, who joins us live from Washington, D.C. to get us more updates on the matter. Now, Saurabh, coming to you with this. Karg Island struck, 50 targets obliterated, ashed and completely changed to rubble on the island. Now, this also comes as the deadline for Trump's, Trump's deadline looms closer. Not just that, Iran has turned the tables on the deadline. In fact, Iran also says that they will continue to strike US military assets and Israeli assets across the Gulf region in case their energy asset is hit. Moments before that deadline lapses, tonight, the Karg Island has been hit. Your first comments on this?
You know, I was there in the room yesterday when President Trump addressed that presser at the White House ready press room. And I can tell you, my sense was that President was giving Iran one final ultimatum till 8 o'clock in the night, precisely to give the dialogue that was happening between some of the moderate leaders who are left within Iran to strike a deal with the US. That dialogue continues. So whatever that you see happening now, it's not a direct hit at Iran's, infrastructure, but Karg has been hit repeatedly. I see this as part of a power play by the US side because they want to force the hands of the hardliners. Some remaining hardliners, my sources here in Washington, D.C. tell me, are remaining who are the holdouts. They are the old IRGC commanders who are left, who don't want this negotiation with the U.S. to go on, and they want to fight it out till the end. The reason why, obviously, my sense is that the clear picture will emerge post 8 o'clock tonight, which is the deadline which President Trump has given. And if you read through his tweet also, he is addressing this to the Iranian people, trying to also send out a message there that this is the time for you to rise up, because otherwise, the US will go out on an all-out war against Iran, destroying the infrastructure capabilities, the power plants, and the bridges. In fact, yesterday, when he was talking to us at the White House, President Trump said that that's his last choice. He doesn't want to do that because obviously US is in fact keener to rebuild whatever damage has happened in Iran once a progressive government takes power in Iran. So clearly there are a lot of ifs and buts at this stage, but the fact remains that I would say that 8 o'clock deadline today, ET, which is the US time, remains pivotal. And as we talk, there are only few holdouts, my sources are telling me, who are left, who are trying to scuttle this deal that has been negotiated. That doesn't happen, then obviously the war will continue, and obviously US will mount strikes which have never been witnessed before.
Definitely. Now, Saurabh, also wanting to understand from you, you also stressed upon the fact that the deadline that looms large at 8 p.m. today. Now, for India, that's 5:30 a.m. tomorrow, early in the morning. Now, right before that deadline, Iran has also done one more thing. They flipped the tables. They have said that Trump now has the same time frame to surrender. In fact, they repeated his statement against him, saying that the US can either choose to surrender or they will be knocked off right to the stone ages. That is a very harsh, that's a very blunt statement that came in from the IRGC, completely sounding their resolve that they do not want a premature ceasefire, and this battle will be their final one with the United States, and they are not looking for mediation, for talks anymore. Your comments on that also, Saurabh?
This is precisely what I was talking about, the last holdouts of the IRGC. But you also know that they are limited. If you know that the US was able to conduct an operation within the Iranian territory, their aircraft, almost 155 aircrafts are used to rescue one single pilot. And the Iranians holdouts tried very hard to block that. That did not happen. So that tells you a story about how much of an influence they still have over Iran. The challenge is that the brutal regime has been, so repressive that people are still scared to come out on the street to protest and take over. So I think what's really happening is, on one hand, US is putting pressure by sending out a message by attacking Kharg Island. On the other hand, President Trump's cryptic Truth Social post, that is also sending a message to the Iranian people that this is the final chance that you have to rise up before we start bombing, and also sending out a message to these IRGC commanders that time's up for you, because obviously what they're trying, and these are the religious fundamentalists. I was talking to somebody who's in know of things, has been monitoring the situation very, very closely, and my readout was that these are some of those hardliners who will pose threat to any peace deal that will happen, and also pose threat to any a progressive civilian leadership that assumes power. So not only US has an interest in making sure that these people climb down, it also has an interest to make sure that these people are strategically taken out.
Right, Saurabh. In fact, thanks very much for speaking to us. That was a quick lowdown. Now, you was quickly shifting focus to a fresh breaking development that we're getting in at this hour. Now, Congress leader Pawan Khera is missing from his Hyderabad residence. Now, the police reached Pawan Khera's Hyderabad residence looking for him. But what comes in the latest is that Pawan Khera has managed to escape from his Hyderabad house. Now, the Assam police arrived at his Hyderabad residence to look for him. This comes after Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma also said that Congress leader Pawan Khera fled from the state of Assam, went to Delhi, and then finally to Hyderabad. The Assam police first reached his Delhi residence where they couldn't find Pawan Khera. Right now, the Assam police also reached his Hyderabad residence but could not find him. Now, in fact, also joining me live on the broadcast is my colleague Aishwarya to get us more updates on the matter. Aishwarya, Aishwarya, speak to us about what's been, happening on the ground. The Assam police has reached Hyderabad. No trace of the Congress leader, Pavan Khera. Is he really trying to manage his way out arrest this time? Is he trying to evade the police? Aishwarya.
The Assam police was allegedly on the way from Delhi to here in Hyderabad, where he was taking shelter at his Hyderabad house here. However, before they could arrive and before there was some interrogation that could have taken place, we could see the police protection that has been provided here before his Hyderabad residence. And in a way, he tried to escape. I watched the media and the police here and tried to fled from the backside of the house. And however, we could get a visual of him along with his wife trying to escape from this particular Hyderabad house here, where he was taking shelter after he allegedly escaped from Delhi to Hyderabad here after making some very serious allegations against Hemant Biswa Sharma's wife in Assam. However, in the visual what we could capture is that he was seen with his wife lying low inside the car trying to escape from the Hyderabad house, Hyderabad residence of him here. Before the Assam police who were on their way, allegedly on their way from Delhi to Hyderabad in order to have an interrogation after an FIR was filed against him here. As we could see clearly in the visuals, there was kind of an eye wash that was done, where there were a couple of cars that were going in different directions, and in one particular car which was taken from the backside of the house, he was seen with his wife and he was lying low in that particular car so that he doesn't fall in the eye of the cameras as well as police is what we are expecting. And however, we could get an eye of him where he was lying low, and since he was also along with his wife, he would try to go somewhere else, also escaping from his official residence here in Hyderabad.
Right, Aishwarya. In fact, also speak to us about what is the police saying now. Have you been able to speak to the police officials? Assam police has reached all the way to Hyderabad. Now, this case started in Assam. It went to Delhi, to his Delhi residence where he wasn't found. And now they finally arrived to his Hyderabad residence again to meet the same fate. No signs of Congress leader Pavan Khera. What does the police and the authorities have to say about this? Aishwarya.
The Assam police were on their way. They did not yet reach Hyderabad. However, they were before that. The police here, the local police here, was giving there was security protection that was given so that to the Hyderabad to his Hyderabad residence here. However, after which before they could arrive, before there was any step that could have taken forward, the same fate was met where he did the same thing in Assam house residence. He did the same thing in the Delhi residence, and before the police caught a hold of him, he escaped from the Hyderabad residence as well. This has become a cat and mouse game between the police as well as the Congress spokesperson Pavan Khera here, and apparently he came here all the way to Hyderabad, and from here Hyderabad residence where there was a hint of him confirmation that he's staying here. Before the police could reach him, he also escaped from this particular residence, and currently he's where he's going is something that is it's still unknown for us, but his wife and him, we got a visual of him and his wife going inside in the car where he is lying low. So this is an official confirmation of him trying to escape from this particular official residence of him in Hyderabad, where before the police could get hold of him.
Yeah. Thanks very much for getting us those details, Aishwarya. We will closely keep tracking the situation and view as the conversation continues on the other side as we're being joined by our Deputy Executive Editor, Shravan Sen.
Well, shifting focus now to back to the battlefield after President Trump's threats that have been issued to Iran, and as the deadline looms closer, what we're essentially seeing is that America seems to be even isolated further. UK government has now signaled that it won't be letting US to use British military bases for carrying out any attacks against Iranian energy as well as civilian infrastructure. This comes after President Donald Trump had threatened an escalation of operations against Tehran. UK, in fact, may not allow US to use its bases in the Middle East to target Iranian civil infrastructure and energy sites. In fact, the 48 hours deadline was pertaining to the Iranian civil infrastructure as well as energy sites. Even before the deadline is over, there are several places in Iran which have basically been targeted by the Americans. And now with UK making this kind of a statement only goes on to indicate that through this war, America has seen itself to be completely isolated. In fact, President Trump had also threatened that he's going to leave the NATO. In fact, that also did not go through. Right now, with UK making this assertion at a time when Prime Minister Keir Starmer has essentially indicated that this is not a war of United Kingdom, a similar statement was actually made by several other countries, starting from France to Australia, all saying that this is not a war that has been waged by their countries, but United States of America, and it is for the United States of America to find a solution as far as this particular issue is concerned. In fact, it all started with President Trump requesting NATO countries to come together and open up the Strait of Hormuz, saying that they are also affected parties if the Strait of Hormuz remains closed. And that is the reason why he had basically asked NATO countries to join in. But that never happened. In fact, NATO countries refused to help United States of America. Perhaps it further irritating President Trump. Thereafter, he made the statement that he no longer needs the NATO countries and he's going to fight it all by himself. Now, as the deadline almost comes to an end, it now seems that it is only becoming even more difficult for the Americans right now. There is also more breaking news now coming in, reports essentially suggesting that Iran has basically warned that if the United States targets Iran's power infrastructure, the consequences could be far-reaching. Large parts of the region, including Saudi Arabia, could face widespread power outages. As the situation gets completely out of control, Iran's allies will also close Bab el-Mandab waterway. Now that, remember, is under the control of the Houthis along the Red Sea. The Houthis have also threatened that they will continue to carry out attacks against US and US allies. And that is the reason why, remember, there has been a difficult moment for US allies also to operate through the Strait of Hormuz, or for that matter, even Bab el-Mandab, where we've essentially seen that those two are now turning out to be the two biggest choke points. In fact, America once again threatening Iran, saying that immediate steps are to be taken. If at all they are not, then there would be repercussions, there would be consequences of it. Israeli forces have also now joined in. It seems that there is also more breaking news now coming in that Iran has basically launched missiles towards their territory. Defense systems are operating to intercept the threat that has now been issued, with Iranians carrying out what is being called the 97th wave of attack. I beg your pardon, 99th wave of attacks that are now being carried out against Israel and American allies. Israeli forces are now basically intercepting the missiles that have been launched towards Israel. And these strikes are on the Litani River crossings and, in fact, dismantling the air defense systems. This is the images that have been put across by Israelis with regards to the targets that they have locked, and they've carried out the pinpoint precision attacks in the last few hours, particularly in Lebanon and a few in Iran. Well, let me take you through the other breaking news now coming in. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu today said that Israel targeted railways and bridges in Iran. Benjamin Netanyahu said that Israel is crushing Iranian terror regime with increasing force. And he says, and I quote, "Today we attacked the railways and bridges used by the Revolutionary Guards." We'll go back to these images of the railway bridges that have been targeted. In fact, this is a city not very far away from Isfahan, where The railway bridge has essentially been targeted by the Iranians, I beg your pardon, by the Israelis. On your screens right now, these are the images that came in of railway bridges being targeted. So it's now confirmed that these are strikes that have been carried out by the Israeli defense forces and not by the Americans. The Americans have essentially carried out their attacks in Karg Island. In fact, 50 military targets were chosen by the Americans in Karg, and those strikes were basically carried out. But they say that oil infrastructure in Karg Island hasn't been targeted in the recent strikes that have been carried out by the Americans. Now, this comes even before the deadline comes to an end. Less than about 10 hours to go for the deadline to come and to an end, and the Americans are essentially threatening that a whole civilization will come to an end tonight. That is what President Trump had to say. Let me also take you through some of the other breaking news now coming in. Now, there are reports now coming in that if the situation gets out of control, Iran's allies will also close Bab el-Mandeb waterway. In fact, this is working closely with Iranian proxies, the Houthis, who are active in that particular region. And the Red Sea choke point appears to be the Bab el-Mandeb. And Iran is now threatening that that too would be closed. If that happens, remember, another 12 to 13% of the oil flow will now get affected because of Bab el-Mandeb being closed. And Strait of Hormuz, in fact, controls about a little over 20% of the world's oil flow. And in fact, these images that you see, these are images that have come in earlier today following the strikes that were carried out at the Karg Island. The Karg Island, remember, was targeted by the Americans. About 50 such military targets were chosen. And but however, they maintain that the oil infrastructure, that is the pipelines, haven't really been targeted by the Americans in the recently concluded strikes. Is this a clear indication of an escalation right now? In fact, from all that has been said so far from President Trump, it seems that an escalation is on its way. That's all that we could pack in this edition of This Is Exclusive. On the other side of a short commercial break, coming up, all the day's top stories.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
R Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
Character, the taste of success.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
Three, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for suction of the excretion which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation. And also, in case if the main chain of the execution system doesn't respond, there is always a way of redundant chain and the methodology for execution. And I don't think it is a major issue, but I'm sure it will get sorted out. And of course, there is a redundant chain which can be conveniently operated.
Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis 2. Let's go.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
First time.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho Befikar.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा और मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of execution systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it is a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the execution issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the execution, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation. And also, in case if the main chain of the execution system doesn't respond, there is always a way of redundant chain and the methodology for execution. And I don't think it is a major issue, but I'm sure it will get sorted out. And of course, there is a redundant chain which can be conveniently operated.
Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis 2. Let's go.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines. 4, 3, 2.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Yesu Bharadwaj, and viewers, at least 5 districts in Manipur have completely been devoid of any internet connection following the violence that broke out in the state earlier today. We're getting you all the details. At least 4 people have been killed, 11 others severely injured. But first, here's a check on your headlines for the hour. Take a look. Donald Trump threatens to wipe out Iran, says a whole civilization will die tonight and will never be brought back. US begins strikes against Iran even before the deadline lapses. US now targets the Karg Island. Iranian railway infrastructure hit in direct missile strikes. 2 people killed in strike on railway bridge in Kashan. Viewers, now getting in a fresh breaking development. The Congress leader Pawan Khera has allegedly escaped his Hyderabad house before the Assam police arrives his Hyderabad residence. Now viewers, this comes after he allegedly fled to Hyderabad after serious allegations. In fact, also one FIR was levied against him by Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma's wife. Now, Congress leader Pawan Khera was first traced down to Delhi, his Delhi residence, by the Assam police, where he could not be found. And now, the Assam police is on its way to reach his Hyderabad residence. However, there are allegations that Pawan Khera has escaped from his Hyderabad residence. Not just that, he was also seen ducking inside a car on the back seat while multiple cars were leaving his Hyderabad residence. These are the visuals on your screens. That is Pawan Khera's wife, and next to him could be Pawan Khera, who is ducked down in the back seat to not just escape the cameras and the media, but to especially escape the police. Now remember, Assam's Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma also leveled these allegations against Khera. The Congress leader saying that he fled the state first. He fled from Assam and went to New Delhi. In his Delhi residence, the Assam police could not find him, and now the Assam police is inching closer to his Hyderabad residence, but allegations are that he's fled his residence. Now viewers, shifting focus to Manipur. The state is caught in one of its worst hostilities once again after some sense of normalcy could be restored. 2 minor children succumbed to injuries from a bomb explosion that occurred in early hours today morning when armed Kuki groups launched bombs towards residential areas in the Bishnupur district in Manipur. Not just that, a mob also thronged the camp of security forces amid the ongoing escalations, and they in fact also accused them of not preventing the bomb blast, and 2 more people died in that crossfire. On the other side of the state, in Ukhrul district, locals have been protesting for over 3 days straight in Litan, and women were injured in the mob. Take a look at what's unfolding in Manipur. In a harrowing incident, 2 minor children died in Bishnupur district after Kuki groups fired long-range bombs aimed at residential areas. The incident happened in the early hours where the children were sleeping in their homes. Reports say Kuki groups used Lathod bombs, a makeshift rocket propeller armed with explosive devices. A mob quickly erupted. Local residents took to the streets to protest the violence against civilians.
There's a brief lull. So after a brief lull, this is the first violence reported in the valley area. And this is the first such incidents reported in the valley area, while in the Ukhrul and Kamjong districts, consecutively for 3 days, there have been Kuki militants have been firing towards the Naga villages over there.
Protesters blocked the Imphal-Churachandpur highway, burnt tires and oil containers. The mob barged towards a nearby CRPF camp, accusing it of not preventing the tragic incident.
And so clearly tensions are running very high, multiple flashpoints are active, and the administration is now under immense pressure, I guess, to bring the situation under control. However, the security forces stationed in Bishnupur district, and the I think there are lapses of security forces in this area.
In another incident, 2 more people died in a crossfire during the protest, while 11 others were severely injured. And just 1 day ago, armed Kuki groups evacuated Kuki civilians from Litan. While Bishnupur district was under heightened tensions, Manipur's Ukhrul district was also suffering from similar violence. Local residents have been staging a protest for 3 days in Litan in Ukhrul against the heightened tensions between Koki and Tanghul Naga groups. Internet services suspended for 5 days in 5 valley districts in Manipur following the fresh violence. The point to note in the latest escalation is the use of a makeshift rocket propeller loaded with an explosive device. A similar incident occurred in September of 2024 in Moirang, when a long-range makeshift rocket loaded with explosive device detonated and killed a man in his home. The move is being linked to foreign influence as it comes after 7 foreign nationals were arrested by the NIA in connection to training militia with drone warfare. With civilian casualties on the rise, Manipur remains on the edge as the violence that struck in May of 2023 nears its 3-year mark with no resolution in sight. Now viewers, after Pakistan's Defence Minister Khwaja Asif issued a provocative warning targeting Kolkata, India has responded strongly and decisively, with Defence Minister Rajnath Singh now cautioning Pakistan against repeating the mistakes of 1971 and in fact warning of serious consequences this time around. Here's a report, take a look.
A fresh escalation in rhetoric between India and Pakistan after Pakistan Defence Minister Khwaja Asif issued a provocative warning. Asif said that Pakistan would take it to Kolkata, warning of retaliatory strike if India carried out any future misadventure. He also pushed a false flag narrative alleging that India could stage an incident to justify action, further escalating tensions. India responded strongly, with Defence Minister Rajnath Singh slamming the remarks as irresponsible and provocative.
इसके बारे में इतना ही कहना चाहूंगा कि उन्हें यह नहीं भूलना चाहिए कि आज 55 इयर्स पहले 1971 में एक बार बंगाल की तरफ नजर उठाने की कोशिश पाकिस्तान ने की थी, तो पाकिस्तान के 2 टुकड़े हो गए, एक पाकिस्तान रह गया, दूसरा बांग्लादेश बन गया। इस बार यदि हरकत यदि की गई हमारे बंगाल की तरफ नजर उठाने की, तो उसका क्या परिणाम होगा, यह भविष्य के गर्भ में ही लिखा हुआ है और इसका पता चल जाएगा।
Rajnath Singh's reference was to the 1971 war, which led to the creation of Bangladesh after Pakistan's split. He warned that any attempt to target Bengal would invite serious consequences, signaling India's firm stance on national security.
Viewers, now a massive electoral upheaval has unfolded in West Bengal. Nearly 91 lakh voters have been deleted from the voters' list in West Bengal following the SIR, the Special Intensive Revision. Now, this comes as the state is poll-bound. It's going to poll in 2 phases on the 23rd and the 29th of April. Now, Special Intensive Revision exercise in the state has taken place. Over 27.16 lakh of 60.06 lakh under education voters have been deleted now in the concluded scrutiny. This has resulted in the TMC claiming the deletions were community specific. Take a look at this rhetoric.
The SIR report for West Bengal has made a major rectification of the number of voters. Nearly 91 lakh names deleted. The total number of voters in Bengal before the SIR stood at 7.66 crores. Now, after the SIR report, it stands at 6.77 crores, marking a drop of 11.6%. Over 27 lakh under adjudication voters have been deleted, which is an invalidation rate of 45% of the total number of cases. The TMC has alleged that the deletions were done targeting specific communities. Mamta says TMC's legal fight in the courts will continue. Meanwhile, Murshidabad, the most affected district with over 11 lakh names removed, is a Muslim majority district. Malda is next on the list with 8 lakh deletions. Bangladesh bordering North and South 24 Parganas were relieved of 5.22 lakh and 5 lakh names respectively. The Supreme Court, before which the SIR matter for West Bengal is being argued, will hear the case next on the 13th of April.
Viewers, now US and Israeli forces launched major strikes against Iran, specifically targeting the crown jewel, the Karg Island, a vital oil export hub handling about 90% of Iranian crude and essential railway infrastructure. The strikes have also targeted and hit rail lines and bridges in cities like Kashan and Karaj, causing fatalities and disrupting transportation. The strikes came just hours before the deadline set by US President Donald Trump for Tehran to reach a ceasefire deal with Washington collapses. And in fact, the deal also speaks about the opening of the Strait of Hormuz. Meanwhile, viewers, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has claimed that Israel has destroyed key components of Iran's South Pars gas field, one of the world's largest energy reserves, calling it a direct blow to the financial backbone of Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. Take a look at this detailed report and what's ongoing in the war in West Asia.
A major escalation in the Middle East. Israel has claimed a direct hit on Iran's critical energy infrastructure, targeting the South Pars gas field, one of the largest in the world. Netanyahu says the strike is part of a broader campaign to weaken Iran's Revolutionary Guard by targeting its financial networks.
היום השמדנו את המפעל הפטרוכימי הגדול ביותר באיראן. זאת אומרת, אנחנו מחסלים בשיטתיות את מכונת הכסף של משמרות המהפכה. אנחנו מחסלים מפעלים, אנחנו מחסלים פעילים, וכן, אנחנו ממשיכים לחסל בכירים. איראן היא לא אותה איראן, היא כבר לא אותה איראן. ישראל היא לא אותה ישראל. ישראל חזקה מאי פעם, ומשטר הטרור באיראן חלש מאי פעם.
Israel's defense minister Israel Katz confirmed the strike.
צה"ל תקף כעת בעוצמה את המתקן הפטרוכימי הגדול ביותר באיראן, שנמצא באיסלאוויה, יעד מרכזי שאחראי לכ-50% מהייצור הפטרוכימי במדינה, וזאת לאחר שבשבוע שעבר הותקף המתקן המרכזי השני.
A power plant in northeastern city of Mashhad was also bombed in joint US-Israeli strikes. But an escalation was seen. A retaliatory missile and drone attack was launched by Iran at Al Jubail industrial hub in Saudi Arabia. This triggered a massive fire. Earlier, when Israel struck South Pars gas field, Trump had warned Israel. The world now watches closely, with fears that this escalating conflict could spiral into a much wider regional crisis.
Viewers, now the US President Donald Trump has made a blunt and controversial statement as tensions with Iran peak. Now, in a post, Trump warned that a whole civilization could die tonight, even as he spoke of the possibility of a complete regime change in Iran. He suggested that a new leadership could emerge, calling it a potentially revolutionary moment in the world's history. The remarks come as a critical deadline looms over the Strait of Hormuz, with the US now threatening major strikes if Iran does not come to the round table and does not comply to the truce that the US has been putting forward. Now, that's the latest statement that has come in from President Donald Trump, who says that a whole civilization will die tonight. Remember, just inches before the deadline lapses later tonight. Now, earlier also, US President Donald Trump had issued an ultimatum to Tehran, warning that the Iranian nation could be taken out in a single night if a deal is not reached by Tuesday, which is today. Now, addressing the nation from the White House, the president also claimed the US has won the conflict, while suggesting of a new era of American control over the Strait of Hormuz.
A devastating deadline for Tehran. US President Trump said Iran will face total obliteration by Thursday night.
The entire country could be taken out in one night, and that night might be tomorrow night.
He said that a large-scale manhunt went on for a downed F-15 pilot in Iran.
Very historic. This is a rescue that's very historic. It'll go down in the books. Late Thursday night, an American F-15 fighter jet went down deep inside enemy territory in Iran while participating in Operation Epic Fury, where we're doing unbelievably well, well at a level that nobody's ever seen before.
Trump is now blasting the media for leaking the pilot status and promised to hunt down the person who revealed the information.
But these two extraordinary rescues, because it was two, and as you probably know, we didn't talk about the first one for an hour. Then somebody leaked something, which we'll hopefully find that leaker. We're looking very hard to find that leaker. And talked about there's somebody missing. They basically said that we have one and there's somebody missing. Well, they didn't know there was somebody missing until this leaker gave the information. So whoever it was, we think we'll be able to find it out because we're going to go to the media company that released it and we're going to say, national security, give it up or go to jail.
The US claimed that Iran is militarily defeated, and Washington now plans to charge tolls for ships in the Strait of Hormuz.
Us charging tolls?
Iran.
What about us charging tolls?
Is that something you're considering?
I'd rather do that than let them have them, right? Why shouldn't we? We're the winner. We won, okay? They are militarily defeated. The only thing they have is the psychology of, oh, we're going to drop a couple of mines in the water, all right? No, we have a concept where we'll charge tolls, okay?
But the president is also slamming NATO and Pacific allies. He says their failure to help is an unforgivable mark.
Not just NATO. You know who else didn't help us? South Korea didn't help us. You know who else didn't help us? Australia didn't help us. You know who else didn't help us? Japan.
The Pentagon is raising the stakes too, with Pete Hexit saying Iran is yet to see the largest bombing campaign yet. Meanwhile, Iran has also issued a counter threat to Trump to submit within the timeline. As the war of words between the two nations intensify, the world is watching the clock as the 8 p.m. deadline looms.
And now, viewers, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps has also issued a fresh and stark warning, signaling a major escalation in Gulf. Now, in a strong statement, the IRGC said that all considerations of good neighborliness and self-restraint are now over, warning that it will target the infrastructure of the United States and its allies in the region, including all gas and oil facilities. Now, the IRGC claims that their actions have disrupted energy supplies for years, raising fear over major global security crisis. Now, viewers, not just this. Iran has also hit back at Donald Trump. On one hand, where Donald Trump issued a deadline for the truce to be reached, Iran has now reissued the same deadline as the time frame in which US needs to surrender. They've said that they're giving the United States 20 hours and the US must surrender within that time frame. And in case that doesn't happen, they will go around a bombing campaign and cause the entire Gulf to plunge into the larger war. They have said that they will obliterate all energy and water infrastructure across the Gulf region. This maintains Iran's resolve that there is going to be no ceasefire, no backing out. Take a look. A high-stakes showdown is now unfolding between the United States and Iran, with Tehran issuing a sharp counter warning Donald Trump. Even as Trump set a final deadline for Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz, Iran has turned the tables, demanding the US to submit within the same time frame. Iran has rejected a US-backed ceasefire proposal, instead putting forward a 10-point framework demanding an end to the war. Warning of escalation, Tehran has said any strikes on its infrastructure will be met with attacks on energy and water facilities across the region. Adding to the escalation, Iran's Revolutionary Guard Navy has spoken of a new order in the Gulf, claiming the Strait of Hormuz will never return to its previous state and hinting at new rules including transit fees and possible restrictions on US and allied shipping. In a strong statement, Mohammadi, an advisor to Iranian parliament speaker, has gone a step ahead, claiming Iran has won the war and warning that Donald Trump has just 20 hours to submit or US allies could face devastating consequences. And as the deadline nears, Iran has stepped up its strikes on Israel and US bases, with Iran's president strongly warning Trump. The Iranian president has claimed that over 14 million Iranians are ready to sacrifice their lives in defense of Iran. Iran has also released videos of musicians performing near power plants, urging its citizens to form human chains and protect critical infrastructure. Meanwhile, Iran has warned to once again block the Bab al-Mandab Strait while continuing to keep the operations in Hormuz slashed.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है, स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it is a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation, and also in case if the main chain of the execution system doesn't respond, there is always a way of redundant chain and the methodology for execution. And I don't think this is a major issue, but I'm sure it will get sorted out. And of course, there is a redundant chain which can be conveniently operated.
Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis 2. Let's go.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा। सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
Director, the taste of success.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Complete and total regime change. 14 million Iranians join the war. Iranians defy regime change call. Where's the regime change? Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
Presenting by Zoho Business Software, trusted by 15 crore users. Co-powered by IIHM International Institute of Hotel Management.
Whole civilization will die, wants Trump. Trump bombs Khark civilian sites. Trump rains missile on Khark Island. Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
Presented by Amity University, ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally. Powered by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, growing legacies since 1820. Co-powered by Muthoot Finance Gold Loan. Sona kya nahi kar sakta. TVS iQube, India's favorite family EV.
Complete and total regime change. 14 million Iranians join the war. Iranians defy regime change call. Where's the regime change? Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
Presenting by Zoho Business Software, trusted by 15 crore users. Co-powered by IIHM International Institute of Hotel Management.
Whole civilization will die, wants Trump. Trump bombs Khark civilian sites. Trump rains missile on Khark Island. Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
Presented by Amity University, ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally. Powered by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, growing legacies since 1820. Co-powered by Muthoot Finance Gold Loan. Sona kya nahi kar sakta. TVS iQube, India's favorite family EV.
Complete and total regime change. 14 million Iranians join the war. Iranians defy regime change call. Where's the regime change? Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
Presenting by Zoho Business Software, trusted by 15 crore users. Co-powered by IIHM International Institute of Hotel Management.
Whole civilization will die, wants Trump. Trump bombs Khark civilian sites. Trump rains missile on Khark Island. Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
Presented by Amity University, ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally. Powered by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, growing legacies since 1820. Co-powered by Muthoot Finance Gold Loan. Sona kya nahi kar sakta. TVS iQube, India's favorite family EV.
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Arnab Goswami on the debate.
On the show tonight, a declaration of defeat by Donald Trump. At 9 p.m. tonight, where defeated Donald Trump is now saying that he may not get the uranium, he may not get regime change, he may not be able to open the Strait of Hormuz, but he claims he will end what America does not have, civilization. Ladies and gentlemen, as we move towards a war, towards the end of the war, sometimes one side says that we won. That is called a declaration of victory. But what Trump is doing is saying we've lost, which is a declaration of defeat. It's as clear as that. When you say, I can't do regime change, but I will destroy Iranian civilization. I can't get the uranium, but I will destroy Iranian civilization. I can't even open the Strait of Hormuz. I can't open it, but I will end Iranian civilization. I can't bring down even Pezeshkian, but I will end Iranian civilization. Ladies and gentlemen, everyone knows America has no history. It's a 250-year-old country. It's a country which till recently did not allow women to vote, till recently did not allow African Americans to vote. It's a country till 150 years back was divided on lines of race, and even till the 1960s. In that sense, America is a country not just with no history. It is a country with no civilization to call its own. It's a mishmash. It's a mishmash. And this has always been a problem with America, that it does not have a civilization, so it's inherently jealous of those who do. And Trump is jealous that Iran has a civilization, so he says, I'll finish the civilization. But is that a military victory, ladies and gentlemen? Could America end Japanese civilization and Japanese history by carrying out the attacks on Hiroshima and Nagasaki? Could they do that? They couldn't. Ladies and gentlemen, civilization does not happen. Civilization is built over years of language, culture, history, knowledge systems. spiritual guidance. So when this man says a whole civilization will die tonight, and then claims that there will be no civilization after that, he sounds even more stupid every passing day, ladies and gentlemen. Even more stupid. What he doesn't want to remind himself of is what he had said he would do, which is regime change. He said on 7th April, we have complete and total regime change, where different, smarter, less radical minds prevail. And yet he says, if there are all these wonderful people in Iran, why is he talking about ending their civilization? Because there is no regime change. A day before he had said Iranians are willing to suffer for regime change. There is no regime change. On the 3rd of April, he said bridges next, then electric power plants, new regime leadership knows what has to be done. There is no new regime leadership. There are just the people of Iran who are standing outside their nuclear plants saying, you kill us before you try and target our country. So what happens to a man who said till the 1st of April, we've completely changed the Iranian regime? Well, that was an April Fool joke that Donald Trump successfully carried out himself. Ladies and gentlemen, here is an incredible failure. He calls the people of Iran and their leadership crazy bastards. That's his language. He uses the F word. But ladies and gentlemen, what does Pezeshkian say? What the Iranian president says is that more than 14 million people have already declared their readiness to sacrifice their lives. And I too am ready to give up my life for Iran. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going badly for Trump. He's like Batista versus Fidel Castro. He has no options. He knows he's losing. He's in the middle of a swamp of his own creation. He's strategically stuck in quicksand that he created. His people hate him. J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio are embarrassed about him. His popularity ratings are down at their lowest. And in Iran, there are human shields being formed, ladies and gentlemen. Let me show you a picture of a human shield. I think I have it. Human shields are formed around the power plants of Iran. And the youth of Iran, the leaders of Iran, the teachers of Iran, the students of Iran, the professionals of Iran are saying that we will protect our country's infrastructure and buildings. And on the other hand is a man who says, you crazy bastards, to these people. He says, you crazy bastards to the Iranians, and the Iranians say, we'll form a human chain. Ladies and gentlemen, if there ever was a loser, there isn't a greater loser in this planet than Donald Trump. He's a man who's isolated amongst his own. This regime has not changed. The uranium is not back. You can keep bombing for your crazy masochistic narcissism. You can keep bombing plants and power plants and bridges, but you can't open a strait. You can keep hammering physical objects, but you can't crush a spirit. You can keep destroying a bridge here. You can kill 170 schoolgirls and say, no big deal, it's collateral damage, it happens, and try and lie about it and say, no, it didn't happen. But ladies and gentlemen, the fact of the matter is, you've got nothing which you promised. You are going to have to go back to the American people, and you're going to have to face Tucker Carlson and Joe Rogan, who will sit with you and grill you, Donald Trump, on your abject and absolute failure. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no regime change. He wants to end civilization. Donald Trump is now going to go on a mad spree of bombings. And at the end of the day, at the end of all of that, let me tell you, Donald Trump, and I hope somebody puts that to him, you're going to be sitting there. You're going to be sitting there in a lousy way, absolutely alone, inside the White House, defeated and waiting for the people of America to kick you out. Let's debate.
Iran's crown jewel struck. 50 targets blown up and charred.
We're going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages.
Are inching cutoff holding the line between truce and total destruction.
Essentially, they have till 8 o'clock tomorrow night, Eastern Time. But we are dealing with them. I think it's going well. Mr. Witkoff is here, and JD's involved in the dealing. Mr. Witkoff is sitting right here, and I think it's going fine, but we'll have to see. You have to understand, we've been dealing with these people for 47 years. I'm standing here with a much more powerful Iran as of a month ago, not anymore. Right now, they are decapitated.
But Iran says no ceasefire, no turning back. Tehran is preparing for the final battle, the last charge. 14 million Iranians and one single resolve to die in the defense of Iran. Iran has called on people, on civilians, on youth to defend the country's critical infrastructure. Tehran has warned the US, surrender or you will be hit back to the Stone Age. All eyes are on the tonight's deadline for the United States. This is an ultimatum from Iran. What could possibly be the last fight?
Ladies and gentlemen, now from wanting to destroy the uranium, now Donald Trump wants to destroy human civilization, and he wanted to change the regime. Now he wants to change civilization. He wants to destroy civilization. He doesn't like civilization. Essentially, he's anti-civilization, and he had also said that the regime would change, the uranium would come back, and the Strait of Hormuz would be open. Now he doesn't want to talk about the Strait of Hormuz. He says, I don't like any country which has a 5,000, 6,000-year-old civilization, because America is only 200 years old. So we don't have a civilization, nobody must have it, and that's the way the war is headed. Now, can you end civilization? I don't know. But could you end the regime? Well, you promised you would. You promised you would. Tonight he says everything in Iran is going to be finished. Everything in Iran, he says today, will be destroyed tonight. I have with me Milad Rabbani, former Iranian diplomat. Milad, thank you for joining us, Mr. Rabbani. And we have with us Mohammad Khatibi, Iranian broadcast journalist. He's joining us live from Tehran. And we have Professor Hussein Bakci. He's a professor of international relations at the Middle East Technical University in Ankara, in Turkey. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor. Ryan Amiri is founding leader of the Conservative Party of Iran. He's pro-Raza Pahlavi, and he's joining us from Ankara. Salman Sima is an Iranian activist who is against the regime. He's joining us from Toronto. And Matthew Foley is editor-in-chief of the Washington Reporter. Thank you very much, Matthew. Now, first, I want to start with you, Milad. What do you think he's going to do? He says, I'm going to destroy the civilization. There is not going to be anything left after tonight. You know, this sounds like a nuclear threat, a super nuclear threat to me, because, you can never predict what Trump will do. But it also very often happens that after all of this, he chickens out, and tomorrow morning he'll say, I changed my mind. Where do you think things are placed right now, Mr. Rabbani?
Thank you, Mr. Arnab. Thank you for having me. I believe Trump is sending contradiction messages, and he is very professional in playing with this stuff. As you correctly mentioned, making a civilization is not something that happened at one night and can be destroyed at one night. Iranians are proud of their history and civilizations, and actually what Trump is going to do tonight is bombarding the infrastructures, and his message, his words of civilization is ambiguous, full of ambiguity, and it needs to be clarified. What does he mean by destroying a civilization? We are in the I believe, in the peak of a war that we can say the war with ridiculous commitments. From one side, Trump with this ridiculous and stupid comments, and from the other side, of course, the Pezeshkian is not a normal person, of course. We should ask Pezeshkian, from where you find these 14 million people? You know, when there is a manipulated election in Iran, even the government, when they announce less than 20 in the last, I'm talking about the last election, it was around 20 million people who attend in this election. You know, attending in the election is the easiest way for a political activity and political participation. So how we can find 14 million to devote themselves and to give their lives for this regime? No, I believe it's a lie from Pezeshkian. Of course, in the other hand, we have Trump with this stuff. Trump believed with airstrike he can defeat Iran, but Iranian regime knows how to take this as advantage and to use it to provoke people, the gray people, the people who are not very actively engaged in the political affairs. And I think Trump is underestimating this part.
Break it. I have just got breaking news here that just came in that Iran has just cut off all diplomatic channels, all back-channel mediation, all back-channel diplomacy, all attempts. Iran has cut off completely right now, and Trump is saying that tonight is the night when I will end Iranian civilization. Right? How do we read this? We're trying to analyze this tonight. Matthew Foldy, this is the latest breaking news. Iran has cut off all diplomatic and indirect channels of communication with the United States of America. How will Trump go about destroying Iranian civilization now?
Well, great to be back with you. And honestly, I mean, we have very different definitions of victory, which Trump has clearly achieved, and of civilization. Persia, obviously, great civilization that has been destroyed and run into the ground by the terrorist regime of Iran for the past 47 years. That's what I think, to the extent there's a civilization destruction happening tonight, that's what Trump is referring to. And look at what's going on in America. Arnab, you're saying we have no civilization. We just sent humans, including one Canadian, but 3 Americans, further into outer space than anyone in human history has done before. We did that a couple days ago. We just owned the Iranians in their own country, building a temporary airstrip to mount a cinematic rescue mission while the Iranian regime was saying, we're going to empty our coffers. We're going to pay $60,000 to anyone who can capture this American. Our CIA was putting out endless misinformation to have the Iranians look in the wrong part of their country. Meanwhile, what have you got? You've got Iran. Arnab, you just said they've cut off diplomatic relations. They're run by a gay cardboard cutout.
What happened? Just sorry to interrupt. See, the thing is this, that it was nobody else but Donald Trump who said that the only thing that we need to achieve is regime change. That is the only thing, right? And the only thing we are fighting for is regime change. And he's been talking about this since a long time, and most recently since 2019. He said that we need to do regime change. And you killed Ayatollah Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran, and there is no regime change. And now you're saying that you're shifting the goalpost, saying that I don't want to talk about regime change because it has not happened. I need to talk about civilization. Now, it's not making any sense to me. What is?
But goalposts, obviously.
I want to understand what you mean by ending of civilization. Are you saying that bombing bridges or power plants is ending civilization? Or is that Trump's understanding?
But that's what I'm referring to as the difference between the current terrorist regime. And by the way, Trump has killed, I think, for the top 42 leaders of Iran. I'm not sure what regime change would be defined as, but it's very rare in any war, as we talked about last week, for one side to mount.
What if you wake up tomorrow morning and you find that Iran is still around as a country, it still has a civilization, it still has a history, it still has a proud people?
Absolutely, I hope it comes
nothing
back
changes.
to the
Then what will you want? Then what will Trump do? He will say, I'll do this for one more night. I couldn't end Iranian civilization tonight, I will do it tomorrow night. Is that the way it works?
Well, first off, it's going to be tough to know what even happens in Iran because you've got a country that says we have 15% of our people ready to die as human shields. The rest of the country that they haven't gunned down in the streets for
No, but America
regime
gets panicky when there is a forest fire.
Has no internet.
No, 1 minute. See, all of America goes into absolute panic when there is a forest fire. And here is a country which you've been bombing and bombing and bombing and saying owning and owning and owning and destroying and destroying and destroying. And his favorite word, obliterating and obliterating and obliterating, but they're still not going away. Now you're saying, I can't finish the country, I've got to finish their civilization. It's looking absolutely tragicomic out here, Matthew. You know it, Matthew. It's not looking good because he's changing what success means. When you keep changing what success means, it means there is no success. And yesterday he said, I don't want to leave. I don't know if you read the words. He said, I don't want to leave. I want the oil. But is that right, Professor Bagchi? He said, I don't want to leave. But the people of America want me to get out of there. Wasn't that what he said, Professor Bagchi?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Arnab. First of all, I have to correct. I'm neither against America nor against the regime. I give my objective view. If you can interpret it as you wish, but I'm neither against nor for a regime or America, first of all. The second point, what I would like to say is here, of course, it is very difficult for America to change the regime in Iran at the moment because there is a big mobilization of the people. I would say even more than 14 million people in this respect. As Wali Nasser said recently, what the American strategy failed is to calculate the resistance of the Iranian people. The Iranian people are defending their country. And according to Article 2 and Article 51 of the United Nations, America is in this respect the aggressor. So if you read the articles of United Nations, then you understand what it means. On the other hand, of course, America has the power, and I said this in Turkish television, I am concerned that America can use tactical nuclear weapons. Otherwise, this getting off the Iranian civilization or making it go to Stone Age is only possible using nuclear weapons. And this is a very dangerous statement. And after Hiroshima and Nagasaki, probably it could be the second one. I do not trust anymore the American administration in this respect, because we, even here in Turkey, we are also concerned how America is going to act if they cannot get the country under their control militarily. Iran is very difficult to get militarily under control. So many empires in the past have tried it, and Iran, Persia was always there. So what Donald Trump and his administration probably made a mistake that they were following the Israeli policy. And this is true that since 47 years, Americans negotiate with Iran. Israel is against Iran. This is all true. But to have a rhetoric like now that a civilization will be taken out of this world, it is very.
Why are you talking about tactical nuclear weapons, Professor? Because the other way of looking at it, isn't it, that Trump is only a talker. Trump is only a talker.
No, he's still president. He's still president. He can give the order.
He's president, he can. But if he uses tactical nuclear weapons, then there'll be a huge impact on America. There's going because you see, this is not a world war. This is a war in which the world has said to Trump that you're alone. We are not going to have anything to do with you. He has no allies. He does, except Israel, there is not a single ally in the world, right? And using tactical nuclear weapons will be a greater signaling of defeat and and could lead to counterstrikes.
Yeah, Mr. Arnab, never ever before we had listened or heard from any American president such a threat. You know, if you say 40 times to somebody that you are ill, the guy will start to believe that he is ill. this rhetoric that is destroying Iran, it is not only limited to Iran, of course. All the region will be destroyed, and probably if he is using somehow tactical nuclear war, then the region cannot recover for the next 10 to 20, 30 years.
So he needs to get out of this. Now, there are a lot of Iranian activists and Iranian, people of Iranian origin all around the world who have been egging on Donald Trump even more than Netanyahu. And among them are some representatives tonight. Ryan Amiri from Ankara, Salman Sima from Toronto. And Ryan, you can't deny that somewhere you are hugely irritated and angry that an American is saying, I'm going to destroy Iranian civilization. Or are you going to defend that as well? Are you going to defend this as well? Like the same man said to the Iranian people, you crazy bastards. You crazy bastards. He spoke to the Iranian people. You're from Iran, aren't you? I mean, do you feel good when someone says, you crazy bastards to your people and then says, I'm going to destroy Iranian civilization? How far, Ryan, can you and Salman go to justify what Trump is doing?
Look, I do not represent the United States of America. Neither I support necessarily every statement that is coming from the American president.
Isn't it getting crazier and crazier?
He's not my president. I have a leader, and he is Reza Shah Pahlavi II. We have our own leader, and our loyalty only goes to him, not the president of the United States.
Where is Reza Pahlavi in all this? By the way, you keep saying your leader is Reza Pahlavi. May I ask you, where is he hiding? Where is he not to be seen? Where is he disappeared? Has he gone for the safety somewhere? Where is he? Where is Reza Pahlavi? He was saying, I'm going to land in Iran and rescue the Iranian people. Where is he?
Calm down. Calm down. You didn't cut off the other guys who were defending the regime. You now cut me off constantly like crazy. What is that? Please calm down. Do not push for the propaganda of Islamists who are against India and the interest and security of India. They are destroying India, the Islamists. You know that. You are betraying your own country. You are committing treason by pushing propaganda of Islamist regime who killed off tens of thousands of Iranian people on January.
Don't bring India into this just because you don't want to. My specific question to you was, you don't get India into this. I'm asking you, someone is saying to you, and to your people, he's using the F word. He's using the F word. He's using the F word. He's calling the Iranian people, you crazy bastards. Then he's saying that I'm going to destroy Iranian civilization. Are you going to sit there? Are you going to sit there and question me?
Let me finish.
Instead.
Let me finish.
Yes.
Calm down and let me finish.
I'm very calm, but you're not. I've got under your skin, it seems.
Look, calm down. And let me finish. You do not give me enough time. You give enough time to other guys who defend the regime. You always do that to me.
Look, on the right.
You're talking about Iranian civilization. What is Iranian civilization? Who founded Iranian civilization? Let me tell you that. Cyrus the Great. Cyrus is the founder of Iranian civilization. 2,585 years ago, he founded Iran as a nation state, as an empire. Let me tell you something, some fact. Every year, we have a day called Cyrus Day. And guess what the regime does to the people who want to go to the tomb of Cyrus the Great and celebrate him, the founder of the very...
He's saying the whole civilization will die tonight. He's issuing a nuclear threat against your country. Don't you read him?
You are cutting me off. Why you're not allowing me to finish?
I'm just, putting you in the right
Because you're crazy, maybe. Let me finish. Be civil. Be civil. That is something that you cannot do. Look. The founder of Iranian civilization is Cyrus the Great. His tomb is under attack, is gated by the regime. People are being prevented from going there every year on Cyrus Day. And you are gaslighting the entire world, saying that this regime, with mullahs, with Islamists who are against Iran, Khomeini said it himself that he destroyed 2,000 500 years of Iranian monarchy. That is the exact words of Khomeini. And Khomeini said that he rejects Iranian nationhood and he only believes in Islamic nationhood. And you are gaslighting the entire world.
The fact of the matter is, now, Ryan, I heard you and I want to say something. I want to say something to you. Can I speak to you, Ryan? Can I speak to you, Ryan? See, Ryan, we've got to talk, all right? We've got to talk this thing out. I just know. Why you're talking to me like that? You know why you're getting angry? I don't need to gaslight anyone, my friend. The fact is your blood is boiling. You are angry and upset. You cannot believe that an 80-year-old American president who has lost his mind is abusing you and your people and calling you crazy bastards and issuing a nuclear threat, and you are held back. You're also frustrated that despite supporting a person like him, America has failed to achieve its military objectives. And as everyone says, the people in charge today are exactly the same as the people who were in charge a month and a half back. And if regime change was the goal, there is no regime change. That has been a pathetic failure. It's not my problem. Why are you getting angry at me, Ryan?
No, who said?
Trump failed.
No, look,
Trump failed.
Another gaslighting that you were... Look, sir.
What is this?
Another gaslighting that you're doing here is that you're saying that there should be a regime change instantly. Nobody said that. Look, we have a leader as the leader of the revolution. If you know that the name of the revolution is called the Lion and Sun Revolution. And that person is not Donald Trump. That person is Reza Shah Pahlavi II, who called on the people to go to the streets on January 8th and January 9th, and the people went in millions, and you did not cover that on your show. And you only cover the regime news and regime propaganda and regime psychological warfare, and you are being a stooge of the Islamists against your country's interests.
Who are these people, Ryan? I don't want to make you angrier, but I don't want to make you angrier. Mohammad Khatibi is there. He's an Iranian broadcast journalist. Look at the pictures out there. This does not seem to be an AI image. As we are bringing you this broadcast,
these are regime agents. These are
all the people there with huge American Iranian flags on the bridges, on the installations, on the airports, on the bridges, or near the power plants. All of these people are agents.
90 million population of Iran are 10.
So the people in Iran are agents, and the people in Istanbul and Canada and America
no,
are
the
all
people
proud
of the regime are agents. The people of the regime are agents. Some of them are here with these people that you are bringing, defending the regime. They are agents of the regime, and they will be dealt with.
Why would it not be easier? Is this
in the framework of law and morality?
See, okay, Mohammad Khatibi, is this a nuclear threat? That in your view, as Professor Bakhchi says, is this a nuclear threat that, or just a pressure tactic by Trump?
I don't think that Trump has the guts to use the nuclear weapon because of the implications and because of the situation after that. Because if the United States or Israel uses a nuclear weapon, Russia will use it on Ukraine, China can use it on Taiwan, and the situation will get even worse. And there is no need for that to happen because this pressure campaign against Iran and threat of attacking civilian infrastructure is because of the US frustration about the resistance against Trump maximalist demands. And the Trump administration is annoyed because it thought that with decapitating the government and the supreme leader of Iran, the regime will collapse. But that did not happen, and the Iranian military forces started to carry out operations against US and the Israeli side just after 2 hours of the attack. I have been hearing from our dear guests that these are not people who are on the streets. Then who are the people of Iran? People in Iran are being bombed, civilians are being killed, 178 children were killed in southern Iran, schools are being attacked, hospitals are being attacked, power grid is threatened to be attacked. Who will be living in Iran after these kinds of bombings, and how the anti-regime propaganda continues, and where they want to rule if there is no place called Iran? Who they want to rule after the civilization is...
You
how
regime
far
agent
they
bastard,
want to
you
go.
will be prosecuted.
There
You
is a
regime agent
propaganda
bastard.
right now going on in
If I
Iran
were you,
against
I would
Iran,
think
and they are
twice.
calling.
If I were
they are
you,
calling
I would
Trump-
think twice. If I were you, I would think
They
twice
are-
saying the stuff that you were saying. You are a regime agent bastard who will be prosecuted in a court of law. For
Oh my
crimes
God! Here tonight, look at that! Oh wow, Ryan, you have a small little. No, Ryan.
When
I can tell you, Ryan. There is a small little despot inside you, and don't let it show on